Chapter 1. The aura of death was so close. In the darkness, the dark flames were dancing wildly like demons. The faces of the white skeletons were constantly twisting and struggling in the flames. It made people shiver from the inside out. The chilly ice layer was like a wave. Everywhere it passed, everything was sealed in ice and turned into lifeless ice sculptures, reflecting the dim white light of the flames in the dark world. Yen Chutian knew that he might be the only person in the heaven realm alive to see such a scene. However, he also understood that seeing such a scene meant death. He was no exception. Ghost Lord, you have the ambition of wolves in the god realm. You killed the creatures of the heaven realm to feed the ancient corpse beasts that tormented the world. You will definitely be consigned to eternal damnation and suffer the wrath of the heaven realm. Looking at the source of the dark flames and the frozen land, a figure stood quietly in the darkness. His face couldn't be seen. The figure was tall. When the light of heaven and earth shone on this figure, it disappeared without a trace, as if it was swallowed by him. It was also a pitch-black face. Only the place where the eyeballs were emitting a faint light. However, even if he couldn't see his expression, Yen Chutian knew that he must be smiling. Jie, the number one genius of the Firmament God Palace. Even in the vast heaven realm, you can be ranked in the top 10 young geniuses list. However, I didn't expect that you, who was rumored to be in seclusion in the Firmament God realm, had already sneaked into my God realm. Unknowingly, you even reached the high position of half-king. The pitch-black figure called Ghost Lord by Yen Chutian spoke slowly. His voice was dry and hoarse like a ghost crying. He was worthy of the name Ghost Lord. However, when Ghost Lord slowly revealed his identity, Yen Chutian didn't feel proud at all. He only felt disgusted. The so-called God realm is more appropriate to call it the demon realm. When the ancient corpse beasts appeared, they tormented the heaven realm. It took the power of the 6 palaces to kill them with great difficulty. You actually want to revive them? Jie, so what? The immortal palace has been hidden for tens of thousands of years and has fallen. The vast heaven realm naturally needs a new ruler. With the help of the ancient corpse beasts, my god realm can definitely surpass the 6 palaces and establish a new immortal palace to dominate the world. As for your so-called demon domain, it's not bad. I will report to the domain master, and he can consider giving my god domain a new name. Even though Yen Chutian had expected this crazy scheme that could shake the entire heaven realm, he couldn't help but feel shocked when he heard the Ghost Lord talk about this crazy scheme that could shake the entire heaven realm. One could imagine that if the ancient corpse beast was truly revived and controlled by the divine domain, then the world would once again experience the most terrifying reign of terror ever since Immortal Palace went into hiding. But even if he knew, Yen Chutian could only feel a great sense of helplessness under the intense rage in his heart. Sneaking into the divine realm was something he had done alone. He never would have thought that this newly risen faction that was just below the 6 palaces would actually act so crazily. Furthermore, even if he did not face the Ghost Emperor, one of the 3 supremes of the God realm, he still had a certain chance of escaping. It was just that the affairs of the world were always so unpredictable. When he discovered the monstrous conspiracy of the God realm, the Ghost Lords also saw through his true colors. Against the Ghost Lords, even if he was the number 1 disciple of the Dark God Palace's younger generation, even if he could ascend to one of the 10 heavenly prides of Heaven Realm, he was not worth mentioning in front of the Ghost Lord. As one of the 3 supremes of the God Realm, the Ghost Lord's cultivation was even stronger than his master, the Dark God Palace's great elder Li Tianyun. What could a small disciple like him count for? But even if he knew that he would die, Yen Chutian could not resist. He circulated all the spiritual energy in his body, even in the depths of his dantian, the second dantian that could only be opened by this 1 in 10,000 spirit-bearing body. The unique blood-colored spiritual energy that was unique to him also surged out madly, pouring into both of his palms. The vigorous spiritual energy rolled in, and at this moment, his entire body was filled with an unprecedented sharpness. It was as if at this moment, he was a divine sword that could break through anything, causing others to not dare to face his sharp edge head-on. Under the momentum of this attack, even the Ghost Lord's body, which had been calm all along, seemed to move slightly. Then, his hoarse voice, which was still dry, but contained a hint of surprise, rang out once again. Yen Chutian, I am also a person who cherishes talent. As long as you sincerely enter my God realm and become my disciple, I will spare your life today. In the future, I will also guarantee that you will be able to ascend to the peak of the heaven realm and enjoy supreme glory. How about it? Yen Chutian smiled coldly at the Ghost Lord's offer of amnesty. He raised both of his palms, and the dazzling sword light illuminated the heaven and earth, as if it was going to tear the world apart. Even the unique darkness around the Ghost Lord was constantly fading away. His actions had already shown his answer, so the Ghost Lord snorted coldly. In the next moment, the defeated darkness swept over, forcing the light back. You don't know how to adapt to the situation. In that case, you, the #1 genius of the Dark God Palace, can go to hell. Huff, huff. Violently gasping for breath, the small arm that was full of dried mud and dirt tightly grasped the straw under the cushion tightly. She used all her strength to twist the straw into a ball, not letting go at all. After panting for a long time, the small hand that was tightly grasping the straw slowly loosened. Then, a soft sigh slowly rang out in this narrow and dirty cave, lingering for a long time. Since that day when he fought the Ghost Lord with the thought of death, he had appeared here when he woke up again. And it had been a full 2 days since that day. After 2 days, Yen Chutian finally understood his situation. Back then, he had indeed died, but for some reason, he borrowed this weak body to be reborn. After understanding this point, even though she had lost everything and turned into an extremely weak mortal, Yen Chutian was still incomparably happy. As long as he could spread the wild ambition of the realm of the gods, the 6 palaces would definitely notice. At that time, no matter how well the realm of the gods hid, there would be clues exposed. It was very likely that the realm of heaven would be able to avoid a catastrophe. However, very quickly, Yen Chutian was on the verge of despair. This was not the realm of heaven, but the mortal world that very few people even knew about and were even more unwilling to come or even understand. In the mortal world, the spiritual energy was thin. Even a weak person who had just started on the path of cultivation had an extraordinary status here. One must know that in Yen Chutian's eyes, a cultivator of this level was not even considered an ant. However, that was the previous Yen Chutian. Now, he was extremely weak and had not even started on the path of cultivation. Moreover, he was very clear about his own physique. In his previous life, the body of spirit was no longer seen. Now, his mortal body was even worse than the spiritual roots of ordinary people, making it harder for him to start on the path of cultivation. It was not strange that his father worked so hard and even died to help him start on the path of cultivation, but still failed one after another. Chapter 2. Pitter-patter, hurried footsteps came from outside the cave. Yen Chutian looked over and saw a middle-aged man in tattered clothes who looked even more miserable and dirty than him running in. Yen Chutian knew his identity. He was the butler of the original owner of this body, Zhang Chen. With the decline of the family, the originally bustling family became incomparably cold and cheerless in an instant. Following that, there was news that even the residence had been sold and mortgaged. Everyone tried their best to take as much gold and silver as they could and escape. Only Zhang Chen did not abandon them from beginning to end. Thus, even though Yen Chutian was not the original owner of this body, he still respected Zhang Chen. "Young master, you're awake. These, quickly eat them." Seeing Yen Chutian's gaze, Zhang Chen slowly walked a few steps closer and took out a paper bag wrapped in lotus leaves from under his tattered and dirty clothes. Opening the paper bag, a meaty aroma wafted out. Half a roasted chicken was lying quietly in the lotus leaf. The fragrance of the roasted chicken was so alluring that even Yan Chutian could not help but swallow his saliva. Seeing Yan Chutian's reaction, Zhang Chen did not hesitate. He lowered his hunched back and handed the roasted chicken to Yan Chutian. Yan Chutian subconsciously stretched out his hands to grab the roasted chicken that was right in front of him. However, he suddenly stopped halfway and looked up at Zhang Chen. Looking at Zhang Chen's sorry figure that resembled a beggar, how could Yan Chutian not know that he must have toiled under the supercilious eyes of others in exchange for half a roasted chicken? "Uncle Chen, you should eat." As if he had already expected Yan Chutian's reply, Zhang Chen smiled kindly and shook his head. "No need. Uncle Chen has already eaten. This is the remaining half of the roasted chicken for you." However, as soon as Zhang Chen's voice fell, his stomach growled and the lie was exposed. This scene caused Yan Chutian's heart to be even more moved. Traces of being moved unceasingly emerged in his heart. This kind of feeling could only be felt by Li Tianyun, who treated him like a master and a father. As a result, Yan Chutian's voice was choked with sobs. He rubbed his dirty palms on his white and clean collar before tearing the roasted chicken apart. Grabbing half of it, he handed the other half back to Zhang Chen. "Uncle Chen, let's split it." This, seeing Yan Chutian's actions, even though Zhang Chen wanted to object, the stubbornness in Yan Chutian's eyes made him give up. He could only take the roasted chicken, and a helpless smile appeared on his wrinkled face. "Okay." Seeing Zhang Chen take the roasted chicken, Yan Chutian smiled and took big bites of the fragrant chicken. He said contentedly, "Uncle Chen, don't call me young master in the future. Call me Little Chu." Perhaps due to some unknown reason, the original owner of this body was called Yan Chu. It was only one character away from his name, Yan Chutian. "Yes, Little Chu." Zhang Chen smiled and agreed. This made Yan Chutian even more satisfied. Then, he and Zhang Chen finished the roasted chicken in their hands. Half a roasted chicken had never made Yan Chutian so delicious and satisfied. He understood that this was related to his current situation. He might never be able to eat such delicious roasted chicken again. As for whether he was the real Yan Chu, it was no longer important. From now on, he was still Yan Chutian and Yan Chu. After eating half of the roasted chicken, Yan Chutian wiped off the grease on her hands. Her line of sight once again locked onto Zhang Chen as she unhurriedly said, "Uncle Chen, bring me out to take a look tomorrow. I should also go and do something. I can't let you work hard for me alone." In any case, it was impossible for Yan Chutian to let Zhang Chen run around for his sake. He had to do something to make this old man, who had not even reached 50 years of age, and was already unbelievably old, to be able to live more comfortably. Moreover, even if this was a mortal world that even the heaven realm didn't know about, he had to try and see if he could walk out of here and return to the heaven realm that belonged to him. Otherwise, there would be a day when the divine realm's conspiracy would emerge. At that time, it would be a disaster for the entire heaven realm. Yan Chutian couldn't just watch all of this happen. The heaven realm had its own beauty. It had the firmament god palace that he was grateful to. It had the master that he respected and the people of the heaven realm. If the disaster happened, all of this might disappear in an instant. He had to think of a way to stop it. Okay. Hearing this, Zhang Chen couldn't help but be a little surprised. In his impression, although Yan Chu was sensible, the experience of having his family destroyed was too much of a shock to him. Therefore, he hated the world. But now, he was relieved that Yan Chu seemed to have thought it through. The night passed silently until dawn. When the sun was high in the sky, Yan Chutian slowly woke up. At this time, he realized that Zhang Chen had already disappeared. This made him feel awkward. It seemed that he was too tired. Uncle Chen probably saw that he was sleeping soundly and couldn't bear to wake him up, right? Yan Chutian didn't dare to move around. He could only wait in the cave for Zhang Chen's return. This wait lasted for more than 2 hours. When it was close to noon, the sound of hurried and messy footsteps came from outside the cave. He looked over and indeed, it was Zhang Chen's figure. However, he looked very flustered. There was a trace of fear on his withered face. "Little Chu, hurry up and leave. There's a monster." "Monster?" Yan Chutian was surprised. "There's a monster? Could it be a spirit beast?" If it was really a spirit beast, it was really an unimaginable monster for mortals. After all, the cultivators who just started cultivating here were all giants, not to mention spirit beasts that were even more ferocious and powerful than ordinary human cultivators. However, Zhang Chen didn't have time to explain more to Yan Chutian. After saying that it was a monster, he panicked and hurriedly pulled Yan Chutian's little hand and ran out of the cave. Although Yan Chutian was 16 years old, his body was very petite. When he stood up, he was not even half of Zhang Chen's height. Moreover, his appearance was completely different from his previous life. He was very young, like a 13 or 14-year-old child. With his current appearance, no one in the heaven realm would be able to associate him with Yan Chutian. After running out of the cave, Yan Chutian saw that there were many figures running around in the wilderness. It seemed that the so-called monster's movements were not small. It actually alarmed so many people. Zhang Chen tried his best to bring Yan Chutian in the direction of the crowd. With regards to this, Yan Chutian naturally wouldn't object. Right now, he was just a weak mortal. Not to mention encountering a spirit beast, even if he encountered a wild beast, his life would be in danger. Just as they were running away, the two of them were suddenly hit by a speeding carriage and were sent flying. The two of them fell miserably in the wilderness. Yan Chutian was fine. Only his knees were a little bruised. However, when he looked over, Zhang Chen's head actually hit a huge rock. Dark red blood flowed down and dyed half of the mountain rock red. He directly fainted. Chapter 3. Zhou Ting. How could Yan Chutian forget who this sneering young man was? He was the second son of the Zhou family, Zhou Ting. Although Yan Chu's father was too extreme, he wanted to lead him onto the path of cultivation. This had its own reasons, but a bigger part of it was because of the Zhou family. The eldest son of the Zhou family, Zhou Xing, was a cultivator. Although he had just started on the path of cultivation, he was still recognized by a sect elder. Not only was he given the status of a disciple, he was also constantly sent back to the Zhou family with rewards. Gradually, his younger brother, Zhou Ting, also started on the path of cultivation. With two cultivator sons, his father naturally believed in the words of the Zhou family's old master. He continuously used gold and silver to exchange for the so-called meridian opening elixir from the Zhou family. He also followed their instructions and searched everywhere for the elixir. This depleted the family's wealth. His father also went out to search for the elixir and disappeared again. It could be said that the reason for the Yan family's downfall was because of the Zhou family. From Yan Chutian's point of view, the downfall of the Yan family might have been a plot by the three sons of the Zhou family. When the Yan family fell, almost all of their wealth went to the Zhou family. Combined with the fact that the Zhou family member who was escaping did not help his old friend's descendant and even used the carriage to crash into him, Yan Chutian felt that his guess was not far from the truth. However, Yan Chutian also knew that now was not the time for revenge. He and Uncle Chen were just two weak mortals. That Zhou Ting was already a cultivator. If they really met, only death would await them. Furthermore, even the Zhou family members had escaped. It was not hard to imagine how terrifying the so-called monster was. Therefore, he had to quickly escape. The carriage in front of him sped past and disappeared into the wilderness in a flash. Yan Chutian quickly retracted his gaze. At the same time, he raised his eyes to look at his surroundings. Suddenly, he saw something and quickly ran forward to pull out an unremarkable green plant from the weed. Perhaps others did not know what it was, but Yen Chutian understood. This was the blood-overcast grass. The leaves of the blood-overcast grass could quickly stop bleeding and help heal wounds. The mortals of the heaven realm were familiar with this grass, and they were the ones who needed it the most. Yen Chutian placed the blood-overflowing grass into his mouth. As he chewed on it, he tore off a piece of cloth from his body and placed the blood-overflowing grass into it. He quickly wrapped the cloth around the wound on Zhang Chen's head. As expected, once the blood-overflowing grass was wrapped around the wound, the bleeding quickly stopped. Not long after, Zhang Chen slowly regained consciousness. As soon as he woke up, he hurriedly looked around. When he saw Yen Chutian, he couldn't care about himself at all. He got up in a sorry state, grabbed Yen Chutian's little hand, and continued to flee. "Quick! Little Chu, that monster is coming. Run with Uncle Chen." Yes. Even though Yen Chutian knew that Zhang Chen's injuries weren't suitable for him to run, he could only nod his head. Then, he supported Zhang Chen's arm, and the two of them ran forward pathetically like the many mortals around them, deep into the wilderness. They didn't know how long they had been running. When the two of them didn't have much energy left, they suddenly saw a cave in the valley in front of them. They hurriedly ran into the cave. After running into the cave, Yen Chutian didn't have time to rest. He hurriedly pulled a lot of vines and grass from nearby to cover the entrance of the cave. However, he didn't expect that in such a short time, when he went to check on Uncle Chen's condition, Uncle Chen had already fainted again. When he looked again, the blood-overflowing grass on Zhang Chen's forehead, which had stopped bleeding, showed signs of blood flowing out again. Yen Chutian understood that the intense running had caused his wound to split open again. How much juice could there be from the blood-overcast grass? It had already been used up. Therefore, he had to quickly go out and find some more blood-overcast grass. Otherwise, Zhang Chen's life would be in danger. Helplessly, even if he knew that there was a terrifying monster outside, Yen Chutian could only clench his teeth and run out of the cave to search for herbs outside. He couldn't watch Uncle Chen die in front of him and do nothing. However, the heavens didn't open their eyes. The cave was surrounded by weeds, but there wasn't even a single blood-overcast grass. Yen Chutian could only search in a direction far away from the cave. When he finally saw a blood-overcast grass, even he himself didn't know how far he had walked. Carefully putting the blood-overcast grass into his clothes, Yen Chutian glanced at some small shiitake mushrooms nearby and started to pick them again. Whether it was him or Zhang Chen, they hadn't eaten for a whole day. Moreover, the injured Zhang Chen needed food even more. While picking, Yen Chutian couldn't help but eat one himself. Although this type of shiitake mushroom was small and ugly, it tasted pretty good. However, looking at the meager number of shiitake mushrooms, he could only suppress the hunger in his heart and put all of them into his clothes. After putting the last shiitake mushroom into his chest, Yen Chutian suddenly heard a loud noise in front of him, followed by a painful scream. The commotion wasn't small. Yen Chutian knew that he shouldn't be meddlesome, but he still couldn't help but sneak in the direction of the sound. After a while, when Yen Chutian arrived at a low slope, a bloody scene was taking place at the bottom of the slope. Looking down, a huge luxurious carriage was torn apart. The heads of the two fierce horses were turned upside down and hung on their necks. It was hard to imagine what kind of terrifying power was needed to turn these two strong horses into such a state. Outside the horse corpses, broken limbs were scattered everywhere. It was a bloody scene. At the same time, a huge creature as tall as two people was biting the neck of a middle-aged man who looked like a puppet. The middle-aged man's eyes were wide open. He couldn't be more dead. As if it knew that the thing in its mouth was dead, the huge creature shook its huge head and threw the thing out of its mouth. Then, with a ferocious face, it panted heavily and looked at the other young man who had a broken leg and was bleeding profusely. It revealed an ominous glint. This young man was none other than the second young master of the Zhou clan, Zhou Ting. Seeing everything in front of him, Yan Chutian couldn't help but smile coldly. He didn't expect the Zhou clan's retribution to come so quickly. They caused his clan to be ruined and killed. In the blink of an eye, he also became like this. However, other than feeling happy in his heart, Yan Chutian looked at the huge bear, which was also a spirit beast, with a puzzled expression. This feeling, it didn't seem to be as simple as an ordinary spirit beast. Instead, it was somewhat familiar. With doubts in his heart, Yan Chutian didn't realize that Zhou Ting had already discovered his hiding. When he reacted, Zhou Ting had already rushed over with his injured body. Zhou Ting was a cultivator. Therefore, even if Yan Chutian reacted, he couldn't react in time. Zhou Ting, who had jumped up the slope, grabbed the clothes in front of his chest and fiercely threw him back. Kiki, your clan is ruined and you haven't become a cultivator. What are you still alive for? Die for me. Zhou Ting's cold laughter came from above as his body fell to the bottom of the slope. Then, a ferocious face of a huge beast appeared in front of Yan Chutian. A strong smell of blood assaulted his face, making him feel nauseous. Chapter 4. The ferocious face of the beast appeared in front of him. As long as the giant bear bit down, he would not be able to keep his life and would turn into a corpse in an instant. However, it was also at this moment that Yan Chutian, who met the giant bear's narrow eyes, finally understood the source of the inexplicable familiarity in his heart. The giant bear's eyes were pitch black, with only a little purple light fixed rigidly in the middle, without any spirituality. Yan Chutian had seen too many such spiritual beasts before, and their strength was much stronger than the giant bear in front of him. This was the purple-eyed beast stallion unique to the divine realm. At the same time, Zhou Ting, who had jumped up the short slope, did not immediately escape. He turned around and looked at Yan Chutian, who was under the giant bear's mouth, with a sneer on his face. All of Yan Chutian's guesses were not wrong. The fall of the Yan clan was caused by the Zhou clan. In fact, his original suggestion was even more radical. With the help of his brother, he felt that he could completely erase the existence of the Yan clan. Why bother to coax them bit by bit? And why did Zhou Ting hate the Yan clan so much? To be more precise, it should be his personal hatred towards Yan Chu. Before Zhou Ting became a cultivator, he had studied in the same private school as Yan Chu. However, the girl that he had bitterly pursued did not even look at him. Instead, she was extremely close to Yan Chu. Hatred born from love, the reason was so simple. After the fall of the Yan clan, it was also he who deliberately spared the lives of Yan Chu and Zhang Chen. He wanted to see Yan Chu live like a beggar. This would give him unprecedented pleasure. However, he did not expect that the giant beast would suddenly appear and destroy his family. However, it seemed that the heavens were still on his side. Before he died, he could find a scapegoat, and this scapegoat was the one he wanted to torture the most, Yan Chu. However, Zhou Ting did not know that this Yan Chu was no longer the Yan Chu of the past. He was Yan Chutian, one of the top 10 geniuses of the heaven realm. Zhou Ting could not believe what happened next. He did not know what Yan Chutian had done, but the giant beast's head, which was about to bite him, slowly lifted up. Then, under Zhou Ting's incredulous gaze, the giant beast's body stiffly stood up and stood at the side like a puppet. The giant bear moved its body away, and Yan Chutian slowly climbed up from the ground. Then, a strange smile appeared on his face as he looked at the hill where Zhou Ting was. When Zhou Ting saw the smile on Yan Chutian's face, he felt his scalp go numb. Feeling that something was wrong, he subconsciously fled to the back. However, it was too late to escape now. Zhou Ting dragged his broken leg and fled a few feet away. A fishy wind was already close to his body from behind. Zhou Ting only felt a huge claw heavily smashing onto his back, and a tearing pain surged through his entire body. He could not help but cry out in pain as his body heavily smashed forward. Zhou Ting, who was lying on the ground, turned his head with difficulty and saw a huge beast claw pressing down on his back. Who else could the owner of this beast claw be other than the giant bear spirit beast? However, Zhou Ting really could not understand why the spirit beast suddenly did not attack Yan Chu, who was right in front of it. Instead, it bypassed him and directly attacked him. Pata, following a series of light footsteps, Zhou Ting looked up and found that Yan Chu was actually standing in front of him, looking at him in a playful manner. This made Zhou Ting even more incredulous. When the giant bear's claw was pressing down on his back, its head was hanging above his head, and he could even smell the stench. But even so, why did the spirit beast not attack Yan Chu and allow him to swagger around? Suddenly, Zhou Ting thought of a shocking idea. However, this idea was too terrifying, and he could not accept it. Thus, even though Yan Chutian was looking at him mockingly, he still gritted his teeth and did not say a word. But soon, he could not hold it in any longer. When Yan Chutian said something strange, the bear claw pressing down on Zhou Ting actually lifted him up, bringing him to the same height as when he stood up. At this moment, Zhou Ting's face was filled with extreme shock. He trembled as he spoke the terrifying thought in his heart. You can control this spirit beast? The giant bear did not attack him at all, and it even followed its intention to grab him. Other than this, Zhou Ting could not think of any other possibility. But how was this possible? This spirit beast's cultivation was so strong that it definitely surpassed the channel opening realm. How could Yan Chu, who had no cultivation, control such a powerful spirit beast? He looks like you're not stupid after all. In the face of Zhou Ting's shock, Yan Chutian laughed coldly in a low voice. This giant bear spirit beast was a purple-eyed beast stallion unique to the deity domain. When he was a half-king in the deity domain, he naturally had a way to control such a beast stallion. This method of control might not work on a high-level beast stallion, but it was obviously effective on a low-level purple-eyed beast stallion that had appeared in the mortal realm, far away from the deity domain. Yan Chutian's cold words made Zhou Ting despair. If the other party could control such a powerful spirit beast, he would definitely die today. He did not believe that the other party would be so kind as to let him go after he tried to kill him. Thus, he was unyielding. He clenched his teeth and threatened, "Yan Chu, if you dare to kill me today, my big brother, Zhou Xing, will definitely not let you off. Just you wait, you and the Yan clan are doomed to destruction." In the face of Zhou Ting's threat, Yan Chutian's expression did not change. As his lips moved, the giant bear suddenly tightened its grip on Zhou Ting's claw and directly took his life. He had never been afraid of threats. When he was rising in the heaven domain, he had encountered countless dangers. It was only when he became a disciple of the Firmament God Palace and became the disciple of his master, Li Tianyun, that he finally had a backer. Along the way, when had the so-called threats ever defeated him? Didn't they all help him grow? If this was the case in the vast heaven domain, it would be even more so in the mortal realm. Looking at Zhou Ting, whose head drooped unwillingly, Yan Chutian slowly walked forward and untied the Qiankuan bag that was hanging from his waist. The Qiankuan bag contained the universe and had a huge space. However, the Qiankuan bag in his hand was really limited. It was only 1 cubic meter. Moreover, most of the Qiankuan bag was filled with gold and silver. These things were not attractive to Yan Chutian at all. He glanced over them all and looked at the bottom of the Qiankuan bag. At the bottom of the Qiankuan bag, there was a palm-sized jade box lying quietly. However, even though it was separated by the jade box, Yan Chutian could feel the faint spiritual energy emitted from it. He could imagine that there should be a spiritual medicine inside. Sure enough, when he took out the jade box from the Qiankuan bag and opened it, a rich spiritual energy rushed out. Inside the jade box was a crystal plant that was half a foot long. After seeing this plant, Yan Chutian's eyes couldn't help but brighten. Any spiritual medicine in the world could be called a spiritual medicine. Even the blood-overflowing grass could be barely called a spiritual medicine. It was just that a spiritual medicine like the blood-overflowing grass might have miraculous effects on mortals, but it was barely satisfactory for practitioners. Only spiritual medicine with extremely strong spiritual energy and spiritual marks could be called a treasure of heaven and earth. Treasures of heaven and earth also had different grades. In Yan Chutian's imagination, the treasures of heaven and earth in the mortal realm should be roughly divided into 4 grades: mortal, spiritual, and demonic saint. Each grade had 9 marks. The more marks there were, the stronger the effect. Chapter 5. The profound jade orchid, a mortal grade 4 mark heavenly treasure, was not even worth mentioning in the eyes of Yan Chutian in the past. But now, he had not even stepped on the path of cultivation. If he had such a mysterious jade orchid, he could use it to become a real cultivator. But now was not the time to think about it. Quickly putting away the mysterious jade orchid, Yan Chutian packed up and returned to the cave. As for the purple-eyed giant bear puppet, Yan Chutian could not let it follow him, so he could only abandon it. After all, he could not control it for long. If it suddenly lost control, it would be a disaster for him. When he rushed to the cave, Zhang Chen was still unconscious, leaning against the corner of the cave. Yan Chutian went forward and carefully untied the ragged bandage on his forehead. He squeezed out the juice of the blood-overflowing grass and selected some softer blood-overflowing grass leaves to cover the wound. After bandaging the wound again, Yan Chutian finally let out a sigh of relief. Then he sat quietly beside Zhang Chen, waiting for him to wake up. While waiting, Yan Chutian was also pondering in his heart. He didn't expect that the realm of the gods would extend their hand to this mortal world. And the reason for this, without thinking, was to revive the ancient corpse beast. One of the conditions for the ancient corpse beast's revival was a large amount of human flesh, and a large number of weak mortals or cultivators in the mortal world were obviously an excellent choice. But the situation was extremely bad. The god realm's minions were roaming in the mortal world, and he did not have the strength he had when he was alive. If they knew, his situation would become extremely dangerous. So he understood that his name of Yan Chutian could only be buried deep for the time being. At least before he had enough strength, he could only act under the name of Yan Chu. But this was not entirely bad news. At least the god realm could send their minions down from the heaven realm, so he could naturally use the passage to return to the heaven realm. As long as he could expose the god realm's conspiracy before the ancient corpse beast was revived, everything was still not too late. Making up his mind, Yan Chutian's originally somewhat blank state of mind quickly became firm. At this moment, Zhang Chen, who had been unconscious for a long time, suddenly coughed violently. A large mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth and splattered on a corner of the cave. The blood he coughed out was dark red in color. Clearly, it was blood that had accumulated for a long time. After coughing out the blood, Zhang Chen's complexion looked much better. He turned his head slightly and opened his eyes slightly to look at Yan Chutian in front of him. "Little Chu, cough, it's Uncle Chen who has implicated you," Zhang Chen coughed as he spoke intermittently. This caused Yan Chutian to hurriedly shake his head repeatedly, and then he took out the shiitake mushrooms from his bosom and passed them to Zhang Chen. "Uncle Chen, you should eat. With your current condition, you need more food." "But," Zhang Chen hesitated. He understood that he needed to eat, but what about Yan Chu? Yan Chutian, who knew what Zhang Chen was thinking, gently smiled. He then took out the jade box from his Qiankuan bag and opened a corner of it. He smiled at Zhang Chen and said, "Uncle Chen, you don't have to worry about me. I have this spiritual medicine. Not only can it solve my hunger problem, it can also open up a spiritual vein and step into cultivation." Step into cultivation? Zhang Chen was stunned. He then thought of something and couldn't help but shake his head. Little Chu, back then, old master found so many spiritual medicines and used so many methods, but he still couldn't help you become a cultivator. It's best if you don't force yourself. Don't hurt yourself. Uncle Chen, don't worry. The situation this time is different from before. Yan Chutian couldn't explain clearly. After all, he couldn't say that he wasn't Yan Chu, but Yan Chutian. Otherwise, not to mention whether Uncle Chen would believe him, if he believed him, how would he interact with him? No matter what, because of his rebirth, the real Yan Chu was already dead. Then alright. Zhang Chen saw Yan Chu's persistence and didn't want to break his wish, so he could only nod helplessly. In his opinion, as long as Yan Chu failed again, he should be able to wake up completely, right? Afterwards, when Zhang Chen started to eat the mushrooms, Yan Chutian sat cross-legged in front of the cave. He held the half-foot-long black magnolia in his hand and sat cross-legged in meditation. In his previous life, his aptitude was extremely high, and he was born with a spiritual constitution. Furthermore, he was born in the heaven realm, which was an excellent environment. Thus, he didn't need any external items to step into cultivation. But now, all the conditions of his previous life were gone. The only thing he had was the experience that he remembered in his mind. With the experience of his previous life, it wasn't difficult for him to sense the dantian in his body. But even if he could sense it with his ordinary physique, it was too difficult for him to open his first spiritual meridian. He could only rely on the spiritual medicine, which was the black magnolia. The dantian was the beginning of cultivation, and also the foundation. The so-called channel opening realm was the opening of spiritual meridians in the dantian. Spiritual meridians could absorb and store the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It was extremely important. The channel opening realm was not accurately divided into small realms. This was because a channel opening realm cultivator had to continuously open the spiritual meridians in his body. If he could open 99 spiritual meridians and then open his main meridians, he would surpass the channel opening realm and step into the next realm, spirit transformation. If one had to compare who was stronger or weaker in the channel opening realm, one could only compare based on the number of spiritual meridians opened. After all, the more spiritual meridians one opened, the more spiritual energy one could absorb and store. The more spiritual energy one's body received, the stronger it would be. Walking the path of cultivation again, Yan Chutian knew that the difficulty of the channel opening realm was the opening of the first spiritual meridian, as well as the 33rd, 66th and 99th spiritual meridians. Thus, there were some people who used this to reluctantly divide the channel opening realm into realms. Returning to the main topic, after sensing the dantian in his body, Yan Chutian did not hesitate and immediately bit down on the black magnolia in his hand. When he swallowed the mysterious magnolia orchid, a familiar heat flow once again appeared in his body. It was the spirit energy heat flow formed by the elixir. Faintly, this heat flow rushed towards his dantian. At this moment, Yan Chutian became even more serious. He constantly used his mind to guide the heat flow towards a specific location in his dantian. That was the location where he wanted to open the first spiritual meridian. He was unable to open the first spiritual meridian and could only rely on the continuous impact of the spiritual energy heat flow. However, when he truly opened it, Yan Chutian realized how blocked his body was. The spiritual energy heat flow from this section of black magnolia was only able to open a third of the first spiritual meridian. From the looks of it, even if he used up this section of black magnolia, he would barely be able to open 3 spiritual meridians. When Yan Chutian swallowed the last section of black magnolia and guided the spiritual energy heat flow into his dantian, he only managed to open 3 spiritual meridians. With 3 spiritual meridians opened, he could finally be considered as a cultivator. However, this cultivation level was infinitely close to 0. He could not help but sigh at the strength of his body in his previous life. Even if he had a heavenly treasure now, it would still be far inferior. Chapter 6. Seeing that Yen Chu had finally stopped sitting cross-legged, Zhang Chen, who had been watching Yen Chutian closely, naturally saw a flash of emotion on his face. Zhang Chen couldn't help but think that Yen Chutian had failed again and hurriedly comforted him. Little Chu, actually, it doesn't matter if you can become a cultivator or not. In the future, it's good to be an ordinary person with Uncle Chen. Don't be like Master and insist on doing things your own way. Uncle Chen, I understand. Yen Chutian didn't have any intention of opposing Zhang Chen. No matter what, Zhang Chen was doing this for his own good. If he was really just Yen Chu, perhaps it would be best for him to become a commoner and live a peaceful life. However, he wasn't just Yen Chu, but also Yen Chutian. From another perspective, if he were to hide in the mortal world from now on, the heaven realm might eventually be overturned by the divine realm. Once the heaven realm was overturned, how could the mortal world, which was already known by the divine realm, escape this calamity? Therefore, whether it was for public or private reasons, he had to stand up. But Uncle Chen, there are some things that I have to do. Uncle Chen, can you trust me? This, Zhang Chen clearly couldn't understand, but he wasn't a tough person after all. After hesitating, he slowly sighed and said, Little Chu, as long as you don't regret your decision, Uncle Chen believes in you. Thank you, Uncle Chen. Yen Chutian replied excitedly. He then looked over and saw that Zhang Chen still had a few shiitake mushrooms in his hand. Obviously, he had deliberately left them for him. At the same time, Zhang Chen also handed over the shiitake mushrooms in his hand and said softly, Little Chu, eat. Uncle Chen is already full. And this time, Yen Chutian didn't refuse. He also needed to replenish some food. Moreover, Zhou had a lot of money in his Qinkuan bag. As long as he went to a certain town, he and Zhang Chen could live well with this money. But of course, this town couldn't be the town they were originally in. After all, the appearance of the God Realm's beast puppets had caused almost all the townspeople to run out. The town was probably in ruins, with only a few people left. However, Yen Chutian did not know much about other towns and cities. So, while eating the mushrooms, he asked Zhang Chen, Uncle Chen, do you know of any towns and cities nearby? This, Zhang Chen frowned slightly as he pondered. After a while, he said vaguely, Actually, Uncle Chen isn't too sure. But it seems that there's a more prosperous city north of Iron Fur Town. North. All right then. Uncle Chen, let's make some preparations. We'll head to that big city immediately. Half a day later, when it was almost dusk, Yen Chutian and Zhang Chen walked out of the cave and headed north. The two of them didn't know how far the big city was, so they paid attention to their surroundings and groped their way. Fortunately, after a night of traveling, Yen Chutian saved a hunter near dawn. This hunter was a person from that big city. The hunter was a simple and honest middle-aged man with yellow fur on his body. At that time, he was being chased by a lone wolf. Just as the wolf was about to catch up, a skinny young man suddenly attacked and repelled the wolf with his bare hands. This naturally shocked the hunter and the skinny young man. Even an adult like him was helpless against such a vicious wolf. But the wolf was actually repelled by the young man in front of him? Similarly, Zhang Chen was also shocked when he saw Yen Chutian's actions. Then, he thought of something. Could it be that Little Chu had successfully become a cultivator? In the darkness, with the hunter leading the way, the three of them headed toward the big city, which was Kai Yuan City. Benefactor, as long as we maintain this speed, we can reach Kai Yuan City in less than an hour. Since you want to stay in Kai Yuan City temporarily, why don't you stay in my house? We can slowly find a suitable place to stay in the future. Wolf, is it convenient? Yen Chutian whispered. Although Yen Chu was not more than 16 years old and was also very skinny, the middle-aged hunter did not feel that it was inappropriate to call him Wolf. Benefactor, I, Wolf, will live alone. As long as Benefactor doesn't mind my house being too shabby, there is nothing inconvenient about it. Yan Chutian nodded lightly and made up his mind. However, he also asked for Zhang Chen's opinion. Only when Zhang Chen nodded did he reply, "Wolf, then I'll have to trouble you. Benefactor saved my life, this is what I should do." Wolf smiled honestly and continued to lead the way. Sure enough, after about an hour, when the sky gradually brightened, a huge city appeared in front of the three of them. The size of the city was comparable to 10 iron fur towns, which shocked Zhang Chen. Yan Chutian and Wolf had a calm look on their faces. The latter had lived in Kaiyuan City since childhood, and naturally wouldn't be surprised. As for the former, even if the most magnificent city in the mortal world was placed in his eyes, it wouldn't cause the slightest fluctuation in his emotions. When the sky was clear, Kaiyuan City was heavily guarded. The huge city gates were tightly shut, and only a small gate in the corner was still open. Everyone who was allowed to enter had to be checked. It was obviously not the first time Wolf had returned at this time, so the guards recognized him. With him leading the way, Yan Chutian and Zhang Chen had no problem entering the city. Walking into the city, the interior was more prosperous than the outside. Even though the sky was still a little dark, the streets were already lit up and opened. "Benefactor, follow me. My house is in the corner of the city." The two of them continued to follow Wolf, all the way to the so-called corner of the city. They could clearly see that the closer they got to the corner of the city, the plainer the surrounding houses became. But it was understandable. After all, Wolf was just a hunter. What kind of place could he live in? Finally, the three of them stopped in front of a dilapidated house. Wolf was indeed simple and honest. When he said that his house was simple, it was indeed very simple. But Yan Chutian and Zhang Chen were not picky people. The two of them followed Wolf into the house and sat down in the corner of the house according to his arrangements. After the two of them sat down, Wolf, who had tidied up a little, could not wait to go out again. He had to sell the game he hunted as soon as possible. The less fresh the game was, the lower the price. Besides, he also wanted to go to the market to buy some food. After all, he was not alone now, and there were two more guests. Before Wolf could go out, Yan Chutian pulled him back, took out some silver from his heaven-earth pouch, and stuffed it into his hands. Wolf could not understand this and hurriedly said, "Benefactor, what are you doing?" "Wolf, since we are staying here, we can't stay here for free. Also, please help us buy some suitable clothes." But this is too much," Wolf said honestly. The amount of money in his hands was so huge that he had never seen it before. Go on, Wolf." Yan Chutian did not explain too much. He turned and walked back into the house, leaving behind a somewhat worried Wolf. Wolf vaguely understood that his benefactor was not simple. He was dressed like a beggar, but not only could he defeat Lone Wolf with his bare hands, he also had so much money. Chapter 7. After waiting quietly in the house for a long time, Yan Chutian and Zhang Chen finally returned with the hunter, Wolf. Wolf carried a large pile of clothes in his arms and carried a lot of food as he walked into the house with a silly smile. While Wolf was preparing the food, Yan Chutian and Zhang Chen washed up briefly and changed into clean clothes. After changing his clothes, Yan Chutian discovered that his current appearance was not bad. It was not the slightest bit worse than before. But of course, Yan Chutian understood that his appearance could only be considered delicate in the eyes of most people and could not compare to those men who relied on their looks to make a living. After breakfast, Yan Chutian helped Zhang Chen lie down to rest before walking over to Wolf, who was cleaning up the dishes. He asked, "Wolf, which direction is the market? Benefactor, are you still missing something? Wolf can make another trip for you." Wolf replied enthusiastically, which made Yan Chutian shake his head repeatedly. He smiled faintly and said, "No, I just want to look around the market. After all, it will be more convenient to find a house near the market." "I see, but the houses near the market are very expensive." Wolf sighed. But when he thought about how Yan Chutian had casually given him so much money just now, he could not help but feel that his worries were unnecessary. He quickly pointed in the direction of the market. "All right then, but Wolf, I'll have to trouble you to look after Uncle Chen for the time being." "No problem, benefactor." Kai Yuan City Lord's residence. In the depths of the City Lord's residence, in a room, a young girl dressed in purple was sitting at the head of the bed with a worried expression. The young girl's facial features were sharp, her lips red and her teeth white. Even though she was still young, she was a standard little beauty. When she grew up, she would definitely be even more alluring. But such a pretty little beauty was ruined by the worried expression on her face. At the same time, the maidservant serving in the fragrance pavilion also looked worried. She consoled her in a low voice, "Miss, don't worry. The city lord has already sent people to put up notices of madam seeking medical treatment all over the city. I believe that a divine doctor will appear soon to treat madam." But the maidservant's comforting words did not make the worry on the young girl's face disappear. The young girl suddenly stood up and muttered to herself, "No, how many days has it been? Mother's life is at stake. I have to go out and find a divine doctor for mother as soon as possible." Before she finished speaking, the young girl hurriedly ran out of the room. Even though the maidservant repeatedly called out to her, she did not stop and could only follow closely behind. Somewhere in the market, a random stroll, at this moment, his gaze fell on a stalk of purple grass. In an inconspicuous stall, although his cultivation level, he still could not help but look, he could still feel the spiritual energy emitted by the grass. Taking another look, he saw that there was a faint pattern around the stem of the purple grass. That was a spirit pattern. One pattern of mortal. Yen Chutian muttered. A 1-mark common grade spirit herb was after all a heavenly treasure. Even if its grade was extremely low, it was still very precious to him. Therefore, he hurriedly went forward and bought the purple grass without batting an eyelid. In the next quarter of an hour, Yen Chutian's Qiankuan bag was filled with 5 stalks of spiritual herbs of 1 to 3 patterns. This was one of the reasons why he came to the market. Kai Yuan City was so big, he thought that there should be some spiritual herbs that mortals did not know about in the market. Maybe there would be some hidden spiritual herbs with spiritual inscriptions. At this moment it seemed that this was indeed the case. However, this was not the main reason why Yen Chutian came to the market. After all, there would not be many spiritual herbs in the market, and their grades would not be high. The main reason he came here was to inquire about the location of the Kai Yuan City's transaction hall. He did not disappoint Yen Chutian. Very soon, he found some clues. Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, Yen Chutian whispered to himself again. Following the information he heard, he walked step by step towards the so-called Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Compared to the market, the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion was much quieter. However, the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion was much more luxurious than the market. What appeared in front of Yen Chutian was a huge and magnificent palace. The Heavenly Treasure Pavilion belonged to the City Lord's mansion. There were guards outside the door, inspecting everyone who came and went. As for those who entered the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, their bodies were surrounded by spiritual energy, showing that they were above mortals, cultivators. Yen Chutian quickly walked towards the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, but he did not expect that when he was about to enter the door, the guard at the door suddenly raised his spear and stopped him. Only cultivators are allowed to enter the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Mortals are not allowed to enter. The soldier's words were filled with undisguised arrogance. Even though he was a soldier of the town, he was still a cultivator. As a cultivator, he had a great sense of superiority over mortals. He had completely forgotten that he was once a weak mortal. Seeing this, Yen Chutian's expression did not change. He only raised his palm lightly. Spiritual energy appeared in the palm of his hand, but this spiritual energy was so thin that it was almost invisible. The guard who stopped him could not help but sneer. With this level of spiritual energy, The number of spiritual veins that could be opened would not exceed 10. As for him, he had already opened 32 spiritual veins. As long as he could open the 33rd spiritual vein, he would be able to cross this small hurdle and advance his military rank. However, since the other party was also a cultivator, the guard kept his spear after sneering. However, when the former walked through the door of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, he did not forget to sneer. Almost everything in the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion is sold with spiritual crystals. It is not something that a poor kid can afford. Amidst the sneer, Yan Chutian's body did not move at all. It was as if he did not hear the sneer as he walked into the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. After entering the pavilion, the rich spiritual energy rushed towards him. Looking around, he could see many spiritual herbs. There was no lack of 5 or even 6 vein heaven and earth treasures. However, Yan Chutian could clearly see that mortal-grade spiritual herbs were the limit of spiritual herbs in the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Even so, there was not a single spiritual herb that he could afford. Just as the guard at the door had said, every spiritual herb was sold with spiritual crystals. Although the price was not high, he did not even have a single spiritual crystal. How could he afford it? Helpless, Yan Chutian could only look at the spiritual herbs displayed on the counter. It seemed that he had to go and get some spiritual crystals. However, how could he not understand how easy it was to get spiritual crystals? While looking at the spiritual herbs, Yan Chutian suddenly caught a glimpse of a rusty iron disc in an inconspicuous corner of the counter. However, even if it was just a glance, it made his eyes suddenly brighten. This feeling could not be wrong. This should be an auxiliary cultivation tool commonly used by low-level cultivators in the heaven realm, the Spiritual Gathering Disc. Spiritual Gathering Disc? Chapter 8. Carefully approaching the counter, Yan Chutian was more and more certain that the iron plate in the corner was the energy-gathering plate. What made him even more surprised was that the price of the energy-gathering plate was not in spirit crystals, but silver. To Yan Chutian, this was simply a pleasant surprise. He could imagine that no one in the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion knew the true identity of the spirit-amassing plate. It was only because it looked somewhat peculiar that they decided to sell it here. And this was an opportunity for him. Especially at times like this, Yan Chutian kept telling himself to stay calm. He could not let anyone see anything strange about him. Otherwise, he might not be able to buy the energy-gathering plate. Yan Chutian approached the counter and pretended to be an idiot. He curiously looked at the many things on the counter and pointed at them from time to time. However, when he opened his Qiankuan bag, there were no spirit crystals inside. This made him depressed, and also made the steward who was secretly observing him look at him with disdain. He did not expect that this poor kid, who did not even have a single spirit crystal, would have a Qiankuan bag. Yan Chutian, who was also secretly observing the steward, smiled faintly in his heart. He slowly raised his head with a depressed expression and looked hopefully at the round plate in the corner. He said to himself in surprise, "This can be bought with only silver?" As he spoke, he excitedly looked at the steward who was looking at him with disdain. This made the steward even more disdainful. He felt that this poor kid, who only became a cultivator by luck, had no foresight. Seeing a broken iron plate in the counter that was not priced with spirit crystals, he was so surprised. I want to buy it." Yan Chutian did not know how to read people's expressions and continued to speak excitedly. However, the steward did not have a good temper and did not care about him at all. He continued to serve the other cultivators who wanted to buy it. At the same time, the other cultivators who wanted to buy it also looked at Yan Chutian with ridicule. In their eyes, this poor kid must have thought that the broken iron plate was some kind of treasure. He did not even have the most basic knowledge of cultivators. If they knew that this broken iron plate in their eyes was worth more than the entire Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, they would be shocked and speechless for a long time. The waiter ignored him, but Yen Chutian was not in a hurry. He maintained his original expression and waited in front of the counter. However, at this moment, his heart was in turmoil, and he was extremely nervous. Thinking about it, it was quite funny. In the past, he had never been so nervous even when facing treasures that surpassed the saint level. Now, he was nervous when facing a small spirit-gathering disc. After waiting for a long time, when the last customer in front of the waiter also left, he finally looked at Yen Chutian. However, even when he looked at Yen Chutian, his eyes were filled with disdain as he said impatiently, 500 taels of silver. All right. Yen Chutian pretended to be naive and took out 500 taels of silver from his qiankuan bag. The amount of money Zhou Ting had accumulated was truly shocking. Even after taking out 500 taels of silver, the amount of gold and silver in his qiankuan bag still piled up like a small mountain, occupying more than half of a cubic meter of space. The waiter took the silver points and checked them. After confirming the amount, he reached out to grab the spirit-gathering disc in the corner of the counter under Yen Chutian's gaze. At this moment, Yen Chutian's mind tensed up as he became more and more nervous. What he feared would happen. Just as the attendant's palm was about to touch the edge of the qi amassing plate, a proud sneer suddenly sounded from behind. "Wait, I want this broken iron plate." As the arrogant sneer came, the waiter stopped. This naturally made Yen Chutian's expression change. However, at this moment, he knew that he could not show his impatience. Therefore, after calming himself down, he turned his thin body and looked in the direction where the sneer came from. Looking over, he saw a young man with an oily face standing half a zhang behind him. The man's height was almost the same as Yen Chutian's, but his body was much fatter, like a round ball. "Who are you?" Yen Chutian asked in confusion. His question made the fat man sneer again. However, before he could answer, Yen Chutian heard the flattering laughter of the waiter behind the counter. "Young Master Jing, what brings you here?" "Haha, nothing, I'm just strolling around. However, I just took a fancy to this iron plate, so I want to buy it. What do you think?" "Of course I'm selling it to young Master Jing." The waiter had completely forgotten the deal with Yen Chutian just now and smiled apologetically to the fat young man. In this way, even if Yen Chutian wanted to hide his emotions, he could not just watch the spirit-gathering disc in front of him lose it. He argued, "I took a fancy to this iron plate first, and I've already paid 500 taels of silver." Yen Chutian tried his best to suppress his emotions. Even if he was not afraid of threats, he did not want to easily get into a conflict with others. This was not because he knew that he was too weak now. Even if his cultivation was extremely high, just like when he was the first disciple of the Firmament God Palace in his previous life, he would still be like this. Moreover, at a special occasion like the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, Yen Chutian believed that everyone should follow certain rules. Otherwise, how could the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion be a place for cultivators to trade? However, even if Yen Chutian thought this way, it did not mean that the waiter and the fat man thought the same. The fat man glanced at him coldly and did not hide the coldness in his words. He slowly said, "Haha, it's been a long time since I've met such an arrogant guy. If you don't know who I am, then I'll be merciful and tell you. I'm the eldest son of the Jing family, Jing Qiufeng. My grandfather is the father of the city lord's wife, and my father is the city lord's brother-in-law." Jing Qiufeng raised his head and looked down at Yen Chutian condescendingly. Because of his identity, no one in Kai Yuan City dared to point fingers at him. They were all respectful. However, this poor guy in front of him actually dared to talk back to him? However, what happened next made Jing Qiufeng even more unbelievable. Even though he reported his identity, the poor guy in front of him acted as if he did not hear him and continued to say, "Even if you're the city lord's son, you still have to follow the rules. Since I saw this iron plate first and have paid for it, it naturally belongs to me." Stubborn. Jing Qiufeng snorted coldly and did not say anything more. He just gave the waiter a look. Seeing this scene, the waiter immediately knew that the opportunity to flatter had come. The city lord's brother-in-law's son and a poor guy who came out of nowhere. It would be strange if he did not know who to flatter. He quickly straightened his back and shouted coldly at Yan Chutian. "Get out of here! The Heavenly Treasure Pavilion does not welcome a poor guy like you." With a cold snort, he threw out 500 silver taels and scattered them all around Yan Chutian. At the same time, Jing Qiufeng smiled with satisfaction. His cold laughter slowly rang out again. "Haha, you just had to humiliate yourself. How does it feel?" Chapter 9. Yan Chutian noticed Jing Qiufeng's reaction and naturally caught a glimpse of the middle-aged man who was slowly walking over from afar. To be able to make Jing Qiufeng, who had a high status, change her expression, it was not difficult to imagine that this middle-aged man must also be a person of high status, at least in Kaiyuan City. And as expected, when the middle-aged man approached the counter and saw his dignified face, Jing Qiufeng and the attendant lowered their heads and respectfully said, "Pavilion Master Jiang." After greeting him respectfully, Jing Qiufeng still lowered her fat head and did not dare to move casually. However, the attendant was already beside himself with joy. Thinking that he had the support of young Master Jing, he continued to shout at Yan Chutian coldly, "What are you looking at? This is the Pavilion Master of Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, old Jiang. Why don't you get lost?" However, before he finished speaking, Jing Qiufeng's expression was extremely ugly. She glared at the attendant who was beside himself with joy and wanted to pounce on him and tear his mouth apart. However, the attendant was completely unaware of this and continued to look at Yan Chutian with disdain. The middle-aged man called Old Man Jiang glanced at Jing Qiufeng, who had an ugly expression on her face, and called out softly. Immediately, 2 people in black armor who guarded the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion walked over and stood respectfully behind him. Seeing this scene, the attendant became even more proud. In his opinion, old Jiang was definitely going to throw this poor brat out in public. Haha! A poor brat who came out of nowhere actually dared to compete with young Master Jing. How ridiculous! Throw him out! Old Jiang's indifferent voice slowly sounded. However, the scene of the poor brat being thrown out by the black guards did not happen as the attendant imagined. Instead, he suddenly felt a strong force on his shoulder and then his whole body was flipped over. With his head down, he was carried out of the pavilion while hanging upside down. In such a sudden situation, how could the attendant not know that the one old Jiang was going to throw out was not the poor brat, but himself? But how could this be? This brat clearly offended young Master Jing, and he was standing up for him. Old Jiang, this is all a misunderstanding. Old Jiang, it's not my fault. Young Master Jing, I'm standing up for you. You have to explain for me. However, no matter how the waiter cried for help, Jing Qiufeng turned a deaf ear to him. This made him feel extremely hopeless, and he could only allow the black guard to carry him to the door. After the black guards left with the waiter, Jing Qiufeng became more and more nervous. He did have a high status in Kaiyuan City and could do whatever he wanted, but that didn't mean that he could be lawless in front of anyone. Compared to the middle-aged man, old Jiang, who was appointed by the city lord to be the pavilion master of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, an extremely large and important department, one could see how high his status was. This is the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. No matter who comes here, they have to abide by the rules of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Therefore, I don't want to see what happened today a second time. Old Jiang spoke slowly, as if he was speaking to the surrounding waiters and customers, but in fact, he was clearly speaking to Jing Qiufeng. After all, apart from Jing Qiufeng, who else would dare to cause trouble in the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion? As a result, the crowd began to believe in the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion and old Jiang even more. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Yan Chutian couldn't be compared to Jing Qiufeng, but old Jiang was willing to stand up for such a poor kid. Not every customer had a powerful background, and most of them were ordinary. Therefore, they naturally wanted to have a fair environment where they wouldn't be bullied. After Jing Qiufeng left in a panic, old Jiang's long and narrow eyes finally landed on Yan Chutian's body. Yan Chutian's appearance was very ordinary, and could be considered delicate. His cultivation was so weak that old Jiang could even see that he had only opened 3 spiritual veins. Old Jiang's slightly skinny hand slowly reached into the inside of the counter, and then took out the rotten iron plate from the counter. Old Jiang gently rubbed the iron plate in his hand a few times, then handed it to Yan Chutian and said indifferently, "This is the fault of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, so this old man represents the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion to give this item to you directly." Before he finished speaking, old Jiang's skinny right hand clenched, and a suction force appeared, directly sucking up the silver on the ground and stacking them neatly on top of the counter. Old Jiang's handling of the matter couldn't help but make the surrounding customers admire him even more. However, looking at the majestic middle-aged man in front of him, Yan Chutian's nerves tensed up, and a very bad feeling slowly grew in his mind. Yan Chutian had this kind of premonition in his previous life, and there was no reason to explain it, but it had never been wrong. Moreover, this strange premonition had allowed him to escape from death several times. This time, the premonition appeared again, and Yan Chutian still believed in his premonition. Therefore, even if the so-called old Jiang in front of him acted so righteously and strictly, he was still cautious in his heart. With a grateful expression on his face, he put away the spiritual gathering plate and all the silver and quickly left. After Yan Chutian left, old Jiang's eyes narrowed as he looked at his back, and there was a dim light flickering in the depths of his eyes. Then, he slowly walked into the interior of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion and entered a black room. Suddenly, 2 figures rushed out from the darkness and half knelt behind the figure who had walked in with his hands behind his back. "Follow him. No matter what happens, report to me at any time." Yes. The 2 shadows disappeared without a sound, as if they had never existed. After the 2 black figures left, old Jiang's faint and doubtful voice sounded softly. 3 spirit veins, it really is just 3 spirit veins. But he wants that thing randomly, or does he really know something? After leaving the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, Yan Chutian hurried back to Wolf's house. After many years of experience, he believed that his premonition was definitely not wrong. That middle-aged man looked just and strict, but he might be hiding some unknown thoughts. After all, Yan Chutian had encountered many similar people. Combined with the spiritual gathering plate, Yan Chutian could completely guess that the other party might have seen something extraordinary about the spiritual gathering plate but did not know what it was, so he placed it in the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. The other party's actions were tantamount to fishing, waiting for the person who knew the secret of the spiritual gathering plate to take the bait. And even if the person who bought the spiritual gathering plate did not know the secret, he could still secretly send people to take it back without losing anything. On the contrary, if the person who bought it knew the secret of the spiritual gathering plate, then he could just sit back and reap the benefits. At this thought, Yan Chutian's mind became even more tense. He knew that he could not stay in Kaiyuan City any longer. He had to leave with Uncle Chen as soon as possible. However, Yan Chutian wanted to leave as soon as possible. But not long after he left the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, 3 young men wearing the same clothes and led by a fat figure walked out from the darkness and surrounded him. The person leading them was none other than Jing Qiufeng, who had just left the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion in a panic. Chapter 10. Regardless of Jing Qiufeng's own cultivation, the 3 similarly dressed young men she had summoned were not weak at all. 2 of them had opened at least 20 spiritual meridians, and the one closest to Jing Qiufeng was even stronger. He had opened nearly 40 spiritual meridians. If the meridian opening realm was really divided by the 3 thresholds, he would be in the 2nd level. Didn't you want to compete with this young master? Why don't you try again? The fat on Jing Qiufeng's face trembled slightly with a sneer. Since his aunt became the wife of the Kai Yuan City Lord, no one dared to provoke him in Kai Yuan City. Today, this poor brat who came out of nowhere not only provoked him, but also succeeded because of old man Jiang. How could he tolerate this? Looking at the overbearing Jing Qiufeng, Yan Chutian frowned slightly. The situation in front of him was indeed very troublesome for him. After all, his current cultivation was only 3 spirit veins. Even if he still remembered all the powerful methods he had in his life, how could he use them without the support of his cultivation? Just as Yan Chutian was at a loss, he suddenly glanced at a notice posted on the stone wall behind Jing Qiufeng and the other 3. After roughly glancing at it, he immediately made a decision in his heart. Go, but don't kill him in one hit. At the same time, Jing Qiufeng waved his fat hands and stood to the side with his hands behind his back. Seeing the 3 young men quickly walking toward Yan Chutian, the smile on his face gradually became cold. Seeing the 3 of them slowly walking over, Yan Chutian remained calm and collected. This made the strongest expert among the 3 of them sneer and mock. Still pretending to be calm? After offending young Master Jing today, do you still think you have a way out? After the sneer, the 3 people quickly moved. They knew that Yan Chutian was also a cultivator, but they also knew from Jing Qiufeng that Yan Chutian's cultivation had opened no more than 10 spirit veins at most. As such, they had nothing to worry about. Any one of them could easily crush a person with 10 spirit veins, let alone attack at the same time. When the 3 of them rushed over, Yan Chutian finally moved. He clenched his right fist tightly and suddenly pounced forward. However, just as his right fist was about to hit the ground, he turned his fist into a palm. The weak spirit chi that seemed to want to attack completely bombarded the ground. This caused the 3 people who were charging over to be astonished. What was he trying to do? In the next moment they understood. With a palm strike on the ground, Yan Chutian's thin and small body soared into the air. Under the gazes of the 3 people, he passed through the gaps between their bodies and dodged their attack. If there were any experts present, they would definitely be amazed by Yan Chutian's precise control of spiritual energy. Because of the slightest carelessness, he would collide with the 3 of them. There was no room for error. Unfortunately, the only ones present were Jing Qiufeng and her 3 subordinates. Thus, when Yan Chutian made such a move, the 4 of them only sneered. What a cunning loach, but where do you think you can escape to? Jing Qiufeng sneered again, and the 3 cultivators who missed quickly turned around. However, Yan Chutian had no intention of escaping. Under the gaze of the 3 people, he patted off the dust on his body when he landed and took down the notice on the stone wall behind him. Then, he looked at the 4 people in front of him and slowly said, I don't want to escape. I just want to treat the city lord's wife, who is your aunt. You nonsense. You think you can escape from me by using this method? You guys continue to attack and catch him. Jing Qiufeng said coldly. She did not believe that the other party was a genius doctor. It was obvious that he saw that the situation was not right and wanted to use this method to escape. However, just as the 3 subordinates received the order to continue approaching Yan Chutian, an anxious shout suddenly came from not far away. The 5 of them looked over and saw a petite figure bringing along a fragrant wind. She landed in front of the 3 people, who were facing Yan Chutian. Miss, wait for me. A woman's voice came from behind. Looking at the beautiful figure that suddenly appeared, the 3 subordinates no longer dared to be fierce. They all retreated and stood respectfully with their heads lowered. They understood that compared to Jing Qiufeng, this young miss was more of a figure that they could not afford to offend. At the same time, Jing Qiufeng's expression changed. He did not expect that Mu Wan would come at this time. He could think that the other party must have misunderstood something, so he quickly explained, Wan this guy is a liar. Don't believe him. Jing Qiufeng, I only believe what I see. He took down the notice, which means that he has the possibility of saving my mother. Even if there is only a slight possibility, I will do my best. But what? Don't you want to save my mother? In an instant, Yan Chutian's expression became absent-minded. He completely forgot about everything else and just stared at the side of the face of the girl in front of him. This appearance, how could this appearance be so similar? It's Chiu Yu. Yan Chutian had never forgotten such a woman. She had always been by his side when he was still homeless and miserable. She was completely different from the so-called heavenly saintesses of the so-called sects and forces who came to him because of his fame in the future. But he understood all of this too late. When he finally came to his senses, his beloved person had already passed away. But what was going on now? He actually saw Chiu Yu again? The questioning made Jing Qiufeng speechless. The girl, who was Mu Wan, turned to look at Yan Chutian behind her. But when she looked, she saw Yan Chutian staring at her face. This made her feel unhappy, and at the same time, she could not help but feel greatly disappointed. Could a guy who paid attention to beauty really save her mother? Cough cough, this. Young master, this is our family's Miss Mu Wan. She is also the daughter of Kai Yuan City's city lord. The servant girl who followed closely behind quickly opened her mouth. Hearing her coughing, Yan Chutian suddenly came back to his senses. Thinking of his appearance just now, he quickly calmed his emotions and returned his expression to calm. In any case, this woman who looked almost exactly like Chiu Yu did not recognize him at all. As for why she looked so similar to Chiu Yu, he could only wait for himself to slowly find out the reason. After calming down, Yan Chutian held the notice in his hand and slowly said, "The nameless person, Yan Chu. So it's young Master Yan Chu. I wonder if you can really cure my mistress's illness?" When the servant girl's voice fell, Mu Wan's delicate body also tensed up. Seeing Mu Wan's reaction, Yan Chutian's expression remained calm and continued, "Since you took down the notice, then you have a certain degree of certainty. But the notice does not describe much. Everything can only be concluded after the real diagnosis and treatment." "Okay, let's go back immediately." Mu Wan could not suppress the joy in her heart and spoke excitedly. As she said, even if there was only a trace of possibility, she would do her best, not to mention that Yan Chutian said he had a certain degree of certainty. Watching the three people leave for the city lord's mansion, the three subordinates approached the gloomy Jing Qiufeng and whispered, "Young Master Jing, are we just letting that guy go like this?" Chapter 11. In the depths of Kai Yuan City, in the city lord's mansion. Step by step, Yan Chutian followed Mu Wan and her maidservant and stepped into the center of power in the entire Kai Yuan City. It was also the most majestic building, the city lord's mansion. There were layers of guards outside the city lord's mansion. They were dressed in silver armor and their bodies were straight. The long spears in their hands were shining with a cold light. They did not restrain their sharp spiritual energy at all, intimidating anyone who dared to covet this mansion. Yan Chutian could clearly feel that the weakest of the guards guarding the city lord's mansion had opened at least 33 spirit veins. There were even a few who had opened more than 66 spirit veins. They could not be underestimated. But of course, this strength was in front of him now. If it was in the past, it would not be worth mentioning. And he was also clear about his current situation. If he still had the attitude of a heaven realm cultivator, he would not even know how he died. Stepping into the mansion and walking through the majestic buildings, a young man in black armor suddenly appeared in front of him. The young man had a handsome face and a warm smile on his face. His gaze swept across the three of them and finally landed on Mu Wan's delicate body. His smile grew wider. "Wan you're back," however. Mu Wan did not have the time to pay attention to his smile. She casually agreed and looked forward anxiously. She did not even look at the young man in black armor and said, "Jiang Qing, how is my mother?" "Wan don't worry. Master Xian is treating Madam. The city lord is also here. I believe he will definitely be able to cure your mother. However, Mu Wan's little face still did not show the slightest hint of joy because she knew that Master Xian had not been here for a day or two. If he could cure her mother, he would have done so long ago. Why would it be delayed until now? In her depression, Mu Wan could not help but look at Yan Chutian behind her. Even Master Xian of the 100 Herb Valley could not cure her mother. Could this guy in front of her really have a way? Come in with me, Mu Wan whispered to Yan Chutian. She led him forward and stepped into the huge courtyard. The black-armored youth, Jiang Qing, narrowed his eyes as he looked at Yan Chutian's back. A dense white light flashed through his eyes without leaving a trace. Little Qing, who is the guy that followed Wan'er back? Reporting to Major General Jiang, he is the divine doctor that Miss found to reveal the notice. The maidservant replied honestly. When she mentioned the two words godly doctor, a deep sense of helplessness appeared on her face. How could she not know that the so-called godly doctor was too unlikely? After all, Yan Chutian looked too young to her. Even the white-haired Master Xian couldn't save the mistress, so how could a young boy do it? Godly doctor? Jiang Qing repeated as a cold smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. It wasn't that the so-called godly doctor hadn't appeared recently, but which one of them wasn't a quack doctor who wanted to fish in troubled waters? In his opinion, this young boy should be the same. Following closely behind Mu Wan, Yan Chutian stepped into the courtyard and walked into a room guarded by layers of soldiers. The soldiers here were stronger and better than those guarding outside the city lord's mansion. Inside the room, several figures were standing in front of a huge round bed. On the round bed lay a middle-aged woman with her eyes closed. Her face was extremely pale, and her whole body revealed a sense of weakness. City Lord Mu, this old man can prescribe a spiritual prescription for Madam. I believe it should have some effect on Madam's condition. In front of the round bed, a white-haired, hunchbacked old man with a snow-white beard slowly got up and said to the middle-aged man, who was standing beside the round bed with a solemn expression and staring at the weak woman on the round bed. The middle-aged man had an ordinary appearance and was dressed simply, but his whole body was surrounded by a powerful spiritual aura. He also had the aura of a person who had been in a high position for a long time. It was not difficult to know that he should be the city lord of Kaiyuan, Mu Feng. "Thank you, master." Before the hunchbacked old man's voice fell, Mu Feng hurriedly bowed slightly. The hunchbacked old man nodded slightly and immediately ordered the young medicine boy beside him to take out a pen and paper. He then began to write at great length. At this time, Mu Feng's eyes naturally looked at the door and saw Mu Wan and Yan Chutian coming in through the guards. He glanced at Yan Chutian, frowned slightly and said softly, "Wan this is, father, I found him for mother. Maybe he can cure mother." In the end, Mu Wan did not say the two words divine doctor. She was afraid that if she said it, it would make everyone laugh at her. But even so, the hunchbacked old man's narrowed eyes inadvertently swept over. When he saw that it was actually a young man behind Mu Wan, he secretly sneered. The hunchbacked old man handed the prescription to Mu Feng and told him some things to take note of. Finally, he said slowly, "City Lord Mu, Madam's illness is not a small matter, so please don't let some petty people act recklessly. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable." The hunchbacked old man's words were sharp, and it was obvious that he was targeting Mu Feng. Although Mu Feng did not like his attitude, he also understood that he had to express his attitude, so he could only go along with him and say, "Wan don't find anyone else. With Master Xian and the 100 Herb Valley, your mother will definitely be cured." At this time, Yan Chutian understood that he had to stand up. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would not even have the chance to be treated and would be directly kicked out. If it was in the past, it would naturally not matter to him. But now, not only was Jing Qiufeng waiting for him, there was also the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's master in the dark. How could he be kicked out like this? And most importantly, He wanted to know why the young girl in front of him, Mu Wan, looked so similar to Chiu Yu. Was there any connection between the two? Therefore, without waiting for Mu Wan to respond, Yan Chutian slowly took a step forward and directly faced the hunchbacked old man who was shooting arrows. He slowly said, "Master Xian of the 100 Herb Valley, right? You're right. You really shouldn't let petty people act recklessly, so you can leave now." When Yan Chutian's words came out, the whole room was shocked. No one thought that he would dare to say such words. With his words, wasn't it obvious that the hunchbacked old man was a petty person? "How dare you, dog, to dare slander my master?" The young medicine boy was the first to jump out and shouted at Yan Chutian. The hunchbacked old man's expression was sullen, and his old face was red. But he did not argue with Yan Chutian. Instead, he shouted at Mu Feng, "City Lord Mu, could it be that your residents casually let in an arrogant guy who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth and dares to talk nonsense in front of this old man? City Lord Mu, I have absolute confidence that I can cure Madam. If this Master Xian doesn't, you can ask him to scram." But before the hunchbacked old man finished speaking, Yan Chutian once again released a shocking piece of news. Mu Feng's reaction was the most intense. He immediately took a step forward and appeared in front of Yan Chutian. He excitedly said, "Is what you said true?" At the same time, Mu Wan's red lips were slightly open, and her beautiful face was filled with excitement. There were only two possibilities to say such arrogant words at a time like this. Either he was a fool, or he really had absolute confidence. In her opinion, Yan Chu was obviously not the former, so there was only the latter possibility. Chapter 12. Yan Chutian's words shocked everyone again because he said that he had absolute confidence in curing the city lord's wife. Even the hunchbacked old man from the 100 Herb Valley, Great Master Xian, couldn't do it. Therefore, the hunchbacked old man's face was also shocked. Then, a thick mocking expression appeared on his old face as he coldly said, "Ignorant brat, how can an ignorant junior like you treat the illness of the city lord's wife?" Then, he looked at Mu Feng again and said in a deep voice, "City Lord Mu, please drive this kid out immediately so that he won't disturb this old man's treatment." However, the hunchbacked old man didn't expect that although Mu Feng glanced at him, he didn't speak as he expected. Instead, he continued to look at the young man, as if waiting for his answer. This made the hunchbacked old man's face extremely ugly. "City Lord Mu, what do you mean?" His words finally moved Mu Feng. He hesitated to say something, but just before Mu Feng opened his mouth, Yan Chutian also slowly opened his mouth. He stared at the hunchbacked old man's face and said word by word, "I'm willing to guarantee with my head that if I can't cure the lady, City Lord, please take off my head." As soon as these words came out, Mu Feng looked at him in surprise again. He wanted to see a trace of guilt from Yan Chutian's face, but this delicate and young face was so indifferent, as if he had a card up his sleeve. This kind of behavior made Mu Feng struggle fiercely in his heart. In the end, under the increasingly ugly gaze of the hunchbacked old man, he called for the guards and said slowly, "Take Great Master Xian to rest first." Seeing Mu Feng's action, the hunchbacked old man was furious, but he didn't dare to really get angry. After all, Mu Feng's real cultivation was much stronger than his. Therefore, he could only take a step back and stare fiercely at Yan Chutian. Then, he flicked his sleeves and turned around, allowing the guards to take him away. On the way back, the medicine boy stuck close to his master. If it was said that he was disdainful of Yan Chutian before, he couldn't help but feel suspicious after the other party said that he would guarantee with his head. Could it be that he could really cure the city lord's wife? "Master, can that guy really save the city lord's wife?" Hearing this, the hunchbacked old man immediately snorted coldly. He turned his head slightly and swept a glance at the courtyard behind him. His narrowed eyes were filled with a cold smile. "Even I, Shizhuan, can't cure it. What can a brat like him do? When he's beheaded, Mu Feng will have to personally apologize to me. Master is wise. Casually picking up the Master Xian's prescription, he glanced at Yan Chutian and couldn't help but chuckle. This so-called prescription didn't have much of an effect on the mayor's wife's condition. At most, it could only slightly suppress it, and the price of this suppression was an even more terrifying eruption in the future. However, Yan Chutian did not think that the hunchbacked old man was doing this on purpose. It could only be said that he did not understand the essence of this matter. Furthermore, he had traveled extensively in the heaven realm and finally entered the firmament god palace. What had Yan Chutian not come into contact with? Therefore, with just a glance, he was able to confirm the illness of the city lord's wife. Or to be precise, this was not an illness, but poison. Madame has been poisoned for a long time. It has gradually entered her bone marrow and is constantly eroding her flesh and vitality. Especially in rainy weather, this kind of poison will erode faster and more violently. Poisoned? Mu Wan's pretty face was shocked. Apart from the word poison, the other situation was exactly as described by the other party. She glanced at her father again and caught a glimpse of his shock, as if his secret had been discovered. She couldn't help but believe Yan Chutian's words immediately. No wonder her mother, who usually didn't have any illness, suddenly had a relapse. It was not an illness at all, but poison. At the same time, Yan Chutian picked up the pen and paper left by the hunchbacked old man and quickly wrote on it. He handed it to Mu Feng and said slowly, "City Lord Mu, if you think what I said is true, then follow this prescription to get the medicine." This time, Mu Feng was extremely decisive. After receiving the prescription, he didn't even look at it. He immediately handed it to the guards behind him and ordered, "Go get the medicine immediately and boil it for Madame to take." "Yes, City Lord, you didn't even look at the prescription. Don't tell me you don't doubt it?" Yan Chutian suddenly asked. His question made Mu Feng look at him again, and he didn't avoid his gaze. "I didn't believe it at first, but you have proven yourself." This sentence undoubtedly confirmed Yan Chutian's previous words. Seeing that the other party was so honest, Yan Chutian continued, "Then I won't hide it from City Lord Mu. The prescription I gave is very simple, so there is no possibility of eliminating the virus. It can only temporarily anesthetize it, so it won't continue to cause harm to Madame in the short term. But City Lord, please rest assured. I have the real antidote prescription, but I am not here to do free charity. Since I have saved your wife, I naturally need the City Lord to pay the corresponding compensation. No matter what you want, I will give it to you." Without waiting for Yan Chutian to state his request, Mu Feng firmly replied. Yan Chutian couldn't help but look at him again. He didn't expect Mu Feng to love his wife so much. As a result, Yan Chutian couldn't help but feel a lot better about him. He continued, "City Lord Mu, I don't want much. I just need the protection of the City Lord for the time being, as well as some cultivation necessities. I believe that compared to the City Lord's wife, this is not worth mentioning. All right. From now on, you will live in the City Lord's mansion. No matter what you need, you can just tell Wan." Mu Feng didn't hesitate and agreed to Yan Chutian's request. By the side, Mu Wan also looked at Yan Chutian. She would not loathe him just because he wanted a reward. After all, as long as he could save her mother, so what if she had to pay more? Secondly, in his opinion, Yan Chutian's request was too little. It was like a drop in the ocean compared to Master Xian, who couldn't cure her mother at all but demanded an exorbitant price. But no matter what, he had to do as the other party said. Otherwise, he couldn't blame him for turning hostile. The three of them waited for a long time. Finally, an old maid carrying a bowl of medicine carefully walked into the courtyard. Seeing this, the anxious Mu Wan quickly flashed over and took the bowl of medicine. She personally carried it to the round bed and fed the unconscious middle-aged woman little by little. After drinking the entire bowl of medicine, the unconscious woman suddenly turned over and spat out a mouthful of turbid blood on the ground. The blood she spat out was extremely viscous. When it fell to the ground, it seemed to carry a corrosive sound, making a sizzling sound. After spitting out the turbid blood, the woman fell back to the round bed unconscious. But it was clear that her originally extremely pale face had recovered some color. Chapter 13. At night, Yen Chutian sat upright on his bed. This room was the corresponding reward he had received. Next to his room was Zhang Chen, who had been brought back by him. At this time, there were many things scattered on the bed. These were also his rewards. Most of them were related to the spirit gathering disc. After all, although he got the spirit gathering disc, it was very broken. Even many of the spiritual inscriptions on it were incomplete or even destroyed. If he wanted to use it again, he could only rely on himself to repair it. Yen Chutian placed the spirit gathering disc in the center. Then, he concentrated on inscribing spiritual inscriptions on the special materials around him with his own spiritual chi. However, it seemed that his spiritual chi was too weak. Therefore, the inscribing of the spiritual inscriptions was extremely slow and strenuous. After inscribing one, he was sweating profusely and had to stop to rest. When he finished inscribing all the spiritual inscriptions, it was already late at night. Yen Chutian breathed heavily. He rested on the bed for a long time before he finally got up. His face was full of joy. In any case, the spiritual inscriptions were finally finished. As long as he could use the spirit gathering disc normally, it was worth it. When Yen Chutian placed the last material to inscribe the spiritual inscriptions on the corner of the spirit gathering disc, a magical scene appeared. The entire plate, including the materials, emitted a faint light. One could clearly feel that the surrounding world spirit chi was surging towards it, pouring into the rusty metal plate. After a few breaths, the world spirit chi condensed into a surge of world spirit chi. Seeing the surge of spiritual chi, Yen Chutian would not let it go. He immediately swallowed the spiritual chi like a whale swallowing a cow. The spiritual chi flowed into his dantian continuously. Under his guidance, the spiritual chi rushed to open the next spiritual meridian. A day passed. At dawn the next day, even if his physique was not suitable for cultivation, under the effect of the spirit-gathering disc, which few people in the mortal world could enjoy, he quickly opened 29 spiritual meridians. In total, he had opened 32 spiritual meridians in his dantian. This kind of news would definitely shock countless so-called geniuses. It was already shocking enough for a normal cultivator to open 9 spirit veins in one night. Opening 29 spirit veins in one night was simply unheard of. However, Yen Chutian was still not satisfied with this, because he knew that the first time he used the chi-gathering disc, he would be able to open the largest number of spirit veins. The more he used it, the fewer spirit veins he would be able to open. In the heaven realm, there were countless low-level practitioners who opened 30 spirit veins the first time they used it, and there were even geniuses who were able to open 40 spirit veins. In his previous life, he had not even seen the shadow of the spirit-gathering compass when he was in the channel-opening realm. He could only rely on his own efforts to open his meridians. Thus, even though he possessed the constitution of spirit, he could only barely be on par with others. Otherwise, he would be even more shocking. However, in this mortal realm, Yen Chutian understood that this kind of meridian opening speed was already too fast and would cause others to be shocked. Fortunately, he was prepared. The remaining materials were enough for him to inscribe a small formation with a concealment effect. Although this small formation was simple, it was very deceptive. Not only could it conceal one's true cultivation level, it could also show a false appearance of another cultivation level. But of course, this kind of small formation couldn't withstand careful observation. However, Yen Chutian knew that after others took a glance at her cultivation, they would shift their gaze away. After all, in their eyes, her cultivation was just a small shrimp, not worth mentioning. Senior brother Zhou Xing, what do you think this is? On a huge mountain countless miles away from Kaiyuan City, there was an ancient and magnificent palace. In a room in the corner of the palace, a skinny white-faced youth was talking respectfully to a tall figure who was sitting cross-legged. In his hand was a silver ingot. Zhou Xing turned around and glanced at the silver ingot before losing interest. As a cultivator who had entered a sect, he had long lost interest in mortal gold and silver. Moreover, this kind of thing was not something he could obtain whenever he wanted. However, when the white-faced youth slowly turned the silver ingot over and revealed the word Zhou at the bottom, Zhou Xing's expression changed. He, who was originally sitting cross-legged, suddenly rushed in front of the white-faced youth and asked in shock, "Where did you get this?" "Kaiyuan City," the white-faced youth hurriedly asked. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhou Xing narrowed his eyes. This was something unique to his Zhou family. However, his father and younger brother had clearly died outside of Taishan town. How could they have come to such a faraway place to spend it? Could it be that the deaths of his father and younger brother were not caused by that rumored monster, but by someone else? No matter what, he understood that he had to make a trip. If the person who used the silver ingot was really the murderer of his father and younger brother, he would definitely let that person die without a burial place. Early in the morning, there was an urgent knock on Yan Chutian's door. When Yan Chutian opened the door, he was surprised to see that the person knocking on the door was Mu Wan. Mu Wan's pretty face could not hide her tiredness, but she appeared even more anxious. Without hesitation, she said, "That? Young Master Yan, the red flower fruit in the antidote prescription you gave me could not be found in the entire Heavenly Treasure Pavilion or even in Kaiyuan City. Is there any substitute?" When she said this, Yan Chutian knew that Mu Wan must have been searching for the red flower fruit for an entire night without success. Otherwise, she would not be so tired and anxious at the same time. Looking at this pretty face that resembled Qiu Yu's so much, Yan Chutian could not help but feel his heart ache. He hurriedly said, "Wan-er, don't worry, I'm here." But, in her anxiety, Mu Wan did not even notice that Yan Chutian had changed the way he addressed her to Wan-er. Instead, she was constantly worried about what to do if she could not find the red flower fruit. "Where is the city lord now?" "Father is in mother's room yesterday. Take me there." A moment later, the two of them appeared in yesterday's room. Looking at the woman on the round bed, although her face was slightly rosy, she was still unconscious. On the square table beside the bed, there were many medicinal fruits that emitted spiritual energy. Glancing at Yan Chutian, he found that the red flower fruit was indeed missing. However, Yan Chutian could not help but feel strange. The red flower fruit was not something precious, and some of the other medicinal fruits were even rarer than it. Why was it missing? Suddenly, Yan Chutian seemed to have thought of something. Seeing Mu Feng looking at him, he whispered, "City Lord Mu, are there any red flower fruits around Kaiyuan City?" Hearing this, Mu Feng's eyes narrowed. He first nodded, then slowly said, "But now there are none left." This sentence indicated a reason, which made Yan Chutian's expression change slightly. After a moment of silence, he slowly said, "It's okay. If there are no more red flower fruits, we can replace them with red spirit fruit. Are there any red spirit fruits around Kaiyuan City?" "Yes, but it only grows on the cliffs." Mu Wan took the lead to answer, while Mu Feng once again remained silent. Yan Chutian heard this and smiled faintly. "That's good. City Lord Mu can bring me along when you go to the cliffs to search for the red spirit fruits. As long as we can get the red spirit fruits, together with many spiritual medicines, it will also have the power to detoxify." "Father, I want to go too," Mu Wan immediately shouted. However, Mu Feng did not answer her question. Instead, he stared at Yan Chutian and said, "Are you confident?" Chapter 14. 100% sure? In the depths of the dark mansion, A middle-aged man with a naked upper body and a charming woman in his arms laughed loudly. He looked at the other figures in the hall who were also sneering. His big hand wandered around the woman in his arms, and his eyes gradually turned cold. Mu Feng dared to kill my son. This king wants his family to be destroyed. I want him to watch his woman die tragically and watch his daughter fall into the tiger's mouth. Pass down this king's order. Go to the cliff and destroy all the red spirit fruits on the cliff. Don't leave a single one behind. Yes, Master, it's already been a night. Why hasn't City Lord Mu come to apologize to Master? Seeing the sky gradually brightening, the medicine boy in a room of the City Lord's mansion could not sit still. He looked around anxiously, hoping to catch a glimpse of Mu Feng coming to apologize to his master. However, he was extremely disappointed. Mu Feng did not appear here, let alone apologize to his master. Similarly, the hunchbacked old man, Great Master Xian, who was originally calm and had a card up his sleeve, could not maintain his calm. Logically speaking, Mu Feng should have come to apologize. However, a whole night had passed. Why hadn't he appeared? Suddenly, he thought of a possibility. Could it be that the brat had really cured Mu Feng's wife? But how was that possible? Even he was helpless against that illness. He could only temporarily suppress it and slowly work on it. How could such a young man have a countermeasure? Impossible! Impossible! Mu Feng must be thinking of how to sincerely apologize to me to calm my anger. That brat must have been driven out of the city lord's mansion overnight. Great Master Xian kept muttering to himself, comforting himself. It seemed that this was the only way to calm him down. However, in the next moment, the medicine boy who was looking out the window suddenly cried out in alarm. This made him quickly take a few steps forward and look out the window. Shockingly, a mighty troop was walking out of the mansion. In front of the many guards was the city lord of Kaiyuan, Mu Feng, and his daughter, Mu Wan. And the one following behind the two of them wasn't the famous Major General Jiang Qing of Kaiyuan City, but the brat they were just talking about, Yan Chutian. Even Jiang Qing could only follow behind Yan Chutian. It could be seen how high his status was now. He was actually only below Mu Wan and Mu Feng. Master, that fellow wasn't chased out. The errand boy stretched out his trembling finger, unable to believe what he saw. How could this be? Shouldn't this guy have been chased out of the city lord's mansion after the truth was exposed? Why was he still following Mu Feng? Moreover, he seemed to have a very high status. Could it be he really has the ability to save the city lord's wife? At the same time, Master Xian's wrinkled face tightened and his eyes widened. He looked as if he had seen a ghost. He knew that Mu Feng couldn't be a fool, so there was only one possibility for the situation in front of him. The brat in his eyes could actually cure the illness that even he, one of the masters of 100 Herb Valley, couldn't treat. Yan Chutian, who didn't know that his departure had also shocked the two people, quietly followed beside Mu Feng. After a few steps, he walked side by side with Mu Wan. Now, everything was proceeding step by step. Even if he knew that he was being watched by many pairs of eyes, he had already found a balance and couldn't cause any harm for the time being. Therefore, what he wanted to figure out now was Mu Wan's situation. What was the relationship between her and Qiuyu? If it was in the past, even if the two women looked very similar, Yan Chutian would only think it was a coincidence and there wouldn't be any connection between the two. But now, even he had experienced such an incredible rebirth. Did that mean that others could also be reborn? And even if it wasn't rebirth, could it really be reincarnated? The idea of Qiuyu's rebirth was quickly abandoned by Yan Chutian because he really couldn't see the slightest similarity between the two. Other than their appearances, they had nothing in common. As for reincarnation, although there had always been such rumors in the mortal world and even in the heaven realm, no one had ever been able to confirm it, so Yan Chutian couldn't be sure. Yan Chutian secretly observed Mu Wan. He thought that he had concealed his gaze very well, but he didn't know that his gaze had already been noticed by the other party. Mu Wan couldn't help but frown. She didn't like other men staring at her. However, the other party was Yen Chu, who had the ability to save her mother. Therefore, even if she didn't like it, she didn't show it and pretended not to notice the other party's gaze. The group set off towards the cliff. The cliff was located on a high mountain 50 miles outside of Kaiyuan City. The cliff was high and the rock walls were sharp. It was extremely difficult for ordinary people to climb up even with the help of tools. And if they were a little careless, the end of falling down would be very miserable. However, in such a dangerous place there was a kind of dark green plant growing on the cliff. The plant would also grow red fruit the size of a human eye. It was the red spirit fruit. The grade of the red spirit fruit wasn't low. Generally speaking, it had 8 or even 9 veins of the common grade. Some red spirit fruits could even break through to the spirit grade. Climbing up the cliff, Mu Feng's gaze swept over from afar. However, in the next moment, his expression suddenly changed. Because in his line of sight, there were several figures climbing down from the top of the cliff with rope. The sharp blades in their hands flashed, cutting the bright red fruits that occasionally appeared. Even the plants weren't spared. "You dare!" Mu Wan shouted, her beautiful eyes wide open. That was the key medicine that could save her mother. At this time, it was being destroyed one by one in front of her eyes. How could she bear it? Shouting, Mu Wan flashed forward and appeared in the sky above the cliff. Mu Feng arrived with a large group of guards. However, in the face of so many people, the people climbing the cliff with ropes didn't have the slightest fear. The one-eyed middle-aged man with a knife scar in the middle even grinned and said ferociously, "Great City Lord Mu, it's a pity that you're one step too late. All the red spirit fruits here have been destroyed by me. Don't even think about getting one." Before he finished speaking, everyone, led by the one-eyed man with a knife scar, took the initiative to release the ropes in their hands. Their bodies fell down. But when they landed in the air, each of them spewed out spirit energy. 2 huge wings stretched out from their backs, and they glided away like birds. Seeing this scene, Mu Wan clenched her jade-like fists and bit her red lip. She had never wanted to kill as much as she did at this moment. Similarly, Mu Feng clenched his big fist. However, some unknown light flashed in his narrowed eyes. "One-eyed King, it's really you." Chapter 15. Looking at the remaining messy plants on the cliff, Mu Wan's delicate body trembled. Looking around, she couldn't see a single red spirit fruit. She could imagine that all the red spirit fruits on the cliff must have been destroyed by the other party. But without the red spirit fruit, what about her mother? Mu Feng's face was also slightly gloomy. Of course, he knew that his wife was poisoned, but he didn't know who did it. But the previous scene had made him understand that this was definitely related to the previous group of people's master, the One-Eyed King. However, even if all the red spirit fruits were destroyed, Mu Feng was not as angry or desperate as his daughter. He slowly turned his eyes to Yen Chutian. His black eyes were motionless, as if he was asking. Seeing this, Yen Chutian nodded his head lightly, walked forward and whispered a few words to Mu Feng. During this process, Mu Feng's expression remained unchanged, but after Yen Chutian whispered, he quickly moved. A violent suction emerged from his hand and directly pulled a red spirit fruit vine near the cliff top into his hand. Carefully putting away the broken plant without any red spirit fruit, Mu Feng waved his hand and led the team back to Kaiyuan City. Seeing this strange scene of their city lord, all the soldiers and guards had a strange expression, but they all faintly felt that things didn't seem to be as simple as they thought before. At the same time, Mu Wan also stopped her sorrowful expression and looked at her father with a puzzled expression. "Father, you, shu," Mu Wan whispered. Yen Chutian suddenly appeared in front of her delicate body, put his index finger on her red lips, and gently shook his head. This intimate action made Mu Wan blush, but she didn't dare to get angry. She stopped herself from asking, carefully approached Yen Chutian and whispered, "Is there still a chance?" "Yes." Looking at Mu Wan's familiar face full of hope, Yen Chutian couldn't bear to continue to hide it from her, and gently nodded. Although he only said one word, it immediately made Mu Wan's white cheeks show an unprecedented joy. She was not a fool, on the contrary, she was very smart. Now that she got a definite answer, she could naturally connect all the dots. She also remembered the strange conversation between Yen Chutian and her father in the morning, and understood everything. Understanding everything, Mu Wan couldn't help but secretly look at Yen Chutian, who was slowly moving forward to the right. What kind of guy did she accidentally pick up? Not only was he able to treat the poison that even the masters of the 100-Herb Valley were helpless against, and he didn't even know the source of his mother's poison. Furthermore, he looked so intelligent now. Although his cultivation base was a bit weak, just these 2 points alone were enough to make countless powerful cultivators feel ashamed of themselves. He came quickly and he went back quickly. When Mu Feng led the team back to Kaiyuan City, he immediately rushed back to the city lord's mansion with Mu Wan and Yen Chutian, leaving behind Jiang Qing and a large group of soldiers. Jiang Qing brought the large group of soldiers back to the city lord's mansion, and then he also walked into the city lord's mansion. However, only he himself knew what he was doing in the city lord's mansion. Yen Chutian and Mu Wan were directly brought back to the kitchen of the city lord's mansion by Mu Feng. At this time, there were only the 3 of them in the kitchen. Mu Feng took out all the elixirs on the prescription, and then carefully put down the broken red spirit fruit vine. Just like his daughter, he locked his eyes on Yen Chutian's body, waiting for him to make a move. Facing the gaze of the 2 people, Yen Chutian didn't have any stage fright. After gently rolling up his sleeves, he picked up all the elixirs on the table. When he grabbed the red spirit fruit vine in his hand, he slowly spoke out the thought that the 2 of them had long expected, but had never been confirmed. It's true that the red spirit fruit can be used as medicine, but what is little known is that in the rhizome of the red spirit fruit vine near the root, there is a bud core with stronger medicinal properties than the fruit. Before his voice fell, a white thumb-sized short fleshy root was pulled out from the vine by Yen Chutian and pinched between 2 fingers. Looking at the white bud core in Yen Chutian's hand, Mu Feng and Mu Wan were excited. Although they didn't expect the red spirit fruit vine to contain such a bud core, their thoughts were the same. Hua! With a wave of his hand, spirit energy wrap. All the elixirs were quickly swept into the medicine pot that had been waiting for a long time. Finally, the bud core was also slowly put in by Yen Chutian. After closing the lid of the pot, Yen Chutian looked at Mu Feng and Mu Wan and slowly said with a smile, "Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. As long as the medicine is boiled for 2 hours, the medicine will be divided into 3 portions for Madam to take. After taking the medicine, let Madam rest for a few days, she will be able to fully recover." Pa! Suddenly, Mu Feng directly bent his knees and half knelt in front of Yen Chutian. "If you can save my wife, little friend will be my, Mu Feng's, benefactor. City Lord Mu, please get up." Yen Chutian hurried forward and helped Mu Feng up. Not to mention that he wanted a certain amount of reward, and Mu Wan may really have a relationship with Chiu Yu, and Mu Feng was Mu Wan's father. This kneeling, even if it was half kneeling, he couldn't afford it. Seeing her father salute, Mu Wan didn't feel that there was anything inappropriate, because the other party saved her mother. Thus, even if she had to half kneel, she was willing. 2 hours quickly passed. After the medicine was out of the pot, Mu Wan personally took action and carefully divided the dark green medicine into 3 portions. Then, under Yen Chutian's command, she took the first bowl and gave it to her unconscious mother, who was on the round bed not far away. After the first bowl of medicine was taken, about half an hour later, the unconscious woman's face became extremely red. Then, she leaned back and spat out thick black blood, which dripped all over the floor. "Quickly pat Madam's back and make her spit out all the poisonous blood." Yen Chutian quickly said. Even though she was worried about her mother's situation, Mu Wan also understood that she had to follow Yen Chutian's instructions, otherwise, it would only harm her mother. So Mu Wan quickly patted her mother's back lightly. Under her pats, more and more black blood was spat out from the woman's mouth. The black blood seemed to have a corrosive power, and it fell to the ground with a sizzling sound. At the same time, a fishy smell spread out, and the stench was very unpleasant. After vomiting blood for a long time, the woman gradually stopped vomiting. But Yen Chutian knew that now wasn't the time to rest, otherwise, the remaining poison would take the opportunity to spread again, and all their efforts would be for naught. Give Madam the second bowl of medicine. When the third bowl of medicine was taken, the unconscious woman's face was still pale, but the sickly look disappeared from her face, giving others the feeling that she had just recovered from a serious illness. Then, a scene that made Mu Wan and Mu Feng even more surprised appeared. Madam, who had her eyes closed all this time, actually gently opened them. Although the opening wasn't very big, it meant that she had woken up. Chapter 16. When night fell, Yen Chutian returned to his room and sat cross-legged on his bed. After running around during the day, he finally cured the poison in Mu Wan's mother's body. As long as she patiently recuperated, she would be able to recover in less than 10 days. Therefore, what Yen Chutian cared about next was his own cultivation. Opening 32 spirit veins was still too low. If he didn't rely on the city lord's mansion, he would have been targeted by countless people the moment he appeared in Kai Yuan City. For example, the young and vigorous Zheng Qiufeng, or the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's old Jiang. Although these people had close ties with Kai Yuan City's city lord, Yen Chutian never believed that they were on the same side. If Mu Feng wasn't Kai Yuan City's city lord, and if he didn't have a powerful cultivation, he would have been overthrown long ago. In short, he understood that all this was because his cultivation was too weak. If he was strong enough, why would he have to worry about this? Exhaling lightly, strands of spirit energy emerged from his palms and slowly poured into the chi-gathering disc that was quietly placed in front of his legs. With the infusion of spirit energy, the chi-gathering disc was activated once again. At the same time, it released a faint light. The surrounding spirit energy was once again attracted and condensed in the chi-gathering disc, turning into a pillar of spirit energy that rushed up. When the pillar of spirit energy appeared, Yen Chutian immediately focused on cultivating. He absorbed the spirit energy into his lungs and guided it into his dantian to attack the next spirit vein. The 33rd spirit vein was called a threshold in the channel opening realm, and it was not just for show. Using spirit energy to open this spirit vein, Yen Chutian clearly felt that it was much more difficult than opening the previous spirit veins. However, it was unrealistic to think that this threshold could stop him. After spending about an hour, the 33rd spirit vein was finally opened and completely connected. After opening the 33rd spiritual vein, the following spiritual veins were clearly much easier to open. In the middle of the night, Yen Chutian had opened another 17 spiritual veins, bringing the number of spiritual veins in her dantian to 49. At the same time, in the depths of the dark mansion, the one-eyed man with a scar was trembling in fear as he knelt in front of the throne. His body was trembling and his expression was terrifying. Great king, I bang. The figure on the high seat punched a corner of the high seat. That terrifying power destroyed the corner of the high seat, turning it into a pile of rubble. The sound was ear-piercing. Trash, you're really trash. If you can't even complete such a small task, what's the use of having you? My lord, give me one more chance, just one more chance. This time, it's all because of that mysterious young man's crafty trick. He actually gave a wrong statement. What he wanted was not the red spirit fruit at all. The one-eyed Scar spoke repeatedly as he was deeply afraid that he would be sentenced to death by the figure on the high seat if he spoke too slowly. If that really happened, then it would be too late for him to regret. The figure on the high seat seemed to ponder for a moment. Then, that sinister voice sounded again, causing one's body to turn cold. "All right. This king will be merciful and give you another chance. If you fail again, don't blame this king for being merciless." "Thank you, my lord." As soon as he finished speaking, the one-eyed man respectfully withdrew from the Black Temple. After leaving, he quickly wiped the sweat off his forehead. He clearly knew that he had really walked in front of the door of life and death. If he had been even half a beat slower, perhaps he would have been a corpse by now. Because of this, he naturally resented the mysterious young man who appeared in the city lord's mansion. If it wasn't for him, he wouldn't have been reprimanded and nearly died. No matter what, he would never let that young man off. Men. In the streets and alleys of Kaiyuan City, a white-faced young man accompanied a tall young man as they searched everywhere. Both of them had extraordinary auras. The aura they faintly emitted caused everyone to retreat. Those who were specially sought out did not dare to hide anything and told them everything they knew. After searching for a long time, the two of them finally obtained some information. Senior Brother Zhou, that old man and young man might still be living somewhere in Kaiyuan City. It's just that it's difficult to know where exactly they are hiding. Zhou Xing's face was gloomy. The information he obtained was that the person who used his Zhou family's silver ingots was a hunter. From the hunter, he found out that the ingots were used by an old man and a young man. The hunter was simple and honest by nature. Although he belatedly realized that the two people in front of him might be harmful to his benefactor, it was already too late. He had already said that they were an old man and a young man. Therefore, the only thing he could do next was to hide the information about the two people as much as possible. He did not mention Yan Chu's name and only said that he had met by chance and was under the other party's orders because of his wealth. Zhou Xing looked around. The city was full of people coming and going. Regardless of whether the two people were still in Kaiyuan City, even if they were, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack to find them. However, no matter what, he did not want to let go of the two enemies who might be blood enemies. Therefore, after a few breaths of silence, he could only slowly speak. "We'll stay in Kaiyuan City for a few more days. If we really can't find them, then we'll return to the sect." "Yes." At this time, Yan Chutian, who did not know that there were two pairs of eyes staring at him in the dark, was standing in the courtyard of the house. In front of him was a pile of green bricks neatly placed that was half the height of a person. He had opened 49 spiritual veins. Although he could not form an elixir to convert spirit energy into spirit energy, this level of spirit energy was enough to support him to practice some simple spirit technique. The so-called spirit techniques were naturally powerful means of using spirit energy to attack. The importance of spirit techniques to cultivators was second only to their own cultivation. Spirit arts were just like the outstanding heavenly treasures among the spirit medicines. They were also divided into 4 grades: mortal spirit and demon saint. Each grade was further divided into 9 levels, corresponding to the 9 marks. However, spirit techniques were driven by spirit energy. Generally speaking, only cultivators who were at the spirit transformation realm and above could practice and use them. Those at the meridian opening realm could only look at them and shrink back. It was just that this was a common point in the mortal world and even the heaven realm. However, Yan Chutian was still somewhat different. After all, he was Yan Chutian. Even if his physical body had changed, those powerful and familiar spirit techniques were still imprinted in his mind. Thus, even if he was only at the meridian opening realm, he had a certain amount of confidence that he could use them. Right now, Yan Chutian was trying to use a spirit technique. However, to be safe, he decided to only use a basic spirit technique used by the spirit transformation realm cultivators in the heaven realm. Slightly taking a deep breath, all the spirit energy in his body gathered and wrapped around Yan Chutian's right palm. After a few breaths of silence, his eyes suddenly opened wide. Spirit energy surged in his palm, and there was a powerful force that he had to release. Shattering stone palm. Ha! His voice was like lightning with 1,000 pounds of force. In the next instant, a muffled rumble resounded. Yan Chutian's palm landed on the pile of green brick. A powerful force spread out and thick cracks continuously spread across the green brick. Accompanied by caw-caw sounds, the entire pile of green bricks collapsed and scattered to the ground. Chapter 17. The pile of bricks was completely shattered. It must be known that these bricks were not ordinary bricks, but extremely hard stones. Normally, even a cultivator who had opened 60 spiritual meridians would not be able to shatter such a pile of brick. Only those who had opened more than 66 spiritual meridians could have such power. But now, a youth who had opened less than 50 spiritual meridians was able to do it. Wouldn't countless people be shocked if this news spread? Even so, Yan Chutian's brows were still slightly furrowed, his expression somewhat unnatural. As expected, he was able to barely use spirit arts in the channel opening stage by relying on his various experiences. However, this was only limited to low-grade spirit arts. Furthermore, his spirit chi had yet to transform into spirit chi, so the power of his spirit arts was much weaker. It was only around 60% to 70% of normal power. Perhaps to others this would be a huge surprise, but to Yan Chutian it was different. After all, he desperately wanted to obtain power. The source of power, other than his own cultivation, was spirit spells. Practice makes perfect. As long as I keep repeating it and let this body gradually get used to the spirit spells, it might be possible for it to reach the normal level of power. After frowning for a moment, Yan Chutian whispered to himself and his brows relaxed. As for the spirit spells he could cast, he did not have any solution. However, even if he could only use low-level spirit spells, it was enough for him to deal with many enemies. Therefore, this was not a problem that he had to worry about. Therefore, repeating the spirit spells to let his body get used to it was the most important thing for Yan Chutian. From noon to dusk, Yan Chutian kept repeating his actions. After repeating it again and again, his body gradually became familiar with the simple stone shattering palm. When he once again slammed his palm down with a low roar, the power this time not only smashed the green brick, which was also half a person's height, into pieces, but the remaining power surged downwards, and even shook the ground under the green brick, leaving a mark on it. Pa-pa! At the same time, a series of crisp sounds came from not far away. Yan Chutian raised his face that was filled with sweat. To his astonishment, he could see that under a green tree in the courtyard, a beautiful woman in green was gently clapping her hands. Her red lips were slightly curled, just like when they first met. Yan Chutian was slightly dazed. This scene was extremely familiar to him. In the past, Chiu Yu had also met him like this. At this moment, it was as if they had returned to the past. However, he understood that it was impossible to return to the past. Now, he was not Yan Chutian, but Yan Chu. The girl in front of him was not Chiu Yu, but Mu Wan. Mu Wan noticed Yan Chutian's strange reaction, and this was not the first time she had seen his strange reaction. Logically speaking, he was not a lecherous person, but why did he lose his composure when it came to her? Could it be Mu Wan didn't continue to think about it, but a slight blush appeared on her cheeks. She didn't know what was wrong with her. Why did her delicate body heat up and feel at a loss? Cough cough, so it's young lady Mu. Coming back to his senses, Yan Chutian quickly coughed to hide his absent-mindedness. However, he didn't know that his strange reaction had already been seen by Mu Wan. In her eyes, his current reaction made it seem like he was trying to cover it up. However, Mu Wan didn't dare to say anything else. She pretended as if nothing had happened and nodded. Then, her beautiful eyes shifted and no longer paid attention to Yan Chutian. Instead, she looked at the scattered green bricks on the ground. At this moment, she finally remembered what she had seen. She also knew about these green bricks. They were extremely hard, and were often used by meridian opening cultivators to test their cultivation. Although she could also do what Yen Chu did, she had opened up 99 spirit veins and was only lacking one main vein to step into the spirit transformation realm. What was Yen Chu's cultivation? Did you hide your cultivation? Thus, even though she felt that it was inappropriate, Mu Wan still asked the question in her heart. At this moment, in her eyes, Yen Chu's cultivation was only around 20 spirit veins. How could such a cultivation have such powerful strength? Before Mu Wan finished speaking, Yen Chutian knew that he couldn't hide it anymore. Fortunately, Mu Wan didn't come early and didn't expect him to use a spirit technique. Otherwise, she would be even more shocked. Even so, Yen Chutian had no choice but to reveal his true cultivation in front of Mu Wan. He brushed his hand over his waist and the concealment effect disappeared. His cultivation of 49 spirit veins was revealed without a doubt. In an instant, Mu Wan's beautiful eyes widened and her red lips slightly parted. She didn't expect him to really hide his cultivation. Even she couldn't see through it? It's just self-defense. I don't have the intention to harm others. Moreover, this kind of small trick can only hide from those who have the same cultivation as me or those who are slightly stronger. If it's someone like City Lord Mu, he only needs to look carefully and he will be exposed. Yen Chutian spoke the truth. He didn't think that his concealment method could hide from everyone. For someone like Mu Feng, as long as he paid attention, his concealment would definitely be exposed. Hearing this, Mu Wan nodded her head lightly. In her eyes, her father Mu Feng was the most powerful person. Even if Yen Chu could hide from many people, including herself, he definitely couldn't hide from her father. But then again, opening 49 spirit veins could cause destruction that even a cultivator with 60 spirit veins couldn't do. Mu Wan couldn't help but be shocked. Thinking about it again, the guy in front of her didn't even have the last flaw in her eyes. Not only was his cultivation not weak, but it was also shocking. After Yen Chutian finished speaking, Mu Wan's mind was full of thoughts. For a moment, there were no more words between the two, only awkwardness left. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, Zhang Chun suddenly appeared from the room next door. Yen Chutian looked over and hurriedly called out Uncle Chun. Zhang Chun glanced at Yen Chutian, and his gaze immediately fell on the exquisite and cute Mu Wan behind him. After looking up and down for a moment, a satisfied expression appeared on his face. Then, he slowly walked closer and said to Mu Wan kindly, "Miss Mu, little Chu and I have been staying in the residence for the past few days. It's really troublesome." "It's no trouble, little Chu. Oh no, Yen Chu saved my mother, so he's my Mu family's benefactor. All of this is nothing." Hearing this, Zhang Chen didn't refute. After all, ever since Yen Chutian brought him here, he gradually learned about these things. He knew that his little Chu had actually cured the city lord's wife, who was the mother of the young girl in front of him. Although he didn't understand why Yen Chu suddenly became so shocking and different from before, this was a good thing. If the old master's spirit in heaven could see little Chu's current situation, he would definitely be incomparably gratified. After a simple conversation, Mu Wan really couldn't accept Zhang Chen's warm invitation, and could only bid farewell and leave. And the beautiful back of her departing figure actually felt like she was fleeing. "Little Chu, Uncle Chen has high hopes for you." Chapter 18. Days always passed quickly in peace. Although it wasn't enough for the city lord's wife to fully recover in a few days, she was still awake. Her awakening undoubtedly made Mu Feng and Mu Wan trust Yen Chutian even more. Just the fact that he was the savior of the city lord's wife allowed him to run amok in the city lord's mansion, and no one dared to provoke him. However, Yen Chutian wouldn't use this to intimidate others. He continued to sit cross-legged in his small courtyard to cultivate or familiarize himself with spirit arts. Moreover, there were some special abilities that he wanted to activate so that his overall strength would increase by a lot. During these few days, Yen Chutian continued to open up spirit veins in his dantian. Unknowingly, he had opened up 65 spirit veins and stopped at the second threshold of the channel opening realm. After reaching this step, Yen Chutian took the initiative to slow down his cultivation speed. In total, he had only been a cultivator for less than a month. In such a short time, he had opened 65 spirit veins, so he was naturally worried about the possibility of his cultivation becoming unstable. Unstable cultivation wasn't something that could be ignored, as it was an unstable foundation. If the foundation wasn't stable, how could one build a skyscraper on top of it? Therefore, Yen Chutian didn't continue to open up spirit veins and instead prepared to gather spirit energy to stabilize his foundation. During this period of time, he wasn't doing nothing. For example, he was preparing to open up his special support ability, which was the Spirit Eye. The so-called Spirit Eye, as its name suggested, had the ability to see through illusions and see the truth. Although it didn't have any destructive power, the effect of this support ability was extremely powerful. This was because no matter which cultivator's illusions were hidden from the Spirit Eye, they would lose before they even fought. Yen Chutian didn't know if there were any cultivators with Spirit Eyes in the mortal world, but even if there were, it would be extremely rare. This was because not only did the opening of the Spirit Eye require sufficient preparation and luck, it could only be born in the channel opening realm or spirit transformation realm. In the future, as the cultivator grew stronger, it would gradually mature until it reached large success. Therefore, even in the heaven realm, cultivators with spirit eyes were 1 in 10,000. Even the former Yen Chutian wasn't lucky enough to have a spirit eye because he had missed the opportunity to form one when he was in the meridian opening realm and the spirit transformation realm. Now that he had been reborn, he naturally would not let go of the support power that he coveted. At this moment, he was sitting in a house in the courtyard. He looked around and saw that on the square table in front of him were streaks of glowing spirit herbs. Every spirit herb had a spirit pattern on it, showing its grade. Looking at the table full of treasures, Yen Chutian's expression turned ugly. He thickened his skin and asked for these spirit herbs from Mu Wan. Even so, these spirit herbs could only be considered as a side part of the prescription for the birth of the Spirit Eye. The two most important main herbs were not included. After frowning for a long time, Yen Chutian helplessly shook his head and put away the table full of elixirs. Thinking about it, in the heaven realm, he had never formed a spirit eye. Even if he was given another chance, how could it be so easy to succeed? But even so, Yen Chutian still wouldn't give up looking for the two main herbs. He could only continue to thicken his skin and ask Mu Wan. Mu Wan naturally wouldn't refuse Yen Chutian's request. She even felt a little happy. She didn't like to owe others favors, but Yen Chutian had saved her mother, so it was obviously a huge favor. Therefore, only when he kept asking for her help did Mu Wan feel that this huge favor was gradually becoming lighter. Longan grass, phoenix eye vine? However, although she wanted to help Yen Chutian, when Mu Wan heard the names of the two main herbs that she had never heard of before, she couldn't help but glance at Yen Chutian strangely. If she didn't know that Yen Chu wouldn't lie to her, she would have thought that the names of the two elixirs were fabricated by Yen Chu himself. Well, I'll spread the news of buying these two elixirs. But even I know nothing about these two elixirs. You'd better tell me more about the longan grass and phoenix eye vine. Otherwise, even if someone finds them, they will ignore them because they don't know. Okay. Yen Chutian nodded, and a yellow paper with pictures and words was handed to Mu Wan. How could the shrewd Yen Chutian miss out on what she wanted? Longan grass, phoenix eye vine? Outside Kaiyuan City, looking at the yellow paper in his hand respectfully handed to him by his subordinate, the one-eyed man with the scar looked serious and whispered to himself, "What a mysterious guy. Even the elixirs he needs are so mysterious." I've never heard of them before. But while talking to himself, the one-eyed man with the scar suddenly grinned, and a sinister smile slowly appeared. This is a good opportunity. I'll write back to that person and ask him to work with us from the inside to kill this damn bug. Yes. 2 days after the news was spread, Mu Wan excitedly rushed to Yan Chutian's courtyard and told him a piece of news that made Yan Chutian surprised and excited. What, there's news about the longan grass? Yan Chutian was pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect that there would be news about the longan grass so soon. But out of caution, he couldn't help but ask, is the news reliable? Well, although the news about the longan grass was inquired by Jing Qiufeng, he thought that it was the elixir I needed, so naturally he wouldn't dare to deceive me. That's good. Yan Chutian nodded gently. He didn't believe Jing Qiufeng, but he believed in Mu Wan without a doubt, and he knew that Jing Qiufeng was relying on the City Lord Mansion, because he wouldn't dare to deceive the City Lord Mansion's beloved daughter, so it was too late for him to express his goodwill. And speaking of which, since he knew that he really cured his aunt and was regarded as a distinguished guest by his uncle, he had long regretted his actions. So for Jing Qiufeng, he wished that he hadn't gone to the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion that day, so that he wouldn't have met Yan Chutian. After nodding, Yan Chutian couldn't wait and continued, then I'll go to the place where the longan grass appeared immediately, so as to avoid any accidents. I'll go with you. You're not familiar with the area outside Kaiyuan City. With me leading the way, you can find the longan grass faster. Moreover, I also want to see what this longan grass is. Hearing this, Yan Chutian didn't object. The two of them simply packed up and stepped out of the City Lord Mansion, heading out of Kaiyuan City. It was just that when the two of them walked out of the City Lord Mansion and Kaiyuan City, they didn't notice that a familiar face in the shadows was looking at them with a sinister gaze. Looking at their departing backs, the corners of that person's mouth gradually rose. Leaving Kaiyuan City, Yan Chutian followed Mu Wan to the area where the longan grass was found. But as he walked, he suddenly had a bad premonition. He was very familiar with this premonition. It appeared not long ago, which meant that there was danger approaching. What's wrong? We're about to reach the place where the longan grass was found. Nothing. Chapter 19. Conspiracy. Yan Chutian's mind was tense. Yes, everything was like a conspiracy. Someone deliberately used the longan grass to lure him out of the City Lord's mansion so that they could attack him. Mu Wan, let's go. Yan Chutian quickly whispered to Mu Wan and retreated. Mu Wan was naturally puzzled. They were about to reach the place where the longan grass Yan Chu needed appeared. Why did they have to leave? But in the next moment she understood. Almost at the same time that Yan Chutian retreated, an ear-piercing whistle suddenly resounded from an unknown place. Then, under Yan Chutian's expectation and Mu Wan's incredulous gaze, robust men rushed out from the surrounding mountains with ominous glints in their eyes. Mu Wan was smart. She immediately understood what they had encountered. She couldn't help but grit her teeth and shouted, "They are the One-Eyed King's men. Damn it, we've been tricked. Jing Qiufeng, he dared to betray me. It might not be him. Maybe someone deliberately revealed this information to him." Looking at the surrounding robust men emitting the aura of cultivation, Yan Chutian's originally somewhat anxious expression suddenly calmed down. Since they had fallen into his trap, they naturally couldn't panic. Otherwise, their situation would only be worse. Therefore, his explanation to Jing Qiufeng was also the result of his calm and careful consideration. Although Jing Qiufeng was very unfriendly to him, it was only because of his so-called provocation in the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. He wouldn't do such a shameless thing, which was a complete betrayal of the City Lord's mansion. However, there must be a traitor in the City Lord's mansion. He fell into the trap this time, and even Mu Wan's mother was poisoned. It was definitely the work of that traitor. While the two of them were talking, many of the men lowered their bodies slightly, and a familiar figure walked out from behind them. It was none other than the one-eyed, knife-scarred man whom he had met on the cliff back then. Zhao Qiu, the so-called appearance of the longan grass is your conspiracy. When Mu Wan saw One-Eyed Scar, her pretty face immediately turned cold, and she asked in a cold voice. Hearing this, the middle-aged man with the one-eyed scar, Zhao Qiu, smiled arrogantly. Miss Mu, since you can't escape, then be prepared to be a prisoner. Do you think we'll care about your identity now? Do you think you can capture us with just these people? Wishful thinking. Mu Wan still snorted, not showing any signs of weakness. Her proud reaction naturally made Zhao Qiu's face turn cold. He said disdainfully, "In that case, let me see how capable the eldest daughter of the Mu family is." "Do it!" "Yes." The group of burly men laughed sinisterly as they agreed. One after another, they pounced towards Mu Wan and Yan Chutian. There were more than 10 of them, and some of them had opened 60 or even 70 or 80 spirit meridians. However, Mu Wan wasn't afraid of them. After all, the number of spirit meridians she had opened had already reached the pinnacle of the channel opening realm, 99 meridians. The only one that Mu Wan was worried about was Zhao Qiu. She couldn't see through Zhao Qiu's true cultivation. This meant that his cultivation had already surpassed the channel opening realm and reached the spirit transformation realm. Pa, pa, pa! As they moved, the burly men were sent flying by Mu Wan and Yan Chutian. Among them, Mu Wan's attacks were the most violent. Almost every time she attacked, a burly man would scream and fly away. There was no doubt about her strength. Seeing his subordinates being defeated, Zhao Qiu's ferocious face didn't show any displeasure. Instead, he gently clapped his hands and a faint smile appeared on his face. "You're indeed the eldest daughter of the Mu family. After opening 99 spirit meridians and opening a main meridian, you can break through the channel opening realm and enter the spirit transformation realm. If it was before, I might not be able to do anything to you. Unfortunately, I have already opened a main meridian and entered the spirit transformation realm. So today you can only accept your fate." While laughing, Zhao Qiu's body released a bright light. This kind of powerful aura was much stronger than the channel opening realm. No matter how one looked at it, only a spirit transformation cultivator who had opened a main meridian could have this kind of aura. Thus, when he revealed his aura, Mu Wan's beautiful face paled and an ugly expression appeared on her face. The other party had really entered the spirit transformation realm, which made their situation even worse. During this process, Yan Chutian's expression remained calm. Perhaps Zhao Qiu could hide it from others, but he definitely couldn't hide it from him. He could clearly see that Zhao Qiu had indeed entered the spirit transformation realm, but he had only entered the spirit transformation realm a few days ago. At this moment, even his spirit force had not completely transformed. There was a large amount of spirit force mixed in his surging spirit force, which greatly reduced its power. Thus, perhaps today was not the day they would die. Mu Wan's reaction satisfied Zhao Qiu, but when he looked at Yan Chutian and saw the latter's indifferent expression, he couldn't help but feel angry. He was very dissatisfied with the situation. I know you're Yan Chu, the mysterious brat who suddenly appeared in the city lord's mansion. However, your cultivation is only at the channel opening realm. Don't even think about trying to play tricks and escape today. Even if the Mu family's young miss escapes today, you won't be able to escape death." After he finished speaking, Zhao Qiu looked at his scattered subordinates and shouted, "I'll capture the Mu family's young miss. Kill that little rat for me. Whoever kills him will be heavily rewarded." "Yes." The large men replied loudly, their voices several times louder than before. After all, Mu Wan's cultivation was too strong. Even if they made a move, they didn't have the confidence to take her down. However, Yan Chutian was different. How much strength could a nameless brat have? More importantly, the person who killed him would be heavily rewarded. How could they remain calm? When the large men rushed towards Yan Chutian, Zhao Qiu didn't look at the former anymore. In his eyes, Yan Chutian was already a dead man. He looked at Mu Wan. His right foot slightly stepped on the ground, and his body immediately rushed out, like a fierce tiger going straight for the latter. Seeing Zhao Qiu attacking, even if she wanted to help Yan Chutian, Mu Wan could only dispel the idea. Because it was difficult for her to protect herself against a spirit transformation realm cultivator. If she was distracted again, she was afraid that she would be defeated in a few rounds. Therefore, she could only hope that Yan Chutian could hold on for a little longer. As long as he could hold on for a little longer, she believed that her father would be aware of it. This spiritual energy fluctuation was not far from the Yuan city. As long as he could hold on until her father arrived, these enemies in front of her would all be useless. He opening 30 spiritual veins, he's really strong. Don't underestimate this brat. At least his medical skills are superb. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to cure the king's unique poison. So what? His medical skills are superb. No matter how good his medical skills are, can he block one of my attacks? Brat, today we'll be merciful and give you a chance to choose your own way of death. You must cherish it. Chapter 20. The dozen burly men all laughed coldly at Yan Chutian. They were no match for Mu Wan, who had opened 99 spirit veins. However, wouldn't it be a piece of cake for them to deal with someone who had only opened 30 spirit veins? Facing the mockery of the burly men, Yan Chutian's expression was as calm as before. Putting aside the fact that his true cultivation was not 30 spirit veins, even if it was, he was still Yan Chutian. It would not be easy to deal with him. Haha! What a stubborn resistance! Since that is the case, there is no need to be polite. The person is right here. Let's attack together. As for who will get the reward, it will depend on our luck. One of the burly men laughed again. Before he finished laughing, he had already taken the lead and rushed toward Yan Chutian. Seeing this, the burly men at the back were not willing to fall behind. While secretly cursing the burly men, they also rushed toward Yan Chutian like hungry wolves. In their eyes, Yan Chutian was just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, a piece of fish on the chopping board. Seeing the burly men rushing toward him, Yan Chutian calmed down and let out a low roar. The spirit chi in his body surged and gathered in his right hand. In the next moment, he also stomped on the ground and soared into the air before the burly man could react. His right fist fiercely punched toward the burly man. Yan Chutian's sudden attack shocked the burly man. However, when he reacted, a mocking expression appeared on his face. The youth in front of him actually dared to take the initiative to attack him? He really did not know his limits. Thus, the burly man also raised his hand and circulated his spirit chi, forming a fist and palm to counter. He felt that if he punched, he would be able to break this ridiculous person's right arm. After this punch, he would definitely be able to take away his life. The reward would then be his. However, the burly man was fantasizing. In the next moment, when the two fists collided, the terrifying twisting force from the other party knocked him out of his fantasy and back to the cruel reality. That power was too terrifying. Even with his cultivation of 77 spirit veins, he was unable to resist it. He could only cry out in pain as his body flew back a few dozen feet. When he fell several feet away, his arm spasmed and trembled. The muscular man raised his face, which was also twisted in pain and disbelief, and looked at Yan Chutian, who had landed lightly on the ground. He could not imagine that he, who had opened 77 spiritual meridians, would not be able to withstand a single punch from this brat who had only opened 30 spiritual meridians. At the same time, the burly man couldn't believe his eyes. The other burly men behind him who were also charging forward like wolves and tigers couldn't help but stop. Their faces were filled with shock as they looked at Yan Chutian and the burly man who had fallen to the ground. This burly man was not the strongest among them, but he was strong enough to be ranked in the top 3. But even with this level of cultivation, he still wasn't a match for that young man's punch. Just how strong was that punch? But they were not fools, and it was impossible for them to be intimidated by Yan Chutian's punch and not dare to make a move. Soon, a bare-chested man with a hideous scar on his forehead narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Don't be afraid, this brat hid his cultivation. He has opened at least 60 spiritual meridians. It's not surprising that he could defeat Dong Kun in a sneak attack." The scarred man had the strongest cultivation among the dozen burly men, so his words were naturally convincing. And when another burly man with a similar cultivation said the same thing, the rest of the people nodded in agreement. "He's so sinister at such a young age, hiding his true cultivation to confuse us and waiting for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. But we've seen through it, so this method is useless. That Dong Kun was greedy, he deserved it." At the same time, everyone seemed to have seen through the truth. Yan Chutian's aura, which was originally 30 spiritual meridians, rapidly increased, and in a short period of time, it reached the level of 65 spiritual meridians. This made all the burly men sneer. Opening 65 spiritual meridians was nothing in their eyes. If their companion Dong Kun wasn't so greedy, he wouldn't have fallen into this brat's hands. At this moment, only Mu Wan, who was fighting with Zhao Qiu, was shocked. Her red lips couldn't help but slightly open, and a hint of shock appeared on her pretty face. The others didn't know, but she knew. A few days ago, when Yan Chu showed her his cultivation, he had only opened 49 spiritual meridians. Now, the number of spiritual meridians he had opened had already reached 65? If the other party had hidden his cultivation a few days ago, she could still understand it now. But if what he showed at that time was his true cultivation, then the speed at which he opened his spiritual meridians was a bit too fast. If he was given another month at most, he would be able to open 99 spiritual meridians, the same as her. At that time, whether or not she would be able to open her main meridians and step into the spirit transformation stage was unknown. "Is Miss Mu worried about that brat? I advise Miss Mu to take care of herself first." While Mu Wan was shocked, Zhao Qiu, who was fighting with her, sneered. He was also angry in his heart. Although he could be considered a spirit transformation stage cultivator, he hadn't been in it for long. Even his spiritual energy hadn't been completely transformed. Otherwise, he would have already taken the other party down. However, Zhao Qiu was still confident that no matter how talented Mu Wan was, she would eventually be defeated by him in a fight. No matter what, the spirit transformation stage was a whole realm higher than the meridian opening stage. Hearing this, Mu Wan immediately calmed herself down. Her beautiful eyes coldly looked at Zhao Qiu, and she clenched her teeth to resist. She had to hold on. As long as she could hold on until her father noticed and rushed over, the crisis in front of her would naturally be resolved. "Brothers, let's continue. Opening 65 spiritual meridians, he hasn't even stepped into the second layer of the meridian opening stage. What does that count as? Humph, if we can't sneak attack him, then he's just a chicken or a dog." With a cold shout, the large men once again pounced on Yan Chutian. Although they were ridiculing him, they didn't dare to be negligent in their actions. They all attacked together, which was extremely safe. As a result, the youth in front of them should be helpless, right? But the situation once again exceeded their expectations. Facing the siege, Yan Chutian still acted the same as Dong Kun. He let out a low shout and the spiritual energy in his body crazily revolved. Then he heavily stepped on the ground and his body shot up, heading straight for the first large man. This large man's cultivation wasn't weak. Compared to Dong Kun, he was only slightly weaker. So now that he was prepared, he felt that he wouldn't end up like Dong Kun. Chapter 21. With the first person, there was a second person, then a third person. When the big man, whose cultivation was similar to Dong Kun's, was sent flying with a painful roar, The second big man was also sent flying in the same manner within a few breaths' time. After that, there was a third person. The three people in a row were all defeated miserably at the hands of the young man, who seemed to have already seen through the truth of the matter, just like how Dong Kuan had been at the beginning. It was only when the strongest of the burly men faced Yan Chutian that he was not sent flying, but was instead forced to retreat a few steps. Yan Chutian's thin and small body floated backwards, and he only stopped when he had taken a few steps to dissipate all the power. However, even so, the situation was still enough to shock them. They clearly saw that the true cultivation of the young man before them should have opened more than 60 spirit veins. However, when they really fought him, why did he explode with such power and defeat several of their companions in succession? Only the strongest among them, who had opened 89 spirit veins, could withstand his attacks. Could it be that the young man's real cultivation was also at least 80 spiritual veins? At this point, the burly men could not help but secretly curse the other party for being treacherous. He had hidden his real cultivation from the beginning and waited for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. He had even hidden his cards in the so-called showdown, tricking them. Damn it, his real cultivation is at least 80 spiritual veins, and he's still hiding it. 80 spiritual veins. I'm afraid only the two bosses, Zhou Long and Lu Yen, can really fight with him. How treacherous and cunning! Among the burly men, Zhou Long, who had the strongest cultivation, and Lu Yen, who was second, narrowed their eyes. After this series of events, and Zhou Long had personally fought with Yan Chutian, they all believed the words of the other burly men. Moreover, their self-esteem also told them that only a cultivator who had also opened at least 80 spiritual veins could have the power to fight with them. Otherwise, they would have long been smashed to pieces by their palms. At the same time, Zhao Qiu's expression turned ugly when he saw more than 10 of his subordinates being forced into a corner by a single person. He only had one eye and a hideous scar on his face as he shouted, "What a bunch of trash! You still haven't killed that trash! Zhao Qiu, you must have miscalculated today. Wait until Yan Chu kills your subordinates, then join forces with me. Perhaps even you, a cultivator who has just entered the spirit transformation stage, will be defeated by us." Seeing that Yan Chu was so brave, Mu Wan was shocked, and at the same time, she couldn't help but have endless confidence in him. She felt that not only could he deal with the siege of so many enemies, he could even turn the tables. "Mu Wan, don't. Today, none of you can escape. Only death awaits him, and you can only be captured by me." Zhao Qiu gritted his teeth and angrily roared at his subordinates, "Hurry up and take him down." Yes. Zhao Qiu's anger made them panic, and they quickly nodded. In the past, Zhao Qiu could not shout at them like this, but now everything was different. Zhao Qiu had already entered the spirit transformation stage, and his status was different from before. "There are too many people, Lu Yen, you'll come with me. Everyone else, retreat. What we need to do now is to capture this brat as soon as possible. Don't be greedy for the reward." After nodding fearfully, Zhou Long quickly made a decision. Since the youth in front of him was so strong, the others would only be wasting their energy. Why not let him and Lu Yen fight? This way, both of them would be able to display their true strength. Zhou Long spoke and Lu Yen nodded. Since both of them had the same idea, the other men could only retreat and let the two of them face off against the youth in front of them. Zhou Long and Lu Yen had a lot of experience in working together. When their companions retreated, the two of them secretly looked at each other, then charged towards Yan Chutian from both sides. Their arms crackled as spirit chi surged within them, accumulating a vast amount of energy. "Brat, die!" Zhou Long was the first to arrive. His right fist carried the force of 1,000 kilograms as it ruthlessly smashed towards Yan Chutian's head. If such a punch were to succeed, Yan Chutian's head would immediately be smashed apart like a watermelon being smashed apart by a punch. However, when Zhou Long's right fist smashed down, Yan Chutian's body immediately dodged, causing the fist to hit nothing but air. It could only smash into the ground. However, before Yan Chutian could catch his breath, a shout came from his right. The shout was accompanied by a sharp whistling sound. It was the sound of a body rubbing against the air. Yan Chutian quickly raised his arms to block in front of his body, but in the next moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. The figure's right leg swept down, bringing with it an ear-piercing whistling sound as it smashed into Yan Chutian's arms. Bang! Even though Yan Chutian had some resistance, when the leg swept down, a muffled sound could be heard. His body was still violently pushed back a few steps. He only felt pain in his hands. When he looked again, he realized that even the clothes on his arms were mostly destroyed, revealing the skin underneath. Haha! Indeed, Boss Zhou Long and Boss Lu Yan are the strongest. This brat is about to die. When the surrounding burly men saw this, they sneered in delight. At the same time, Zhao Qiu was the same. A smile gradually appeared on his gloomy face. He then looked at Mu Wan, who was obviously not looking good. He sneered, "How is it? Do you still think that he can defeat my subordinate? Previously, he only took advantage of the fact that my subordinate couldn't see his true strength and took the opportunity to gain the upper hand. Now that his true strength has been revealed, he is naturally vulnerable." Hearing this, Mu Wan gritted her teeth and didn't say a word. Because the situation in front of her seemed to be so. Even if she hoped that Yan Chu could turn the tables, she had to admit that this hope was too slim. It was even uncertain if he could continue to hold on. It seems that Miss Mu has also agreed with my opinion. Haha! Looking at Zhao Qiu's sinister smile, Mu Wan was furious, but there was nothing she could do. She could only whisper silently in her heart, praying that Yan Chu could hold on until her father arrived. Moving his arms slightly, Yan Chutian dispersed the gravity on his hands. Only then did he continue to look indifferently at Zhou Long and Lu Yan, who were smiling coldly and arrogantly. However, although he looked indifferent on the outside, his heart was very serious. No matter what, he had to admit that the two of them posed a great threat to him. This threat was even greater than when he was surrounded by chaos earlier. Besieging seemed to give him a huge advantage, but in reality, it would limit the strength of the besiegers. After all, the besieging scene was too chaotic, and he couldn't accidentally hurt his companions. Naturally, he would be restrained. But now, it was too wishful thinking to say that they had forced him to the end of his rope. Even if his cultivation was not the same as before, he was still Yan Chutian. It wouldn't be so easy to kill him. Lu Yan, let's settle this once and for all. Okay. Chapter 22. Zhou Long and Lu Yan looked at each other and smiled coldly. Then, their gazes locked onto the skinny young man not far away. Just like before, they burst out from the left and right of the young man. Their momentum was astonishing. The two of them pounced on Yan Chutian from both sides. Yan Chutian seemed to have accepted his fate in the face of such an attack. He did not dodge at all. Zhou Long and Lu Yan smiled coldly. It seemed that the guy in front of them knew some things and did not overestimate himself. But would the real situation be like this? Swoosh! Zhou Long's speed was still a bit faster. Spiritual qi surged on his right palm. At this moment, the spiritual qi was no longer gentle. It carried a terrifying tearing force. With a single palm strike, it could shatter a huge rock. However, when his palm landed, the sneer at the corner of his mouth abruptly stopped. Because his palm did not hit anything. When he looked again, the silent youth was no longer in front of him. This, Zhou Long was stunned. The youth was clearly in front of him just now. How did he disappear in the blink of an eye? Just as he was stunned, a light wave suddenly came from his side. Even though the wave was very light, it made Zhou Long's body tense up. He quickly retreated to the other side. Zhou Long's reaction was extremely fast, but even so, he felt a sharp force brush past his body. When he landed on the ground in a sorry state, it was obvious that the clothes on the side of his body had been torn to shreds. He could imagine that if he had reacted a little slower, it would not have been his clothes that were torn, but his body. When he looked again, he saw that the youth was standing 2 feet away. His young face was looking at him with a hint of pity. It was as if he was regretting that his attack had missed. This made Zhou Long extremely angry. This kind of expression and attitude should have been displayed by him. Why was it the guy in front of him whom they had said they would finish off in one blow? But in the next instant, he was so astonished that he couldn't say anything. Lu Yen attacked, the spirit energy on his right leg wreaking havoc, faintly forming a whirlwind that sucked in external objects to withstand the terrifying power of the attack. However, when the kick came, Yan Chutian actually disappeared again like a ghost. This was not only in Zhou Long's eyes, but also in Lu Yan's eyes. Now that he had lost his target, Lu Yan could only disperse his power and land back on the ground. At this moment, both he and Zhou Long had ugly expressions. Why did that brat suddenly disappear again? What was going on? Similarly, not only Lu Yan and Zhou Long, but the surrounding burly men were also bewildered, unable to believe what they were seeing. How could a living person suddenly disappear before his eyes? Even Zhao Qiu's expression was uncertain. Although he could vaguely catch some traces of Yan Chutian, he would soon lose them. How could he not be shocked? How could a little channel opening Xiuzha possess such a strange ability? Mu Wan's red lips parted slightly, and her beautiful eyes were full of splendor. Because at this moment she suddenly thought of something. Wasn't this strange ability extremely similar to spirit arts? Yan Chu had already given her too many surprises. At this moment, she could completely guess whether or not Yan Chu was using a spirit technique. Swoosh! Boundless spirit energy suddenly surged, and a fist suddenly appeared behind Lu Yan. Even though Lu Yan had also sensed it, he could not dodge it like Zhou Long, and was eventually hit by the fist. When the fist landed, Lu Yan immediately let out an incomparably miserable howl. His body flew backwards, landing heavily in front of a mound of dirt. The mound of dirt was smashed into pieces, and fresh blood spurted out from his mouth, staining the grass in front of him. After being hit so heavily, Lu Yan had almost lost all his strength. All he could do was raise his head with difficulty and look in a certain direction. There, a skinny figure slowly appeared. Lu Yan could not imagine. Victory was clearly in his hands just now. How could it be reversed in an instant? The other party had such a mysterious ability, how could he and Zhou Long deal with it? Yan Chutian, who had appeared, was slightly pale. To be able to achieve such a level, it was naturally impossible that he did not expend any energy. One must know that he had used spirit arts. The rock-shattering palm was still manageable, but the shadow steps consumed too much spirit energy. In just a short period of time, his energy center had been emptied of spirit energy, causing his face to turn pale. However, the shadow steps effect was also shocking. At least, when he used it, no one in the meridian opening stage could see through it. It allowed him to appear and disappear like a ghost. "You!" His companion flew backwards and vomited blood, immediately losing miserably. Zhou Long, whose cultivation level was similar to his companion's, trembled, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. If the other party could easily defeat Lu Yan, then how good could he be? In that instant, he even had the thought of running away. If not for the fact that Zhao Qiu should be watching him, he would not have wanted to stay a moment longer. It's just that this kind of perseverance, when he saw Yan Chutian's body once again vanishing like a ghost, Zhou Long couldn't care too much. His heart was filled with fear as he hastily fled towards the surrounding burly men. However, no matter how fast he ran, he still could not escape from Yan Chutian's palm. After running a few feet, a palm print appeared behind him. In the next instant there was a burst of power. Zhou Long, who was bleeding from his mouth, was thrown forward like a dead dog. Even if he did not die, he would be severely injured. Seeing Zhou Long fall to the ground, Yan Chutian could not help but smile to himself. If Zhou Long had resisted with all his might, then he would have used up a lot of spirit qi. In his current state, he might not be able to outlast the other party. He did not expect him to flee in fear. This made things much easier for him, and it seemed that because he had defeated the two men so quickly, the surrounding men were all terrified. Not only did they not attack him, but they also retreated, unable to avoid him in time. This scene made Zhao Qiu so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He did not expect his subordinates to be so useless, being beaten to such a state by a youth. The only thing that made Zhao Qiu happy was that, after a long battle, Mu Wan was gradually being suppressed by him. He had the confidence to completely defeat her at any time. And as long as he defeated the young mistress of the Mu family, wouldn't it be easy for him to deal with the youth himself? The situation went according to Zhao Qiu's plan. After a few rounds, Mu Wan was indeed no match for him. She was sent flying by a palm, blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. But before he could follow up with another attack, he suddenly noticed a faintly discernible black shadow shooting out. In the next moment, the black shadow took Mu Wan, who was sent flying, and went straight to the forest in front of him. This scene appeared so suddenly that even Zhao Qiu could not react in time. When he came back to his senses, the two had already escaped into the forest and disappeared without a trace. Damn it, damn it! Zhao Qiu's face was distorted. Such an excellent ambush should have killed that damn brat and captured the young mistress of the Mu family. In the end, they escaped. How could he not be angry? And all of this was because of that damnable brat who had ruined their plans time and time again. Chapter 23. You put me down. I can run by myself. Being held in Yan Chutian's arms as they quickly traversed through the mountains, even though Mu Wan knew that he wanted to take her to escape, she had never had such intimate contact with a man of her age since she was a child. The strong masculine smell entered her nose and mouth, causing Mu Wan's delicate body to tremble. She subconsciously twisted her delicate body, trying to struggle out of Yan Chutian's arms. However, Yan Chutian did not respond to her words. He still held her delicate body and rushed forward without saying a word. It was not until she seemed to be struggling too much that he lowered his head slightly and whispered to her, "Don't move." His domineering words left no room for doubt. If it was any other time, Mu Wan would definitely coldly ignore such a command. However, at this time, looking at Yan Chu's slightly frowning young face, Mu Wan actually nodded her head lightly and did not struggle anymore. Feeling that the woman in his arms no longer struggled, Yan Chutian turned his gaze and looked behind him. His slightly frown deepened. He did not think that this temporary escape was enough to escape. Zhao Qiu, who was extremely angry when he saw him and Mu Wan escape, would definitely not give up and would send a large number of people to search for them. At this time, he had consumed a lot of spiritual qi and Mu Wan was injured. If they were found, the consequences would be unimaginable. While Yan Chutian was thinking this, he suddenly felt the delicate body of the girl in his arms move again. This made him look at her with a puzzled gaze. I know a hidden cave nearby. We can go there." Mu Wan's beautiful face was slightly red. She did not dare to look into Yan Chutian's eyes. She could only tilt her head and bite her bright red lips. Hearing this, Yan Chutian did not have any reason to refuse. He immediately nodded and then, in Mu Wan's soft voice, leaned her head on his shoulder and continued to rush forward with her delicate body in his arms. Half a quarter of an hour later, in an inconspicuous valley in the mountains, Yan Chutian, holding Mu Wan in his arms, rushed into the corner of the valley, into a cave covered by vines. In the corner of the cave, he temporarily settled Mu Wan down. Yan Chutian hurriedly decorated the entrance of the cave and restored it to normal. This cave was indeed very hidden. If Mu Wan did not know this place, Yan Chutian believed that it would be difficult for him to find this place. However, if a large group of people were to search the area one by one, they would eventually be discovered. While she was worrying in her heart, suddenly, a pure white jade hand slowly spread out in front of her eyes. Yan Chutian looked over and saw a red pill quietly lying in the middle of the jade hand. Above it was a similarly fair and pretty face of a young girl. This can speed up the recovery of the spirit energy in your body in a short period of time. Yan Chutian did not hesitate to take the pill and consume it. He closed his eyes slightly and felt that the spirit energy in his body was indeed accelerating. He hurriedly looked at the delicate body in front of him that was emitting a fragrance and asked in a low voice, "Wan, Miss Mu, are you okay?" "I'm fine. Father gave me some pills so that I can deal with the situation in front of me. It's just that it will take a lot of time to recover. Although this place is hidden, once Zhao Qiu and his people find this place, we have not completely recovered." Mu Wan pursed her red lips. Although her clear voice did not continue to sound, the strong worry in her heart had already expressed the meaning in her heart. In fact, wasn't this also the worry in Yan Chutian's heart? Let's recover in peace first. There will always be a flaw. It's not impossible to find a way out. After a few breaths of silence, Yan Chutian finally spoke again. But both of them understood that although the words were so beautiful, the reality was always cruel. Looking down at the beautiful and magnificent green forest, Zhao Qiu's face was as gloomy as water. His eyes were burning with anger, and he wished he could burn down all the trees. Then, he would see where the two rats could escape to. "Boss Zhao, more subordinates have arrived and are searching around this mountain. I believe they will soon find the two people who escaped. All of you work hard to find them. Immediately find them for me." "Yes." The burly man left and disappeared into the forest. Zhao Qiu restrained his anger and sat down cross-legged. Today, not only did he have to catch the two rats, but he also had to stabilize his cultivation as soon as possible and convert all the spirit energy into spirit force. Now that he had entered the spirit transformation realm, he could no longer just think about atoning for his crimes. He had to use the merit of capturing the Mu family's young miss to raise his status. Even if he couldn't become the one-eyed king's deputy king, he had to become a general. Half a day had passed. Although they still hadn't found Yan Chutian and Mu Wan, the search area was shrinking. It was only a matter of time before they found the cave they were in. Inside the cave, Yan Chutian, who had been sitting cross-legged for a long time, slowly stood up. At this time, most of the spirit energy in his body had recovered. But when he looked at Mu Wan, he saw that she was still sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed, silently recovering. His gaze turned toward the depths of the cave. When he first entered the cave, he faintly felt that this cave wasn't as simple as it seemed. Now that most of his spirit energy had recovered, Yan Chutian couldn't help but cautiously walk toward the depths of the cave. After walking for a few dozen feet, he reached the end of the cave. There was a stone wall in front of him, and there were no other paths. Looking at the stone wall in front of him, the doubt on Yan Chutian's face became even stronger. This was because he felt some fluctuations of spirit energy here. Did this mean that there was a spirit barrier in front of him? Barrier, this was an extremely profound method. Although barriers were divided into high and low levels, generally speaking, even if it was a cultivator who could arrange a low-level barrier, Yan Chutian expected that it would be extremely rare in the mortal world. How could there be a barrier here? Moreover, this was a protective spirit barrier, so he was naturally interested in the things inside the spirit barrier. This kind of spirit barrier was difficult for a spirit transformation realm cultivator to break and even difficult to detect. For Yan Chutian, it wasn't difficult. Even if his cultivation was weak, he still had experience. The spirit barrier in front of him wasn't very profound, so after some investigation, he found a hole and took the opportunity to tear open a small hole to enter. Stepping into the hole in the spirit barrier, there was a dark stone room inside. As soon as he entered the stone room, Yan Chutian's gaze was immediately attracted to the two pieces of bones placed on the stone platform in the middle of the stone room. To be more precise, there were two plants growing beside the two pieces of bones. This was dragon's eye grass, phoenix eye vine. Yan Chutian was sure that he didn't see wrong. These two plants that were growing together were the dragon's eye grass and phoenix eye vine that he was painstakingly looking for. But these two plants that were extremely rare in the mortal world, how could they grow together here? Could it be because of the two pieces of bones? Suddenly, Yan Chutian seemed to have thought of something. His eyes couldn't help but widen as he looked at the two pieces of bones in shock, as if he had found something unbelievable. Chapter 24. Longan Grass, Phoenix Eye Vine. In the heaven realm, they were not considered precious spirit medicines, and their grades were not high. At most, they were around the spirit grade. Speaking of which, the range of use of these two spirit medicines was extremely narrow. The more important use was for new cultivators to try to create spirit eyes. However, there were also a small number of rumors and secrets that people did not know. The reason why the longan grass and phoenix eye vine had the word dragon and phoenix was because only when the two were truly contaminated with the dragon and phoenix chi could their medicinal properties be maximized, and the effect of causing the cultivator to create spirit eyes would be the greatest. As for where the dragon and phoenix chi came from, of course, it was only known by everyone as the true dragon and true phoenix. Although everyone knew about the true dragon and true phoenix, even those powerful masters in the heaven realm, which one of them dared to say that they had seen these creatures that almost only existed in legends. It was rumored that there were dragons and phoenixes in the world, but for countless years, no creatures from these two races had been seen. They were even more mysterious than the celestial palace of domination in the heaven realm. Even the creatures from these two races did not exist in the world, so the secret of the longan grass and phoenix eye vine was gradually forgotten by people. Even if some people knew about it, they did not believe it at all, thinking that it was just nonsense. But now, the two bones were placed on the stone table in front of Yan Chutian. On the two bones, there were familiar longan grass and phoenix eye vine entangled together. This made it difficult for Yan Chutian not to think that they were the remains of the true dragon and phoenix. Otherwise, on an ordinary stone table, how could there be two spirit-grade spirit medicines entangled together? One had to know that even the lowest-grade spirit medicine required a large amount of spirit chi to grow, and it was difficult for other spirit medicines to grow nearby. Moreover, the spirit chi in this stone room was very thin. With the experience of his previous life, Yan Chutian could immediately judge that in such a spirit chi environment, it was already an extravagant hope to nurture one spirit-grade spirit medicine. How could it nurture two spirit-grade spirit medicines? Therefore, no matter what, the growth of the two spirit medicines was definitely related to the two bones. Thinking of this, Yan Chutian did not hesitate anymore. He immediately walked forward and picked up the two spirit medicines. Looking at the two spirit medicines in his palm that were full of spirit chi, Yan Chutian's face was filled with joy. With these two main ingredients and supplementary ingredients, he could try to create a spirit eye at any time. As long as he could successfully give birth to a spirit eye, not only would he be able to possess such a supportive power that countless cultivators in the heaven realm would be envious of in the future, he would also be able to use the power of the spirit eye to open up a spirit vein, greatly increasing his cultivation. Therefore, perhaps the crisis they were facing today could be resolved. However, Yan Chutian also understood that there was no such thing as a free risk. If the birth of a spirit eye were to fail, then not only would all his previous efforts be wasted, he would never be able to produce another spirit eye in the future. Moreover, he would also have to bear the backlash and be extremely weak for a certain period of time. When he faced Zhao Qiu's group in his weakened state, the result could be imagined. The weight of the two matters was worthy of anyone's careful consideration. However, Yan Chutian wasn't a wishy-washy person. He quickly made up his mind, gritted his teeth, and sat down cross-legged in the stone room. Succeed or die trying. Time slowly passed. Mu Wan, who had been sitting cross-legged for an unknown amount of time, finally opened her beautiful eyes slowly. Although her eyes were open, there was still a trace of paleness lingering on her delicate jade face. It was obvious that she had not fully recovered from her injuries. Opening her beautiful eyes, Mu Wan immediately noticed that Yan Chutian had disappeared. This made her unable to help but look around. Her gaze naturally looked towards the depths of the cave. The original stone wall had some cracks that looked like a spider web, revealing a human-sized entrance. Mu Wan's pretty face couldn't hide the shock. She knew about this cave because she had been here since she was young, and she had come here many times in the future. It was just that she had never noticed that such a mystery was hidden in this ordinary stone wall. This is... Mu Wan took the opportunity to approach and walk to the entrance that looked like a spider web. She looked inside and immediately caught a glimpse of Yan Chutian, who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed in the middle of the narrow stone room. With her eyesight, it wasn't difficult to see that he was at a critical moment in his cultivation. His aura was very unstable, fluctuating up and down constantly. This made Mu Wan secretly annoyed. Why did this guy suddenly sit cross-legged and cultivate at this time? Didn't he know that the situation in front of him was so bad that he couldn't even escape in time? However, although she thought so, Mu Wan's delicate body couldn't help but block the entrance and protect Yan Chutian. However, at this time, a deep voice suddenly sounded from outside, startling her. There is a hidden cave here. They must be hiding inside. Quickly go and inform Boss Zhao. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several messy sounds of wind breaking constantly rang out. Some of them stopped immediately after a few sounds, while others gradually faded away. This made Mu Wan's pretty face turn ugly. It wasn't hard for her to imagine that there must be many people hiding outside the cave to ambush them. The others went to inform Zhao Qiu. The situation they were most worried about finally happened. If it were other times like this, Mu Wan would definitely break out of the encirclement and escape before Zhao Qiu arrived. However, Yan Chutian was sitting cross-legged and cultivating at this time. Not only could she not disturb Yan Chutian, but she also had to protect him from the outside world. Otherwise, Yan Chutian would only have a dead end. At this moment, Mu Wan didn't think of abandoning Yan Chutian and leaving by herself. However, she hesitated again and again. In the end, she couldn't do such a thing. In the end, she sighed deeply. Her tight body slowly stretched, and she helplessly glanced behind her. You saved my mother. I swear to protect her with my life. It can be considered as completely repaying your kindness, ha ha ha. Miss Mu, this time I'd like to see where you can escape to. After a long silence, a harsh laughter finally came from outside the cave. Mu Wan's pretty face froze and she was extremely angry. How could she not know who the harsh laughter was? It was the mastermind of this plot against them, Zhao Qiu. What, Miss Mu still want to hide in this cave and not come out? It doesn't matter. Now we'll set fire to the cave and see how long you can hold in there. The cold voice sounded again, making Mu Wan's pretty face also change. She didn't expect that the other side would be so cruel and merciless. It was impossible for her to delay more time. Therefore, Mu Wan could only walk out of the cave step by step. When she walked out of the cave, she immediately saw a dense crowd around her. Mu Wan didn't need to think carefully to know that the number of people here must be double or even triple the number of people not long ago. Surrounded by many big men, Zhao Qiu sneered and looked at Mu Wan with cold and playful eyes. Miss Mu, I've already said that you can't escape from the palm of my hand. At the same time, although Mu Wan's pretty face was indifferent, her heart was full of sadness. The scene in front of her made her completely give up the last bit of hope in her heart. Not to mention that she was still injured at this time, even if she was not Zhao Qiu's opponent. Chapter 25. Sure enough, when Zhao Qiu slowly raised his hand, the power in his palm was rich and smooth. This kind of power came from the same source as spirit energy, but it was even more domineering and sharp. A fierce aura spread out, and even Mu Wan's beautiful eyes became serious. This kind of power, what else could it be besides spirit force? Sure enough, it has been completely transformed. Mu Wan's beautiful eyes became serious. She could clearly feel that there was no longer any spirit energy mixed in. There was only one explanation for this. Zhao Qiu had completely transformed his spirit energy into spirit force. If that was the case, his current situation would become even more dangerous. After all, Mu Wan knew that Zhao Qiu had gradually gained a foothold in the spirit transformation realm. The gap between the spirit transformation realm and the meridian opening realm had become even more obvious. It was just like how she could barely fight him for a long time, but now she had no confidence in fighting him. Miss Mu, I advise you to obediently surrender and not waste your energy. Zhao Qiu was clearly aware of his own situation, so he raised his head. His one-eyed face was filled with pride. Although he had only just entered the spirit transformation realm, he had gradually gained a foothold in the spirit transformation realm. So what if Mu Wan was outstanding in the meridian opening realm? In his eyes, she couldn't withstand a single blow. But even if Mu Wan knew that her strength was not up to par, how could she allow herself to be captured? Before Zhao Qiu's voice fell, she also raised her slightly inexperienced but already peerlessly beautiful face and firmly shouted. Wishful thinking. If you dare to ambush us today, my father will definitely take your dog life. Hearing Mu Wan mention her father, even Zhao Qiu, who had gradually gained a foothold in the spirit transformation realm and was extremely confident, couldn't help but tremble when he thought of that middle-aged man. He subconsciously felt fear. He knew that Kaiyuan City's city lord Mu Feng was not someone he could compare to or even touch after entering the spirit transformation realm. Mu Feng was an existence that was equal to or even stronger than his king. Otherwise, why would the one-eyed king use so many secret methods? Wouldn't he just kill his way to the city? But even if he was afraid of Mu Feng, Zhao Qiu would not be so easily intimidated by Mu Wan. He immediately responded with a sinister smile. Our king will naturally deal with the Kaiyuan city lord. As long as we capture you, I believe that your father, the city lord, will definitely hold back. At that time, our king might be able to seize the opportunity to kill him and replace your father as the city lord of Kaiyuan City. Wishful thinking. Whether it's wishful thinking or not, you'll know in the future. As the sound of his cold laughter faded, Zhao Qiu had already lunged forward. Spirit force surged in his palms as his palm created a gust of wind, slamming towards Mu Wan. As the attack came, Mu Wan clenched her teeth and ignored her injuries. She urged the spirit chi in her body to sweep up like a small whirlwind into her jade-like hand. Then, her jade-like hands superimposed a double seal at the same time. However, Mu Wan could not even last for a few breaths of time. She was soon knocked back and fell in front of the cave. This seemed to have affected her injuries as well. Mu Wan, whose face was unusually red, felt a sweetness in her throat. She immediately spat out a mouthful of blood onto the ground. Without a real attack, Mu Wan could not believe that the difference between the meridian opening realm and the spirit transformation realm was so big. To be more precise, it was the difference between spirit energy and spirit force. When the two palms collided, the spirit force rushed toward her. Her spirit energy could not resist at all and was quickly destroyed. Because of this difference in power, he suffered a crushing defeat. Coupled with his old injuries, he couldn't resist at all. Young Miss Mu, do you know the true difference between us? The power of the spirit transformation realm is not something a mere meridian opening realm cultivator can compare to. Even if you have opened 99 spirit veins, as long as your main vein is not present, you will not be able to convert spirit energy into spirit force. Then you will not be my match. After defeating Mu Wan in one move, the cold arrogance on Zhao Qiu's face became even stronger. At the same time, he enjoyed the gazes of the burly man's subordinates. He looked down at Mu Wan as if she was a piece of meat on his chopping board. "Capture her for me! Also, that brat must be hiding in this dog cave. Capture him for me as well." Yes. 4 or 5 people who had opened at least 80 spirit veins stepped out and rushed into the cave. At the same time, several burly men walked out. Under Zhao Qiu's instructions, they walked toward Mu Wan and prepared to capture her. Seeing this, Mu Wan knew that it was time for her to fight to the death. When the burly men slowly walked over, she closed her eyes and an inexplicable fluctuation seemed to slowly awaken in the depths of her body. This was Mu Wan's secret. This secret was so secretive that only she knew about it. Even her mother and father did not know about it. Mu Wan had once communicated with this kind of power, and the result of that communication caused her cultivation to soar to an extent that she could not imagine. It was just that in that situation she felt like her body was being controlled by another person or another consciousness. She could only shrink into a corner and passively watch what happened, unable to do anything. Moreover, the price she had to bear after the incident was also huge. It took her a long time to slowly recover, so she was not willing to use it unless she had no other choice. However, just as the inexplicable ripples began to awaken from the silence, several miserable cries suddenly rang out from the cave behind her. Following that, one after another, majestic figures continuously smashed out from within, smashing into various parts of the mountain. They were motionless, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. The sudden situation made Mu Wan's pretty face surprised. She subconsciously stopped what she was doing and looked at the cave. Similarly, Zhao Qiu and the surrounding burly men were the same. Their faces were filled with surprise as their gazes converged on the cave entrance. They did not have to wait for too long. A thin and small figure in tattered clothes quickly walked out of the cave. The youth who walked out had disheveled hair and his body was covered in blood. He looked very miserable. Anyone could see that the aura of this miserable person was very strange, fluctuating between high and low. It was very unstable. Then the miserable figure slowly raised his head, revealing a face that everyone was familiar with. It was Yan Chutian. Yan Chutian did not open his eyes now. His eyes were closed, and a dazzling light flashed between his eyebrows. When the light gradually weakened, everyone could finally vaguely see that there was a fiery red eye in the light. It was like a fiery sun, hot and dazzling. Hua! The fiery red eye opened, and in an instant, the red brilliance scattered in all directions and rushed towards the surrounding burly men. In fact, these were all illusory images. For example, the dazzling flames that rushed in front of Mu Wan disappeared in an instant. But they were not all illusions. Sparks flew and the burly men hurriedly covered their eyes. They only felt that there were flames burning in their eyes, and their eyes were about to be burned. Chapter 26. My eyes are burning. What's going on? It's so painful. It's that guy. He has a red eye between his eyebrows. He looked at me and I became like this. How is this possible? Is he an immortal? How can it be like this with just one look? The burly men, who had been sneering, were now like dead dogs in a fire pit. They covered their eyes and trembled on the ground, howling in pain. They only felt that there was a fire burning in their eyes, and their eyes were about to be burned alive. Even Zhao Qiu felt that his eyes were burning at this time. A burning feeling grew out of nowhere, making his eye sockets sting, and tears rolled down his cheeks involuntarily. Damn it! Zhao Qiu gritted his teeth and desperately operated his spiritual power to protect his eyes. His spiritual power did not let him down. As it flowed in his eyes, the burning feeling quickly disappeared. He stopped crying and reluctantly opened his eyes to look around. This glance immediately made Zhao Qiu's heart burn with rage. Then, He shot a resentful gaze that wished he could tear the other party into pieces. He stared at Yan Chutian, who was still standing with her eyes closed, but the light between her brows was gradually fading. It's this fellow again. This fellow has spoiled our plans time and time again, and he actually did it again at the critical moment today. How could he not be furious? At the same time, he felt a faint fear in his heart. This kid was really too strange, and even a little too shocking. Especially the strange light that was emitted from the vertical eye between his eyebrows. Not only did it cause all of his subordinates to lose their combat strength like dead dogs, it even nearly caused him to be hit. In any case, he could not let this guy continue to grow. Otherwise, it would not be long before he was no match for him. Kill! With killing intent surging in his heart, Zhao Qiu immediately attacked. With a roar, his body pounced forward like a tiger and a leopard. As he clenched his fist, his spiritual power surged. The aura he emitted was unimaginable to any practitioner in the opening pulse realm, even if they had opened 99 spiritual meridians. Zhao Qiu was very confident that he could kill any cultivator with 90 spiritual meridians. After all, even a genius like Mu Wan with 99 spiritual meridians would not be able to withstand one of his moves. Yan Chutian's eyes were still closed as the fist attack approached. Zhao Qiu sneered. Haha! You're about to die and you're still playing tricks. Die. However, when the fist was about to land, the vertical eye between Yan Chutian's eyebrows, which was gradually fading, suddenly burst out with a strong light. Zhao Qiu was so scared that he quickly turned around. He didn't dare to continue attacking and could only desperately escape. It was just a dazzling light, but this light didn't seem to have any offensive power. Instead, Yan Chutian's closed eyes slowly opened at this moment. After a few moments of confusion, he returned to normal and then smiled at the fleeing Zhao Qiu. Fugitive, where do you think you're going? Yan Chutian burst out laughing. He was unprecedentedly happy. The light between his eyebrows dissipated, but the vertical eye was still there. It scanned the surroundings as if it could take in everything in the world. Zhao Qiu finally halted his escape and turned around. However, the reason why he turned around was not because of Yan Chutian's shout, but because he discovered that the imposing radiance did not have the slightest bit of offensive power. When he heard the latter's shout, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. In his opinion, this brat in front of him must be deliberately playing with him. Otherwise, how could things happen so coincidentally? Trash, you're courting death. Haha. Now is not the time before. It's not certain who's the trash. Yan Chutian also sneered. He nimbly tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and his figure flashed out like a ghost. It was the shadow step. The shadow steps was secondary. The key was that after he disappeared like a ghost, he reappeared to attack Zhao Qiu. The spirit energy around his palm was no longer 65 spiritual meridians, but 99 spiritual meridians. He was only one spiritual meridian away from entering the spirit transformation realm. Bang! The two palms collided, creating a shocking rumble. After that palm, Zhao Qiu's body paused for a moment and a strange expression appeared on his face. On the other hand, Yan Chutian's expression remained the same from beginning to end. She gracefully landed on the ground with a flip of her body, neither surprised nor surprised. It was as if even though Zhao Qiu's cultivation had stabilized at the spirit transformation realm, it was not worth mentioning in his eyes. This made Zhao Qiu even more angry. He coldly looked at Yan Chutian and clenched his teeth like a beast. So what if you opened 99 spiritual meridians? Even Mu Wan was not my match, so what do you count as? Before he finished speaking, Zhao Qiu's spirit force surged out from his palm. He had just entered the spirit transformation realm and his spirit force had only transformed not long ago, so he naturally hadn't learned any spirit spells. However, even if he didn't know any spirit spells, he still had a wealth of battle experience. In his opinion, this brat would not be his match. However, Zhao Qiu would never have thought that in terms of battle experience, Yan Chutian would not be any worse than him. Moreover, Yan Chutian's spirit eye was far stronger than others. As for battle skills, no matter how strong they were, could they surpass spirit spells? Spirit spells were created by cultivators who had tempered their skills thousands of times. Therefore, in a real fight, Zhao Qiu was shocked to find that he was being suppressed by his opponent. It was as if his opponent could see through his intentions. The so-called rich battle experience was useless. How could it be like this? Zhao Qiu's expression was ugly. How could this brat be so strange? Stone-shattering palm. With a palm, he defeated the so-called battle skills of the other party. Yan Chutian looked at the panicked Zhao Qiu on the ground and gently shook his arm. He looked down at the latter and coldly said, "A cultivator's cultivation is indeed the foundation of everything, but it doesn't always decide everything. Cultivation is not completely equal to strength." After he finished speaking, Yan Chutian didn't care if the other party could understand the truth in his words. He slowly raised his hand and gave the other party the final blow. At this moment, the surrounding burly men who had finally recovered some of their strength looked over. Their bodies couldn't help but tremble as if they had seen a ghost. Zhao Qiu, who had entered the spirit transformation realm, was actually defeated by a meridian opening realm youth. How was this possible? They did not have much time to be shocked. Very soon, Yan Chutian's gaze swept across, causing those who were swept by her gaze to scream and flee. They no longer had the demeanor of a cultivator and looked like weak young girls who were being bullied by a burly man. At the same time, Mu Wan, who was holding her chest with blood on the corner of her mouth, opened her red lips slightly. Her beautiful eyes were wide open and she had a shocked expression. What did she see? Yan Chu had actually defeated Zhao Qiu? Under her shocked gaze, Yan Chutian slowly turned around. The latter's slightly immature face carried a gentle smile, causing Mu Wan to feel her delicate body heating up. She somewhat did not dare to look at him in the eye and blushed in embarrassment. Chapter 27. Seeing Yan Chutian fainted on the ground, Mu Wan was both angry and amused. Thinking about it, this guy was already an arrow at the end of its flight, yet he still didn't forget to play around with her, causing her to blush with embarrassment? "You really like to show off," Mu Wan muttered softly. However, when she thought of the scene from before and how he killed Zhao Qiu and scared everyone away, her eyes couldn't help but become fiery. Even now, she had to admit that this guy was always able to surprise everyone at the last moment. Thinking like this, Mu Wan rested for a moment before slowly helping the unconscious Yan Chutian up. Feeling the masculine aura from the latter's body, her pretty face turned red. She could only comfort herself in her heart that this was not the first time she had touched him, and it would be over soon. Supporting Yan Chutian, Mu Wan didn't dare to stay here any longer. Although Zhao Qiu had been killed by Yan Chutian and the surrounding subordinates of the One-Eyed King had been scared away, the other subordinates of the One-Eyed King could appear at any time. If they were to encounter the two of them, it would truly be difficult for them to escape. Although Zhao Qiu had entered the spirit transformation realm, he couldn't even be considered a general under the One-Eyed King. The One-Eyed King also had the second Vice King and the 3 generals, all of whom were at the spirit transformation realm. They were much stronger than Zhao Qiu, who was barely at the spirit transformation realm. Supporting Yan Chutian, he swiftly headed towards the direction of Kai Yuan City. The figures of the two gradually disappeared into the horizon, just as Mu Wan had expected. A tall figure appeared in less than an hour with a group of burly men behind him. This figure was handsome and had a tall and straight figure. It was enough to make many women fall in love with him and fall in love with him. If Mu Wan saw him, she would also be shocked. However, Mu Wan was not shocked because of how handsome he was, but because he was Jiang Qing. In Kai Yuan City, Jiang Qing had always been the strongest among the younger generation. He also had the title of Major General in the military. At this moment, he was leading the subordinates of the One-Eyed King, who almost everyone knew, to search the mountains. Jiang Qing, who had rushed into the cave ahead and appeared in front of the mountain man's team again, was incomparably furious. He stomped heavily on the head of Zhao Qiu, who was already a corpse, and roared angrily, "What a waste! You can't even do such a simple thing." Before he could finish his roar, his furious gaze suddenly turned towards some of the large men who were being escorted behind him. He said coldly, "All of you are trash. Kill them all." "Yes." Plop, plop, one by one, the heads of the burly men were immediately chopped off. They didn't even have the chance to beg for mercy. Immediately, blood flowed all over the ground. The smell of blood spread out and lingered in the mountains for a long time. After going through untold hardships, Mu Wan finally helped Yan Chutian back to Kaiyuan City. As soon as she appeared outside Kaiyuan City, Mu Wan found that the current Kaiyuan City was very different from before. The city gates were tightly shut, as if they had entered a state of alert. However, when the people on the city walls realized that the person who had come was Mu Wan, they naturally opened the city gates very quickly. A large group of soldiers rushed out of the city gates, welcoming the two of them while speaking excitedly, "Miss Mu, you're finally back. What's wrong?" Mu Wan felt that the atmosphere was a little strange, so she raised her voice and asked. Since Mu Wan asked, the leader naturally didn't dare to hide anything. He quickly and honestly told her everything. "Miss Mu, while you were away, that Jiang Qing had been harboring evil intentions and secretly poisoned the city lord." "What?" Mu Wan was shocked at first, then her beautiful face revealed a deep anger. No wonder she didn't wait for her father to notice and help. It turned out that Jiang Qing had taken the opportunity to secretly poison her father. She didn't have a good impression of Jiang Qing, but it wasn't bad either. At least, it was better than how she treated ordinary people. However, she had never thought that Jiang Qing would actually have such evil intentions and even make a move on her father. Furthermore, she could completely deduce that her and Yen Chu's whereabouts must have been revealed to the One-Eyed King by him. It was very possible that he was one of the One-Eyed King's men. Following that, as expected, Mu Wan found out that Jiang Qing had escaped from Kaiyuan City after his poisoning was discovered and fled in the direction of the One-Eyed King. Then what about my father? The city lord, although he discovered it in time, he was already poisoned. Fortunately, Master Xian immediately took action and stabilized the situation. Damn it! Mu Wan gritted her teeth and then let the leader carry Yan Chutian. The three of them hurriedly returned to the city lord's mansion. She let the leader take the lead to settle down Yan Chutian, while she went to her father's room. The moment she stepped in, she saw the back of the 100 Herb Valley's Master Xian. Her father was sitting by the stone table and letting him take his pulse. His other hand was holding her mother's hand, seemingly comforting her. Wan, seeing Mu Wan step in, Mu Feng and the woman's faces were filled with joy. However, this joy seemed to have affected the poison in Mu Feng's body, causing his face to flush red. A mouthful of blood that he could not suppress was immediately spat out, splattering all over the floor. "Father! Brother Feng!" The moment Mu Feng spat out blood, the two women immediately became worried and anxious. Master Xian also hurriedly said, "The city lord has been poisoned. He must not have too strong of an emotional fluctuation. Otherwise, the consequences will be unpredictable." Cough, cough. Mu Feng coughed and nodded lightly. Mu Wan, who had already walked to his side, hurriedly asked the hunchbacked old man worriedly, "Master Xian, do you have a way to cure my father's poison?" The hunchbacked old man was immediately at a loss for words. He could only evasively say, that little friend should have a way to cure this poison. The three of them clearly understood what the hunchbacked old man meant. He meant that he could not cure this poison and could only place his hopes on Yan Chutian. It was just that normally, Mu Wan would of course impatiently look for Yan Chutian. Even if she had to beg, she would plead with him to save her father. However, now that he was unconscious, what should she do? Helpless, Mu Wan could only summarize their experience. After hearing this, the hunchbacked old man hurriedly said, "It's fine. I can give the city lord a prescription that can temporarily delay the poison. It should be able to wait until that little friend wakes up." "Thank you, master." Hearing this, Mu Wan and the woman repeatedly thanked him. Then, Mu Wan asked her mother to wait for the hunchbacked old man to give the prescription while she hurriedly went to Yan Chutian's courtyard. She could not waste a single second, so she decided to guard Yan Chu until he woke up. When she arrived at the courtyard, Zhang Chen was worriedly looking at the unconscious Yan Chutian in the room. Even though the leader had already explained Yan Chutian's situation to him, Zhang Chen was still an ordinary person. Being unconscious was already extremely serious for him. It was only when Mu Wan arrived and explained to Zhang Chen in detail that he gradually understood. Then, when he found out that Mu Wan was actually waiting here for Yan Chu to wake up, his eyes couldn't help but widen. His face was filled with shock, and at the same time, he gradually revealed a smile. He still did not know that Mu Wan was poisoned, so he naturally felt that the person in front of him should be related to Little Chu. Otherwise, why would she be like this? Chapter 28. Imperial Father, that trash Zhao Qiu actually let Mu Wan and Yan Chu escape with such a great opportunity. If it weren't for the fact that he's already dead, I would definitely make him suffer a fate worse than death. In the Palace of Darkness, Jiang Qing respectfully said to the huge figure sitting on the high seat. He was actually addressing him as father? It doesn't matter. You've already made a great contribution this time. You've poisoned Mu Feng and avenged your brother. The huge figure sitting on the high seat said kindly. The young man in front of him was his second child, and now he was his only child. Naturally, his attitude was unusual. Compared to his eldest son, who indulged in debauchery and eventually died an unnatural death, he was more satisfied with his second son. Many years ago, they had used a scheme to send Jiang Qing to Kaiyuan City and to Mu Feng's side. Originally, Jiang Qing wanted to capture Mu Wan's heart and use this opportunity to effortlessly turn the entire Kaiyuan City into their possession without shedding a single drop of blood. However, who would have thought that after so many years, although Mu Wan's attitude towards him had improved, it was still far from the feelings between a man and a woman. If he wanted to capture her heart and obtain Kaiyuan City, how long would he have to wait? Therefore they, especially Jiang Qing, couldn't wait. Even the one-eyed king himself didn't know that his second son had played a part in the death of his eldest son. Jiang Qing's thinking was very simple. Getting rid of his elder brother would not only ensure that there would be one less competitor, but also incite his father to make a move as soon as possible. Therefore, when he heard the one-eyed king mention his elder brother, Jiang Qing secretly sneered. However, he restrained himself very well. In the blink of an eye, he regained his composure and slowly said, "Even so, those two people are likely to have returned to Kaiyuan City. If Yan Chu can cure our previous poison, he might be able to cure Mu Feng's current poison." Hearing this, the one-eyed king also pondered slightly, a cold light flashing in his eyes. "That makes sense. In that case, we will immediately attack Kaiyuan City tomorrow. Even if that kid can cure Mu Feng's poison, he won't succeed in a short time." "Yes, father." Jiang Qing bowed and answered, his slightly lowered face full of a cold smile. Tomorrow, Kaiyuan City would belong to him. By then, that woman, Mu Wan, would have to submit to him and moan under his crotch. Just thinking about that situation made him very excited. A storm was brewing, and the atmosphere tonight was destined to be extremely oppressive. In the courtyard, Yan Chutian was still unconscious. This made Mu Wan, who had been keeping watch at the side, sigh softly. How could she not know that the one-eyed king was eyeing Kaiyuan City like a tiger eyeing its prey? However, his father was poisoned. If the one-eyed king took the opportunity to attack, who could stop him? While sighing, Mu Wan's beautiful eyes were still fixed on the unconscious Yan Chutian. Perhaps he was the only one who could solve this crisis. She didn't know if it was because of her waiting, but in the middle of the night, Yan Chutian's tightly shut eyes trembled slightly. His body also stirred, and he slowly opened his eyes. Seeing that Yan Chutian had woken up, the pleasantly surprised Mu Wan naturally hurriedly moved closer to him. However, she didn't expect that Yan Chutian, who had just woken up, would be equally pleasantly surprised to see her. It was as if he had seen someone very important. Without saying a word, he excitedly stretched out his hands, struggled to get up, and took her domineeringly into his arms. Chiou Yu, this is great. I've finally found you again. The mention of Chiou Yu made Mu Wan, who was still somewhat at a loss, suddenly sober. Being pulled into Tyrannical's embrace, she could clearly feel how much Yan Chutian treasured that woman called Chiou Yu. Even the palm of his hand that was hugging her was constantly trembling, as though he was afraid that what he saw was an illusion. For some reason, at this moment, Mu Wan suddenly felt very jealous of that woman. After hugging for a long time, Yan Chutian finally slowly awoke from his dazed state. In an instant, his body involuntarily became very stiff. Mu Wan was naturally aware of this. While his body was stiff, she endured her embarrassment and said in a low voice, "Still not letting go of me?" Yan Chutian hurriedly let go of Mu Wan. He glanced at the faint blush on her delicate face, and his expression became even more awkward. He could only scratch the back of his head innocently, not knowing what to do. However, his appearance made Mu Wan even more embarrassed. Even if this guy mistook her for someone else, he still took advantage of her. Now, he actually showed such an innocent reaction. Could it be that it was her fault? Mu Wan wanted to get angry, but when she thought of her father and the current situation of Kai Yuan City, she could only suppress the anger in her heart. She tried to put on a pleading expression and spoke. Little did she know that her current appearance was no different from an order. "You get up quickly. My father has been poisoned by the one-eyed king. I need you to detoxify him." Fortunately, the person Mu Wan was facing was Yan Chutian. Otherwise, if it was anyone else, they would have turned hostile and refused to acknowledge someone else's pleading in a commanding tone. "The city lord has been poisoned? Then quickly take me there." Yan Chutian's incomparable initiative dissipated most of the anger in Mu Wan's heart. She felt that the guy in front of her was not so abominable. It was fine that she was taken advantage of just now. Anyway, he did not do it on purpose and did not touch her. After calming down a little, Mu Wan hurriedly brought Yan Chutian to Mu Feng's room. At this moment, Master Xian and Mu Wan's mother were both present. The three of them seemed to be waiting for Yan Chutian's arrival. Seeing Mu Wan bring Yan Chutian in, the middle-aged woman's face lit up. Even Mu Feng was the same. After all, if there was a chance to live, no one would want to die. Moreover, he was more worried about his wife and daughter. If he died, what would happen to them? How could they survive facing the one-eyed king alone? Master Xian of the 100 Herb Valley did not have any hostility towards Yan Chutian. After the initial shock and disbelief, he gradually came to his senses. One of the rules of the 100 Herb Valley was that the one who reached the top would be the first, regardless of age. However, at the beginning, he actually looked down on the other party because of his young age. After that, he was shocked by the other party's every move. Only after he came to his senses did he realize what a huge mistake he had made. Therefore, at this moment, he was holding a normal heart and even had an attitude of learning. Since the other party could cure the illness that he could not deal with, he naturally had his outstanding point. He should learn from him and not be hostile. Without saying much, the three of them respectfully stood to the side and let Yan Chutian take Mu Feng's pulse. After quietly taking the pulse, Yan Chutian immediately opened his slightly closed eyes and said in a low voice, This is the blood flame poison. When it comes into contact with blood, it burns like fire and is extremely difficult to resist. Fortunately, I took a prescription that temporarily delayed the outbreak of the blood flame poison and its toxicity. Little friend Yen is indeed extraordinary. Immediately see the situation of City Lord Mu. Chapter 29. Looking at their anxious expressions, Yan Chutian knew that Mu Wan and the middle-aged woman were worried about Mu Feng's condition, while Master Xian wanted to know how he could cure the poison. Thus, after pausing for a few breaths and organizing his words, he said, "For now, I have two methods to cure the City Lord's poison. The first is to use many spiritual herbs to make an antidote soup, just like how I cured Madame's poison." Before Yan Chutian finished speaking, the four of them couldn't help but secretly shake their heads. Although this method was feasible and should be the most reliable, it was clearly not the right time. How could the one-eyed king give them enough time to gather the spiritual herbs to make an antidote soup? The second method is that I have the ability to scrape the City Lord's bones to treat the poison. If I succeed, I can completely remove the poison in the City Lord's body within 2 hours. However, scrape the bones to treat the poison is no small matter. Not only does it have a certain amount of risk, it also requires great pain. After all, although it's not a real scrape, it's still painful. Scrape the bones to treat the poison? Hearing this, Master Xian's turbid eyes brightened. Clearly, he didn't expect Yan Chutian to mention such a strange method to cure the poison. However, he was also an expert in medicine. Very quickly, he deduced some clues. Even more shock appeared on his aged face. Scrape the bones to treat the poison requires you to be able to determine the location of the poison in the City Lord's body. Otherwise, it will only be a waste of effort and cause the City Lord to suffer unnecessary pain. Can you tell where the poison is? If it was before, Yan Chutian definitely wouldn't mention such a method. However, now that he had a spiritual eye, it was in between his brows. At this moment, it had turned into a dark red vertical line and was converging. The spiritual eye could see through illusions and see things and scenes that many people couldn't see with their eyes. Although Yan Chutian's spiritual eye was still very immature, as long as Mu Feng didn't deliberately resist, the spiritual eye should be able to work. Therefore, the spiritual eye was where Yan Chutian's confidence lay. Since I mentioned the scrape the bones to treat the poison, I have a certain level of confidence. However, this is still an extreme method. I can only say that I will do my best. However, even though Yan Chutian said that he was confident, Mu Wan, the middle-aged woman, and Master Xian still didn't dare to agree. They were all deep in thought. On the contrary, Mu Feng suddenly laughed and looked at Yan Chutian. Now that things have come to this, there is no other choice. I will use this poisoned body of mine to remove the poison. Father! Brother Feng, there's no need to say more. I've already made up my mind. You and Master Xian can leave first. Mu Feng's attitude was firm. He didn't allow the two women to say more. He let them leave with the hunchbacked old man, leaving only Yan Chutian behind. In this regard, even though the two women were worried about Mu Feng's condition and whether this method of scraping off the bone to treat the poison would work, they also understood that this was the only choice. They could only follow the instructions and leave the room, leaving Yan Chutian behind. Walking out of the house, the middle-aged woman still looked back from time to time and asked the hunchbacked old man worriedly, "Great Master Xian, what are the chances of success of this bone-scraping method?" This, Great Master Xian was speechless and couldn't answer because if Yan Chutian hadn't mentioned it, he wouldn't have thought of this method at all. So how could he judge the chances of success? After hesitating for a while, he answered hesitantly, "With little friend Yan's talent, there should be a great chance of success," as he said. In this old man's opinion, there should be about 50% success rate. 50%? The middle-aged woman looked worried. How could she not know that the other party was ambiguous? 50% was half success and half failure. It was almost equivalent to not saying anything. In other words, Great Master Xian of the 100 Herbs Valley couldn't give a definite judgment and could only vaguely laugh. It must succeed. Supporting her mother, Mu Wan clenched her jade-like hands into fists. Her pretty face was also full of worry and nervousness. She stared closely at the familiar house behind her. Tonight, for many people, it was destined to be sleepless. The golden rooster announced the dawn. The sky was about to brighten. In the dim sky and earth, there was an orderly team coming from the mountain forest, approaching Kai Yuan City step by step. Behind the mighty team, Jiang Qing was riding a horse with a cold expression. He looked straight ahead and his spirit force surged. Behind him, there were several extremely strong men carrying a large palanquin. The one-eyed king was sitting inside the palanquin with a sneer on his face. The aura surging around him was too terrifying. Spirit transformation realm cultivators couldn't fight against it. With such a huge troop coming from all directions, it was only natural that the guards of Kai Yuan City noticed them from afar. Immediately, the guards beat the city drum, and countless guards rushed to the top of the city wall. Spiritual chi spread out around them as they glared at the city below. When the large group finally appeared before Kai Yuan City, the city was already on guard. However, the one-eyed king didn't show any fear. In his eyes, Mu Feng was the only enemy in Kai Yuan City. Now that Mu Feng was poisoned and wouldn't be able to recover in a short period of time, what did he have to fear? The city guards in front of him were nothing more than chickens and dogs that could be easily destroyed. Under the one-eyed king's signal, the 3 generals and the 2nd vice-king stepped out. Their bodies were surrounded by powerful spirit force, showing that they had crossed the threshold of the spirit transformation realm and were genuine spirit transformation realm cultivators. However, the one-eyed king had the 2nd vice-king and the 3 generals, so the Kai Yuan City army also had their own generals. They were also surrounded by spirit force, showing that they were spirit transformation realm cultivators. Mu Wan and the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's Old Jiang also appeared on the city wall. Old Jiang's expression was dark, making it impossible for others to guess his true thoughts. However, he was still standing on the side of Kai Yuan City, so he seemed to be a loyal person. Old Jiang was able to be appointed as the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's master by Mu Feng not only because he was trusted, but also because of his powerful cultivation. He was naturally a spirit transformation realm cultivator and was even stronger than the one-eyed king's 2nd vice-king. However, even so, it would be difficult for him to face the one-eyed king. After all, the one-eyed king had already surpassed the spirit transformation realm. Jiangqing rode his horse forward a few steps and looked up. He immediately caught a glimpse of Mu Wan's tense face beside Old Man Jiang. He slowly said, "Wan Kai Yuan City has lost. You should advise the city lord to seek refuge with me and Imperial Father as soon as possible. The city lord will be able to avoid being poisoned." "Humph! Disgusting traitor, you want my Kai Yuan City to surrender? Don't even think about it. Zaizi. Wan I am Royal Father's son and should be loyal to Royal Father. How could I be a traitor? However, after being together for so many years, I, Jiangqing, really like you. As long as you're willing to marry me, our 2 forces can be reconciled and turn weapons of war into gifts of jade and silk. The one-eyed king has done all kinds of evil. How can my Kai Yuan City associate with him? What you're saying is just a fool's dream. It's even more impossible for me to marry a despicable person like you." Mu Wan's every word was ruthless. This finally made Jiangqing withdraw all his kindness. His face was gloomy and filled with killing intent. Chapter 30. Men attack. Jiangqing shouted coldly. With that, the 3 generals and 2 vice-kings moved out one by one. The person before them was the only son of the one-eyed king. Even if his cultivation level was lower than theirs, he still had the qualifications to order them around. A total of 5 people rushed towards Kaiyuan City. Powerful spiritual energies swept out, and the astonishing fluctuations caused the people from both sides to feel shocked. If they were to face any of these masters, they would definitely die. However, even if the one-eyed king had these 5 people, Kaiyuan City also had such a strong person. The 5 figures surrounded by spirit force also jumped down from the city wall. They landed in front of Kaiyuan City and faced off against the other side. A moment later, there was no need for words from either side. A total of 10 people began a fierce battle at a certain distance from both sides. A terrifying battle aura spread out, and it shocked everyone to see the true power of the spirit transformation realm. The shockwaves from the battle between the 10 spirit transformation realm cultivators were not something that many meridian opening cultivators could resist. Mu Wan clenched her teeth and looked at the fierce battle not far away with a serious expression. Even someone as proud as her had to admit that she could not intervene in a battle between true spirit transformation realm cultivators. If she wanted to intervene, she would have to at least step into the spirit transformation realm. What she was more worried about was that even if the one-eyed king and the other spirit transformation realm cultivators could be stopped by the military, who could stop the one-eyed king? Even old Jiang, who was beside her, could not. The spirit transformation realm was divided into 5 realms: early stage, mid-stage, late stage, peak, and peak. Old Jiang was at the peak, but the one-eyed king had already taken a step into this realm. He had barely reached the elixir realm after the spirit transformation realm. The difference between the two seemed small, but in reality, it was extremely large. Even if old Jiang could fight for a while, he would still lose without exception. It would be great if her father was here. Mu Wan hoped that her father was stronger than the one-eyed king and had become a true elixir realm cultivator. If they really fought, the one-eyed king would not be her father's match. However, ever since they walked out of the house in the latter half of the night, they had not seen Yan Chutian. If her father walked out of the house, it was the same until now. It had long passed the 2-hour time limit. She did not know whether the so-called scraping the bone to cure the poison was feasible or not. Don't worry, Mississippi. If the one-eyed king makes a move, I will do my best to stop him and wait for the city lord to appear. While Mu Wan's thoughts swirled, old Jiang's eyes also looked below. A moment later, he slowly spoke in a firm voice. Mu Wan had a good impression of old man Jiang when her father trusted him. Now that old man Jiang had shown such loyalty, she replied slowly, "I'll leave everything to you, old man Jiang. As long as you can wait for my father to appear, the crisis will be resolved. Of course, as long as the city lord appears, this one-eyed king is nothing but a chicken. And I believe in that little friend's ability. With his strength, he will definitely be able to keep the city lord safe." Old Jiang's gaze was faint, and there seemed to be a strange light surging in his eyes that no one else could see. In the next instant, he moved, because the one-eyed king finally stood up slowly from the palanquin he was carrying. When the one-eyed king stood up, his cold laughter immediately resounded across the sky. "Ha ha! I'd like to see who in Kaiyuan City can stop me without Mu Feng." Before he finished laughing, he stomped heavily on the palanquin under his feet. The powerful force actually shook the entire palanquin into pieces, and he used the huge recoil to shoot up, heading straight for the top of Kaiyuan City. However, just as he was about to reach Kaiyuan City, a black figure suddenly rushed out from the top of the city. A slightly skinny hand slowly reached out from under the loose robe, fearlessly blocking the blow. After the blow, both of them landed on the ground. The one-eyed king did not retreat a single step, and although the black figure retreated a few steps, he still took the blow head-on. Naturally, the one-eyed king, who had just spoken ruthlessly, had a gloomy expression. He shot a cold glare at the other party and then said disdainfully, "It's you again, you damned old thing. What benefits did Mu Feng give you to make you willing to be such an obedient watchdog?" However, Old Jiang did not respond to his words at all and slowly said, "If you want to harm Kaiyuan City, then you'll have to step over this old man's body first." Haha, good, good. I'd like to see how an old dog like you will compete with this king. After he spoke, a heaven-shaking battle broke out between the two of them. The battle here was obviously much more powerful than the battle between the 10 spirit transformation realm cultivators. After all, the strongest among the 10 spirit transformation realm cultivators was only at the late stage of the spirit transformation realm. Old Jiang was at the peak of the spirit transformation realm, and the one-eyed king had taken a step into the spirit transformation realm. How could they compare to them? The fierce battle continued to break out. Jiang Cheng led the rest of the one-eyed king's people to move. However, in the end, he didn't give the order to attack. Instead, his gaze fell on the worried Mu Wan, and a sinister light flashed in his eyes. "Wan heir, we haven't fought in a long time. Why don't we take advantage of this great opportunity?" When Jiang Qing said this, not only did it make Mu Wan feel shameless, it also made the other guards on the city wall angry. Everyone knew that Jiang Qing was already a spirit transformation realm cultivator. Even if he was only at the early stage, how could Mu Wan, who was only at the channel opening realm, compare to him? Wan heir, I'll suppress my cultivation and try to be as similar to yours as possible. I won't take advantage of you. If you don't agree, then don't blame me for giving the order to attack the city. Jiang Qing continued to sneer, and the threat in his words was very strong. It was as if Mu Wan dared to not agree, he would give the order to attack the city. As long as the city was attacked, even if Kaiyuan City occupied the city, there would be countless casualties. This was clearly not what Mu Wan wanted to see, and Jiang Qing had grasped this point. Despicable. Young miss, don't be threatened by him. We're not afraid of attacking the city. If he wants to attack, then attack. That's right. Jiang Qing, you dog, give the order to attack the city. The city guards were united against a common enemy and coldly looked down. This made Jiang Qing's face even more gloomy. He gritted his teeth and said, "You really have a backbone. Mu Wan, I'll ask you one last time, do you agree or not? If you don't agree, I'll give the order to attack the city." Facing Jiang Qing's cold shout, Mu Wan knew that if she agreed, she would be doomed. But she had no choice but to agree. She did not want to see a scene of blood flowing like a river. Moreover, she wanted to use her own strength to delay for a bit more time. So in the end, she gently nodded and coldly said, "Jiang Qing, what's the harm in fighting? Ha ha ha. Good, Wan heir is really obedient." Jiang Qing laughed heartily and rode his horse to the front of the army. Mu Wan, under the unwilling gazes of the crowd, leaped out of the city. Her white robes made her look very determined. Seeing Mu Wan appear in front of him without the city blocking him, Jiang Qing's eyes became more and more fiery. He stared at this woman. Even if he had never been close to women, he still wanted to conquer this woman. "Wan heir, actually we don't need to do this. If you had become my Dao companion earlier, we could have lived a good life. Why do we need to fight on the battlefield?" "Humph. You're still saying these hypocritical things now. Don't you feel disgusted?" Chapter 31. Shocking fluctuations from the battle continued to spread. Outside Kaiyuan City, the two figures continued to exchange blows. The ripples of spirit force caused the surrounding people to sway. They had to use spirit force to stabilize themselves, or else they wouldn't be able to withstand it with just their bodies. "Old thing, your skills aren't small. The peak of the spirit transformation realm has almost touched this king's realm." The one-eyed king's cold laughter rang out as his spiritual energy rumbled. However, even though he was praising Yi Shiwen, his tone was still filled with arrogance as he continued to speak. "However, you want to fight against this king with this little bit of power? Wishful thinking." Hearing the one-eyed king's cold and arrogant words, old Zhang's expression didn't change. He didn't say anything and continued to use his own method. However, everyone could see that he was barely holding on. It was difficult for a peak spirit transformation cultivator to fight against a half-step elixir. On the other side, the battle between the 10 spirit transformation realm cultivators was becoming more and more intense. However, the battle between the 10 of them was even more intense than the battle between the one-eyed king and old Jiang. After all, their cultivation levels were similar and they were fighting at the same time, so it would take a while for the battle to end. At the same time, Mu Wan was facing off against Jiang Qing outside Kai Yuan City. Her beautiful face was cold and there was no joy in her eyes as she looked at Jiang Qing. There was only anger and disgust. Seeing Mu Wan's expression, Jiang Qing acted like he couldn't see her disgust. He raised his hand and spirit force surged in his palm as he slowly said, "Wan there's no time to lose. So many people are watching, so I'll let you make the first move." As he spoke, the aura he exuded was gradually suppressed to a level similar to Mu Wan's. Even so, he was still using spirit force, so if he really fought against Mu Wan, he would have a great advantage. However, even so, Mu Wan let out a sigh of relief. After all, the other party had suppressed his cultivation. Otherwise, if he had the strength of a spirit transformation realm cultivator, her situation wouldn't be much better than Zhao Qiu's. Although Mu Wan had never forgotten about the mysterious power hidden inside her body, she believed that the less she used it, the better. Unless it was absolutely necessary, she wouldn't use it. "Wan please." Jiang Qing smiled faintly and made a gentlemanly gesture. Although Mu Wan didn't say anything, she didn't hesitate either. Immediately, her jade-like feet stomped heavily on the ground, and her delicate body shot out. Spiritual energy surged wildly from her fair, jade-like arms, continuously rushing into her palms. Boom! Her jade-like palms struck out with great momentum. There were probably very few people in the Meridian opening stage who could withstand such a palm strike. But her opponent was not a channel opening realm cultivator. Even if his cultivation was suppressed, Jiang Qing was still a genuine spirit transformation realm cultivator. Therefore, when he faced Mu Wan's palm, he sneered and was not nervous at all. He waited until his opponent's palm was close to him before he calmly blocked the attack. This was destined to be an unfair battle. From the beginning to the end, Jiang Qing had been suppressing Mu Wan. After fighting for a long time, Mu Wan's mouth was overflowing with blood. Her beautiful face was pale, and her delicate body was staggering. In response to this, many of the guards on the city walls wished they could immediately rush down the city walls. However, every time at this moment, Mu Wan would gently raise her jade-like hand and make a gesture to stop them. "Zazi, Wan why do you have to do this?" Looking at the somewhat embarrassed Mu Wan, Jiang Qing pretended to not have the heart to say anything. However, his face was filled with a cold smile, showing that his heart was not as he looked on the outside. Raising her jade-like hand, her cold gaze shot towards the sneering Jiang Qing. Mu Wan's beautiful face gradually turned cold. Even though she knew that she could not easily use the inexplicable power in the depths of her body, she knew that she could not hide it anymore. Otherwise, she would be captured alive by the other party. Her fate could be imagined. Lightly exhaling, Mu Wan gently closed her eyes. Gradually, an inexplicable and mysterious fluctuation spread out from her body. Jiang Qing, who was confronting her, was the first to sense it. The smile on his face unconsciously disappeared and turned into a trace of unease. Although he didn't know what Mu Wan was doing, his intuition told him that he couldn't wait any longer, or the consequences would be unpredictable. Thinking about this, Jiang Qing no longer suppressed his cultivation and completely released his early-stage spirit transformation realm cultivation. Whether it was in Kai Yuan City or with the One-Eyed King, it was impossible for him not to have learned a spirit spell. A powerful force immediately gathered in his palm and surged out along with his palm. Although he didn't want to hurt Mu Wan, the situation forced him to, so he couldn't care less. No one below the spirit transformation realm could resist this spirit spell attack. Even if they didn't die, they would be seriously injured. However, as his palm approached, Mu Wan's closed eyes slowly opened. At this moment, her left eye was the same as before, but her right eye was a strange deep purple. The aura emitted by that purple eye was so high and mighty, and it was insufferably arrogant. Mu Wan had two completely different auras, but it was clear that the aura from the purple eye was the dominant one. She slowly raised her jade-like hand, and a purple force gradually appeared in her palm. This was spirit force? Just at this moment, a thin figure suddenly appeared beside her. Before Mu Wan could make a move, the figure quickly retreated and dodged Jiang Cheng's attack. Her counterattack was blocked, and she was quickly carried away. Mu Wan naturally turned around and looked at the figure that was carrying her. When she saw the face, her left eye was filled with helplessness, but the right eye was even colder. She controlled her body and coldly shouted, "Let me go!" However, in the face of the former's cold shout, the skinny figure trembled. That young and tender face was filled with shock and agitation. He stared intently at her purple eyes for a long time until her gaze became even colder. Finally, he spoke with a trembling voice, Shall you?" These two simple words caused Mu Wan's cold purple eyes to abruptly change color. Then, a look of disbelief appeared on her charming face. How could the person in front of her call her Xiao Yu? Xiao Yu was obviously that idiot who called her that. How could he know? Wait. Mu Wan suddenly stared at the eyes of the thin and small figure. Even though this face was completely different from the one in her memory, she could still recognize that pair of eyes. This was the eyes that only Yan Chutian had. Yan Chutian? Yes. The thin figure, Yan Chutian, nodded heavily. He didn't know what happened to Mu Wan, but she must be his Qiuyu. These familiar purple eyes, the familiar cold aura, and the ability to recognize her from this unfamiliar body. Who else could it be but Qiuyu? It's really you. Chapter 32. Her gorgeous and indifferent purple eyes were full of surprise, and there was no longer any trace of indifference from before. Qiuyu stared closely at Yan Chutian's face. Suddenly, she stretched out her jade hand and hit the latter's chest fiercely. However, the huge force was clearly weakened when it came close to his body. In the end, it was even faintly discernible, full of helplessness. Letting Qiuyu beat his chest, Yan Chutian only cared about hugging this familiar body tightly. Even though he knew that there must be some kind of relationship between Mu Wan and Qiuyu, he had never been so sure. Now, he could finally be sure that Mu Wan was Qiuyu. "You? Let go of me, I don't want you to care about me." The young girl's delicate body struggled, and her voice was full of grievance and dissatisfaction. Although she had never felt anything before, now that she saw Yan Chutian again, the emotions in her heart seemed to have been aroused all of a sudden, and she vented them to her heart's content. And how could Yan Chutian not hear that Qiuyu was throwing a tantrum, so how could he obediently let go? Instead, his hands tightened even more, as if he couldn't wait to rub the young girl in his arms into his body. "Little you, I was stubborn in the past. I understand your feelings for me, and I also have feelings for you, even more than you have for me." Hearing Yan Chutian's confession, Qiuyu's beautiful face couldn't help but blush. Her originally wronged heart had long been filled with joy, and she secretly thought that this guy was finally enlightened. But even so, she didn't forget to snort proudly. "Humph, what nonsense are you talking about? I don't have any feelings for you, it's you who has been chasing me." The young girl's words were full of arrogance, and Yan Chutian couldn't help but smile helplessly. However, he didn't dare to disobey the other party's wishes, and smiled apologetically. "Yes, it's all because I've been chasing little you, from the heavenly realm to the mortal world, and now I've finally caught up with you." "Humph!" The young girl snorted lightly, but she didn't refute Yan Chutian. She seemed to have completely forgotten her own situation, and only wanted to talk to Yan Chutian. But at this time, there were always angry words that spoiled the mood, interrupting the two. "You're courting death." Jiang Cheng's entire body was filled with killing intent. His eyes were like copper bells as he stared fixedly at the two people who were hugging each other. The woman that he regarded as his exclusive property was actually acting coquettishly in someone else's arms. This made him so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Moreover, he felt that Mu Wan was a shameless person. She pretended to be a saint in front of him, but she was so proactive in front of that man. The sudden roar made Qiu Yu frown. She slowly stood up from Yan Chutian's embrace. Her purple eyes only showed tenderness to Yan Chutian. She said softly, "I'm going to deal with this annoying guy first. Wait for me here. Don't run. You're still as domineering as before." Yan Chutian shook his head helplessly. Qiu Yu was like this in the past. Although she was always by his side, she was never silent. Instead, she was always declaring her sovereignty to him and the people around her. In the past, this gave Yan Chutian a headache and made him feel helpless, but now it only sounded warm. However, he wouldn't let Qiu Yu, who was obviously not in the right state, make a move. Thus, he immediately held the latter's hand and gently patted her head. When her face gradually turned from puzzlement to pink, he said domineeringly, "I'm going to deal with this annoying guy. Wait for me here." "Okay," Qiu Yu obediently nodded like a rabbit. If the people in the heaven realm who knew her saw this scene, they would definitely be shocked. How could Li Qiu Yu, who had always been overbearing and cold, have such a gentle and obedient side? However, if they knew that Qiu Yu was facing Yan Chutian, they wouldn't be surprised. After all, this woman was no less talented than Yan Chutian with the spirit body. She was willing to give up her life for the former. After Qiu Yu nodded, Yan Chutian slowly walked out with a faint smile and confronted Jiang Qing. Even though Jiang Qing was surrounded by layers of spirit force and was at the early stage of the spirit transformation realm, Yan Chutian was still fearless and looked at him with disdain. Right now, he had opened 99 spirit veins and had the powerful support of the spirit eye. He also had a wealth of experience, so he was confident he could even fight an early-stage spirit transformation cultivator. "You're courting death." A small meridian opening cultivator dared to look at him with such an indifferent gaze. Jiang Qing was furious in his heart. In his eyes, this was contempt. A meridian opening cultivator dared to look at him with such a gaze. Everyone should be looking up at him with a gaze of admiration. Moreover, this person actually dared to get involved with his exclusive property. He really wanted to smash this person's head into pieces. Whether you're courting death or not, we'll only know after we fight. Yan Chutian still calmly looked at Jiang Qing. They hadn't even fought yet, but he was already angry. This Jiang Qing was looked down upon even more in his eyes. If he encountered an enemy, no matter how strong or weak they were, he would calmly face them. However, this Jiang Qing was obviously not like this. Not only was he controlled by his own emotions, but he was also looking down on him because of his cultivation. "You don't know the difference between life and death. Who do you think you are? I can kill you with one slap." Yan Chutian's words caused Jiang Qing to become even more furious. This ant dared to use such a tone to reply to him. Did he think he had the ability to defeat him? Before he finished speaking, Jiang Qing formed a palm print. Thick Ling power flowed between his arm and the palm print. He viciously slapped his palm towards Yan Chutian. Even if he was facing Mu Wan, he had the confidence to suppress her with this palm, much less this brat in front of him. It was just that this ant in his eyes had disappeared silently as his palm landed with a sneer on his face. When he reappeared, a swift and fierce palm wind had already appeared behind him, and he was caught off guard and hit hard on his left shoulder. Bam! His body wretchedly leaned forward. Jiang Qing's body almost smashed into the ground. Fortunately, he managed to stabilize his body. However, even so, he still fell back at least 10 zhang. Damn it! Jiang Qing struggled and felt a sharp pain in his left shoulder. He was about to lose all feeling in his body. At the same time, he glanced behind him in shock. He couldn't believe how the ant in front of him suddenly disappeared and appeared behind him. I thought you had some skills, but now it seems that you are almost the same as Zhao Qiu. Slowly withdrawing his right palm, Yan Chutian's words were so shocking that Jiang Cheng's face was about to spit fire. This ant really deserves to die. At the same time, Qiu Yu, who had been watching Yan Chutian's every move, had an extraordinary splendor in her eyes. She was unwilling to shift her gaze away for a moment as she muttered to herself, "You idiot, you're really the same as before, still so cocky. But I like it." Chapter 33. To be injured by an ant in his eyes, this was undoubtedly a great humiliation for Jiang Qing. Moreover, this was especially true when the two armies were facing off against each other. At this moment, he felt that there were countless pairs of disdainful eyes staring at him, making him feel as if he was sitting on pins and needles, making him feel even more ashamed. And he did not disappoint his expectations. After a lightning-quick exchange of blows, seeing that their side's Yan Chutian had gained the upper hand, even though many of the soldiers did not know him, they still erupted into thunderous cheers at this moment. "Ant, die for me!" The cheers were so ear-piercing in Jiang Cheng's ears that he endured the pain in his left shoulder and once again rushed forward. He wanted to make Yan Chutian pay the price. Since he dared to sneak attack and injure him, he would break his arms and legs and make him squirm under his feet like a worm. However, he did not know that his reaction made Yan Chutian look down on him even more. If Yan Chutian felt that Jiang Qing was not much different from Zhao Qiu before, then now he felt that Jiang Qing was even more unbearable than Zhao Qiu. Swish! Jiang Qing formed a fist and fiercely punched towards Yan Chutian's chest. However, the situation this time was the same as before. As his fist neared the opponent, Yan Chutian's figure strangely disappeared all of a sudden, just like a ghost. How is this possible? Jiang Qing's eyes widened and his face was filled with disbelief. He could not understand how the other party could disappear in front of his eyes. How could an ordinary channel-opening cultivator have such a strange ability? However, no matter how much Jiang Qing could not believe it, this was the truth. Relying on shadow steps, Yan Chutian's figure was like a shadow as he shuttled through the darkness. Shortly after, a rock-shattering palm suddenly appeared. It contained a majestic might that was sufficient to shatter boulders as it heavily struck the former's chest. PFFF, even with the protection of his spiritual energy, the power of this palm still caused Jiang Qing to spit out a mouthful of blood. His body flew backwards and smashed into the ground several meters away. But even so, he still struggled to get up as he spat out a mouthful of blood. He smiled coldly at Yan Chutian, who was gradually appearing. You can't win. With my royal father here, you will only end up losing today. Rivers of blood will flow." Sneering, Jiang Qing's eyes quickly locked onto Yan Chutian's face. He was eager to see the former's ugly expression, so that he could get some comfort from the humiliation at this time. However, when he looked over, there was no trace of unsightly expression on the other party's face. Instead, there was a hint of mockery? A pitiful person must have a hateful side. If I can appear, why can't the people you worked so hard to kill? What do you mean? A very bad premonition suddenly appeared in Jiang Cheng's heart, but he believed that it was absolutely impossible. However, just as he was desperately denying it in his heart, an ear-piercing howl suddenly came from the turbulent spiritual energy not far away. The owner of this howl was very similar to his father. Impossible! Jiang Cheng's line of sight was fixed in that direction, but the scene that he was most unwilling to see happened right in front of his eyes. In his line of sight, his father, the one-eyed king, fell to the ground in a sorry state. Not far away, a middle-aged man in battle armor slowly descended. It was Mu Feng, the city lord of Kaiyuan City. Mu Feng's long spear shook and spiritual energy surged on the spear. It brazenly pierced the one-eyed king's chest, causing him to howl in pain. His body spasmed, and after a long while, his sinister eyes stared at the owner of the long spear, Mu Feng. Obviously, he did not expect that Mu Feng would suddenly appear in front of him when he was about to defeat that old thing. What was even more unexpected was that Mu Feng, who suddenly appeared, did not show any signs of being poisoned. Instead, his cultivation seemed to have increased, and he could not resist the attack. He was immediately injured and became like this. After piercing the one-eyed king with his long spear, Mu Feng used spiritual energy to invade his body and seal the surging spiritual energy. Only then did Mu Feng narrow his eyes and slowly say, "Thank you for your gift." After the blood flame poison was cured, not only was there no harm, but it also allowed me to take the opportunity to break through my cultivation and advance further in the elixir realm. Mu Feng's words made the already angry one-eyed king even more flustered and exasperated. In his opinion, everything should not have been like this. Mu Feng, who was poisoned by the blood flame poison, should have been tortured and on the brink of death. Kaiyuan City should have been within his reach. However, all of this was destroyed by the guy who could cure the blood flame poison. It was the channel-opening realm ant that he originally disdained. Because of this ant, his plans were ruined again and again. Now, he had even put himself in danger. His life and death were only in Mu Feng's hands. Mu Feng, the heavens are not on my side. I have nothing to say. Originally, you would have died tragically at my hands, and Kaiyuan City would have been mine. However, I don't know where this channel-opening ant came from. Otherwise, how could you have the chance to turn defeat into victory? Right now the winner takes all. I, the one-eyed king, am not some weakling. If you want to kill me, do as you please. The one-eyed king gritted his teeth. These were his sincere words. After all, he understood that with such a great opportunity in front of him, how could Mu Feng let go of it? That would be no different from releasing a tiger back into the mountains. Thus, instead of begging for mercy and being killed, he might as well act tough. He wasn't wrong. After he said that, the spear in Mu Feng's hand glowed brightly, and a powerful tearing force moved madly inside the one-eyed king's body. Just like that, a powerful figure who was famous in the surrounding area fell. After killing the one-eyed king, Mu Feng's expression did not change. As the lord of Kaiyuan City, he was naturally decisive in killing. Otherwise, how could he protect such a large city? It would have fallen long ago. At the same time, seeing his father killed, Jiang Cheng's body trembled. He was so frightened that his soul almost left his body. How could he believe that his father, who clearly had the upper hand before, would be killed by Mu Feng in the blink of an eye and become a corpse? But he understood that this was all because of Yan Chutian. If it wasn't for him, how could Mu Feng cure the blood flame poison? How could it have become like this? But even like this, Jiang Qing did not want to resist. He just wanted to live, he did not want to die. Only when he was prepared to beg for mercy, a sharp palm wind suddenly appeared. When he raised his head, he could only see a palm imprint itself on his forehead. Following that, a terrifying power spread and immediately cut off his life, turning him into a corpse. The one-eyed king and Jiang Qing died one after another. The one-eyed king's subordinates were naturally filled with fear, but the ones who reacted faster than them were the 5 spirit transformation cultivators. The 3 generals and the second vice-king saw that the situation was bad, so they quickly ran away. All of a sudden, the surrounding mountains were filled with frantic fleeing figures. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the one-eyed king, who had come with such ferocious momentum, had lost his momentum, and even he had lost his life here. City Lord! City Lord!